Welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. How's it going? It is the 9th of January, 2024, year of our Lord. Sorry, we started a bit late today, but we'll get there. I brought my coffee. I was making coffee and I forgot to bring it. How's everyone doing? I'm now out of breath, and like, you think you'd come in with the excitement and then you'd have like a really good high energy opening, but it turns out you just have to kind of slowly struggle to catch your breath. How's everyone doing? Anybody play on the weekend? There's a big CBI. It was like 64 players. It's pretty large. We have another even bigger one. It's not a CBI. It's the CB. CO? CB? Whatever. It's this weekend. That's going to be a real thing for sure. Yo, Lucille, I saw your message in chat. You kind of made the stream happen. I spent so long trying to figure out where the music was suddenly coming from. Turns out the stream started. I think we snuck up on you with some Bach. Otherwise, yeah. At some point, I'll just turn the microphone on and start talking directly to you and pretend I'm in your computer. It's going to be fun. If you're comfortable with when the stream starts, you're right on. Hey, Mondi, how's it going? The last QTM episode, it's been a while. It's been, I feel like a couple months just came out. Mondi's on it. It's a pretty old episode in terms of when it was recorded. It was recorded after Worlds. And it's so nice to hear that excitement, to hear that, you know, that fresh after Worlds, you know. Netrunner's cool, and going to the big Netrunner party is really, really fun. So it's nice to relive that energy because it's been a couple of months, you know. Congrats again, Mondi, for that top 16 finish. 2 games of practice. Okay. Yo, Sean, how's it going? Happy Tuesday. I always reflexively say Thursday there. That's not going away anytime soon. For a second, I thought you were wearing a tie. Just a shirt. Hey, good day. Good day, Bumble. How's it going? Dave, I've actually never heard the MG intro music before. Always joining late or VOD. We have a couple hours of different Métropole Grid opening music. It ranges between, there's like a couple classical tracks in there, but it's mostly like kind of uplifting. Like, actually there is some miserable like cyberpunk, you know, dystopian grinds in there, but we'll see. Yo, Trillian, how's it going? Hey, how you doing? So this last weekend, there was a big tournament online. I watched the last couple hours. Mind you, Axu streamed this. I didn't know who was going to stream it. I wasn't able to plug it because I didn't know where it was going to go. But Axu streamed this, the New Year's Showdown. So this is Man of the Moon was running a CO online. It had an entry prize, it was sort of pay what you want, but there was entry because there was actually some really good prize support and because the support will be mailed to you eventually. This stream was 11.5 hours. It was like 8 players. And then there was a top cut. It was 11 hours all in one day. Axu is in, I'm pretty sure I'm going to say Finland, if I'm not mistaken. I think I should know that with a bit more confidence. So he was streaming this to, like, I imagine was 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, right? Like, there's no way around that fact. Because when I stopped watching it, it was like maybe midnight. My partner and I were up. It was a Sunday night, and this was on you know, we had this on a tablet. We were watching this while I was playing some Liza P. And yeah, I don't understand what happened. I actually must have gone to bed really, really late. But it was yeah, it's a long thing. I've only watched the later half of it. Like mostly the top cut. In terms of the results aren't up yet and always be running. I think they will be soon enough, but congratulations to the winner. If you want to kind of spoil yourself a bit, you can find those numbers because this was a single-sided Swiss tournament. So we have 64 players there up on Aesop's tables. And then the top cut should be on here too. Afternoon, everyone. Pixby, how's it going? Thank you. Hey, Mondi, of course. So yeah, Whiteblade. I think Whiteblade, I'm not sure if he got cut from it. I think he actually had to drop. It looks like the top cut isn't going to be here, but I think Whiteblade was top of Swiss. He didn't finish the tournament. I'm not sure if he got eliminated or he had to drop. I think he had to drop. But then we had a top 8 cut that went online, and it was nothing flashy, right? Like generally you go to tournaments and you see like a couple decks that are, you know, new and spicy, and maybe the meta has settled after, you know, it's been a while after Worlds. Sunset has no ramification on this, but like that top cut is not diverse, right? Like for as excited as people were about Worlds, we're at a point where the top cuts are now like kind of hitting some homogeny again. It's like half of the top cut is PD. Right? Like if you go from 9th to 1st, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 PD. So 2/3 of the top 9 are PD. Heck, you can go down to 11 and play to do Chris. Like everyone's playing Precision Design, HB Precision Design. Okay, great. And then on the Anarch side, it's like people playing the Lu aggro decks, and then Hoshiko, and then just Sable and Zaya. I think Whiteblade's gonna play Zaya no matter what happens. But yeah, this is weird. This was like way different than I thought it would be. And I think this tournament is going to have a pretty big implication on what the next weekend is going to be, which is the CBI, which is the 2-day event. How do you find Liza P? I think I'm too old for this kind of game and difficulty, but I plan to try it in VR for fun tonight. Wait, Liza P is in VR? Or do you just mean like play a 2D game on a 3D headset? Liza P is actually really good. It's a very good Souls-like. It seems super derivative. And like at the end of the day, it is incredibly derivative. So derivative to the point that people watch it and be like, how are they legally allowed to put this out? Like, this is just Dark Souls. Like the UI is Dark Souls. The mechanics are Dark Souls. And my usually riposte with that is like, every shooter game is the same. What do you want, right? Like it's fine. It's a genre. And I think genuinely what they do in the genre is very, very good, because they take a bunch of the like action forward elements from things like Bloodborne, where like the best defense is offense, because you can recover your health if you hit people back, so you want to go aggro. And then on top of that, it has a lot of parry mechanics, like dodging still works the same way like you can play any Souls game, but the game highly incentivizes you to do perfect parries, very close to Sekiro. So it has a lot of really good systems that are a bit subtle. Like the weapon crafting system is really, really cool and very unique, but it basically takes a bunch of like Souls systems that are not particularly original, but then just kind of perfects them and adds little tweaks that for people who aren't, I think, incredibly invested into the Souls genre, those little details that I think really make the game are kind of lost. I think the game's really difficult. They recently did a patch to make some of the timing windows for pairing a bit simpler and some of the bosses a bit easier. It's still pretty difficult. As a Souls player, I've beat every Souls game. I haven't beat Bloodborne. I beat Sekiro, and I think there's some bosses in this one that have been really, really hard. There's a new VR mod for a lot of Unreal games, including Liza P. Oh, wild. So I'm assuming you just get a, like, it doesn't do anything special besides just play it through some sort of lens. I had no idea. We're playing it right now on a Steam Deck, and like actually one of the best things is that it runs great on a Steam Deck, and we just have our Steam Deck plugged into the TV through a dock, and like that's the way we play it. Because unfortunately the computers in this household, the best graphics card we have in here is my machine on a 1080 Ti, which like it's kind of struggling against some modern games. There's a lot of modern games I can't play. But yeah. The CI I went to over the weekend had all top 3 on op. Oh, that's because you went to Pittsburgh, huh? There's no way, Monty, that you didn't go to somewhere in Pennsylvania, huh? It's the same, but in 3D and VR. Oh, okay, cool, yeah. You can do that on Steam, where you can just launch any like regular game and then you play it in a movie theater kind of setting, so you can kind of look around, sort of. It doesn't run great. Anyways, yeah, Liza P is good. I'd recommend it. I'd definitely recommend it. It's if you like Souls games, it's kind of the best one that came out last year. It's Neo is the second best game after London 2012, of course. The Olympics? The company that made it, I believe they're a Korean company. Neo is, I don't know what else they put out. Apparently they put out Olympics games, but like the quality of this thing is absurd. It's like really, really good. It runs good. It has the same sort of kind of confusing world. There's a really cool narrative, like a macro narrative about what's happening in the world. It ties into the Pinocchio lore. If you don't know, it's a game about Pinocchio. That's very strange on its own. But then you talk to NPCs, and NPCs have that sort of like weird sense of humor, and they kind of talk cryptically, and you're reading, you know, descriptions for items, not as much as you would in Dark Souls games, but it's like, it is so respectful of its roots, to the point that I could see people being like, this is a ripoff, but they do such a good job that I think it's genuinely a love letter. Do you know why the cut was on Cobra instead of Aesop's? I wasn't aware. Yo, Cold Lava, I didn't know. Is it on Cobra? Because when I was checking, it was like last round. So I didn't see anything on Cobra, on what is now Tournaments done Null Signal. I'm assuming like Aesop's Table does have a top cut functionality, doesn't it? I don't know why. It's probably just the organizers. That's what they wanted to do. It looks like, was it even on Cobra? Oh yeah, it was here. No idea. Not sure. Well, the winner, Ben, happened to be on a video that came out this week. Yeah, I really like Ben's list. Ben, they also posted an ads list, which is really interesting too. And like, man, trying to be excited about Sunset when I want to play like an ads deck and you realize you banned Boomerang. Oh man, it's hard. I find it super interesting how different metas overrepresent different decks. Different metas over. Oh yeah. Like there's a local stink to things for sure, right? Like there's a lot of players who enjoy up, and generally, I don't know, I think they're a bit focused. For a long time, Montreal was like an absolute den of Shaper players, like circa 2014, 2015, that I would actually have to bring a slightly different deck if I was going to a regional in Toronto versus anywhere else in Ontario versus Montreal, where I'd have to be like, okay, I'm going to be playing against 60% Shapers, so I know I can actually change some deck slots to make a different deck. It's kind of neat as long as you can call your meta, which is hard when you go to like these global things. But I do think when it comes to like big global things like, you know, this event, it kind of behooves you to play, you know, the meta is generally safer. My local's full of prov on the corp side. That's so wild. That's a hard one to work around too. I don't know what you do against that. Yo, Kat, how's it going? I've been good. How are you doing? How's the year been so far? London 2012, the official video game of the Olympic Games, which is unironically one of the best sports video games. I think I'm actually familiar with that one. That's the one, like, I know, yeah, Northern Lion and folks play a whole bunch of this online. I've seen clips of that. There is one Olympic sports game that we played in college pretty heavily. I think I don't think it came out while we were in college, but it was just like one of our ironic, you know, casual dorm games. I don't know if it was 2014, but it was definitely a winter one because there was skating, speed skating, and like luge or whatever it's called. Maybe it was 2014. Mario and Sonic at Olympics. It did not have Mario or Sonic in it, but Rogue was in it. But I think Rogue was just competing for the UK at the time. Not that just Wii Sports. Yeah, Wii Sports was. We had a Wii in our dorm room. That is for sure. But no, there was one of these. Like, was it 2010? It might have been Vancouver. That sounds right. So you had to make guest accounts. This is not a great, but this is like college, right? So you had to make guest accounts because Xbox was really weird. You couldn't log in as nobody, so you had to make like a fake account. And so then the burner account on my friend's Xbox 360 at that time was just called Taint Stain, which is like a terrible name to say out loud. Anyways, I'm a bit embarrassed. But then like the fourth player who didn't log in as like their actual account had to become Taint Stain, and then Taint Stain was in, you know, the standings. And we had a friend who was like really upset anytime he had to be Taint Stain, which made it so much funnier because like at the end of the day, it's great. It's great. Oh man, yeah, Mario and Sonic Olympic Games. My runner's a lot more varied. Oh, good. Snap. I'm catching on the stream. Nice. Good morning, Andrew. Hey, Flesh and Blood. How's it going? You excited for the new set? It comes out in a couple weeks, right? Just got introduced. Hey, Wei Jing Yang. Got introduced into the game. Now regretting all the years I haven't played this. Yo, welcome to the game. There's nothing to regret. It's okay. It's been a really good game for a really long time, but don't worry, you're here. It's quite fun. It's an exciting year too, because this is the big year, if you haven't heard, that all FFG cards later this year will rotate out. So it's a very easy world to get into the card pool as much as proxying is legal at all levels of competitive play. It's a very exciting thing. Thank God this channel has so much good content to catch up on. Yo, cheers. Glad you appreciate that. And please, if you have any questions of, well, generally questions, but also if there's any sort of content as a newer player or as anybody who's watching this, whether you're new or not, please let me know. Right now, I'll be honest, I'm struggling to make some sort of Netrunner content because we're in this really weird spot where the meta has kind of settled a bit. Sunset is its own thing that isn't, I don't know, it's kind of hard to find footage for that, and I don't think a lot of newer players care about Sunset so much. So I'm struggling to put out like meaningful content. I think the best thing we can do is more replay review stuff. But currently I got into Spirit Island. And now I have that absolute pleasure where I'm literate enough about the game to understand, you know, some of the acronyms and what people value and what people, you know, the sort of things that come with learning a game. But now I can go through these YouTube channels that have years and years of content to be like, okay, what do people think about this? Or like, what are some pitfalls I run into? And like that sort of learning process when you're excited about something and you're getting into something and you have a resource. Oh, it's so fun. So I'm really jealous. It's always the most fun getting into a game, as much as the game itself is obviously quite good. Does anyone born before the year 2000 actually not have a Wii? That's a good question. I think we have two in this household, but that's because there's two people in here born before the year 2000. Oh man. We're the greatest name. I am. It's going to be a great set. When's pre-release? I somehow never owned a Wii, but I am one of the 5 people with a Wii U. Wow, that's a really weird demographic. Folks that don't have a Wii but have a Wii U. My partner bought a Wii U, and I make fun of her for it. That's the whole story. The Wii U didn't do well. All NSG card pool is going to be awesome for onboarding new players. It's going to be really, really good. Specifically that you can go to a website and be like, print PDF, and it just has all the cards, or like, you know, you can buy it in one spot. You don't have a Wii. Okay. I love the Wii U had some neat indie titles on it. But did it have, firstly, Dirty Deeds, how's it going? Did it have any titles that were uniquely to the Wii U? A week and a half in Queensland. Oh, that's really soon. I don't know if I'm going to my pre-release here. 24th worldwide. Oh, Queensland, because you have the calling or something there where it's the first time it's out. That's pretty cool, if I'm not mistaken. The Wii U is a great system with the most god-awful marketing of all time. I generally don't understand it, right? Like, there was obviously a lot of issues with that console, but then they came up with the name Wii U. The Wii sold, gangbusters, and a lot of people knew what the Wii is, and then they made a console that's name was very, very close, but in a way that's not that easy to distinguish. And we could all probably, retrospectively look back at that and think, like, that probably wasn't a good idea. And then they still put out things called, like, the Xbox Series X1. Like, I classically worked in video games. I genuinely do not know what the modern Xbox is called. I do not know what the modern Xbox is called. I don't know what to do about it. Like, they just can't figure out naming conventions that are exciting. I think it's a Series X. I think that's the modern Xbox. I generally don't know. Yo, it's Appleplot. How's it going? Wasn't the Wii U just like a transition to the Switch? It was like clearly the midpoint in terms of like holding a screen in your hand. But unfortunately, like, it's the sort of thing that I think had to exist for the other thing to be good. And there's a lot of technology like that, where it's like, this sucks, but this had to exist for this to be good. Just like, I think Steam controllers are sick. I think they're under like appreciated, but they didn't sell well. People don't like them. But the Steam controller had to exist for the Steam Deck to exist at some point, right? Like, you might as well sell some of them if you're going to invest in R&D. But yeah, just follow Sony's naming convention. It's perfect. Yeah, it's real avant-garde. I'm waiting for the next one to come out. I don't know what they're going to call it. I had Smash for Wii U. I think that was the only game that I'd ever wanted a Wii U for. And maybe that Donkey Kong game, Frozen, whatever, I've never played. Console names have been completely devolved beyond any sanity. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's not good out there, but whatever. I think we're on 5. Xbox Series X and the Series S are concurrent at the moment. S is the lowest spec one. X is the highest spec one. That sounds... So Series S is meant to be Series Simple. Series X is actually meant to be Xbox Series Xbox. Yeah, that makes sense. I was Europe's best King DDD for a while for Smash Wii U. Get out. DDD was trash in whatever the Wii U Smash was, though, right? I think PlayStation had a much better future-proof naming convention, though X-Bone is pretty funny. X-Bone was pretty good. But even then, I don't know which X-Bone the X-Bone is. I think it was the one before this one. Yo, Neon Static, how's it going? Happy Tuesday. I watched a bit of your stream last night. I'm going to watch the rest of it. How y'all doing? Yoshi's Woolly World was the best Yoshi platformer since the SNES one. Wonderful 101 was an exclusive for a long time, as well as Bayonetta 2. I played Bayonetta 2 on the Switch. But yeah, I think it was an exclusive for a while. Bayonetta is good, but it's like also the sort of game you don't want to play on the bus. I pretend not to own it. It's like okay. It's good even, but like I don't care for the cutscenes. Doing great today. Thanks. Lots of fun last night and feeling energetic. Heck yeah. Are you guys snowed in real bad? We're meant to be experiencing really bad storms. We had to shovel the car out. I'll just bring the energy down a bit. We played Earthborn Rangers last night. Oh man, welcome to a segment where we don't talk about Netrunner for a bit. Earthborn Rangers, we're now like on day 7. We're starting right now, and it is getting cooler and cooler. For those, I don't know, the little tidbit I want to share, for those who don't know much about it, my partner's constantly laughing because I'm playing it with my brother-in-law and there's like kind of arguing. And so, my partner's on the couch knitting and listening to her iPad. She takes her headphone off and she hears us saying, we're just like struggling to figure out how to sequence the turn. And then like all she hears, okay, look, I'll go first as my action and I'll pet the dog. That's like exactly what Earthborn Rangers is, where it is pretty close. And every day we've had has been like on the last possible action we succeed, which is really fun. But it's just really fun. Where like one of the exciting things is like you pet the dog, then you go into the bar and ask if they know anybody good. I'll go pick those plants, then you come back and you pet the dog again. And Earthborn Rangers is it's pretty fun. Genuinely excited to play more of it. I think you mentioned the Steam Deck before. It's such a good console. I'm now playing 99% either on Steam Deck or in VR. Ooh, what VR do you have, by the way, Fix? Yes, I play most of my video games on the Steam Deck now, unless it's something that doesn't run well on it, or I'd rather have a mouse and keyboard specifically. So like I've been playing a bit of the finals. It's nice free to play shooter. But like, yeah, 90% video gaming happens on a Steam Deck. My partner picked up the OLED one, so it's now on her Steam Deck exclusively. But it's also been like the easy thing to bring on the couch and like just we can hang out, which is nice. We had a bit of foot and still out there getting freezing rain tonight, which should be fun. Yo, hopefully y'all stay safe. Xbox naming is so simple. It started with the Xbox, then the 360, then the Xbox One, then the Xbox One S, and then the Xbox One X, and the Xbox One S digital, the Xbox Series X. I forgot. Man. Is the OLED that good an upgrade? I'm jealous. In some ways, I'm upset that my partner picked one up because it, yeah, it's a really good upgrade. And now I never want to play mine anymore. I'm just going to play hers. The screen is really good. It's quieter, it runs better. They redid the haptic, the battery is stronger. It's like a weird upgrade because they made it like, okay, so we'll get to Netrunner in a second. They made a new Steam Deck OLED, and it's one of the weird products I've ever seen where they literally undersold it. Like the differences between this and the real Steam Deck, everyone just said like it's a Steam Deck with an OLED screen. But the differences between this Steam Deck and the other one are actually like kind of astounding. Like the screen is better, but they redid all the haptics. The sticks are better quality. The battery is longer. Technically, it runs a bit better. I think there's some sort of the hardware on it that's better. It's a 1 terabyte hard drive now. I think I had the 512. It is like I wouldn't go out and buy another one unless money is not a concern for some reason. But it's like astoundingly, like very differently. It's also lighter. It's like 40-50 grams lighter, which kind of sounds like a small number, but that does add up for something you exclusively hold. But the amount of upgrades they did this thing is like incredible. It's not just the screen is better. Like they did a lot of work to it. I would argue that the amount of differences they made to this thing and the one before, they're underselling what the difference is. But in some ways, like, I don't know. Maybe it's for the better. Yeah, Fixby, don't listen to that. You don't need one. You definitely don't need one. But like, the happy thing is once your Steam Deck eventually does break, if it does and you have to send it in for repairs, it will probably be replaced by a new one at some point if you have coverage. Freezing rain is fun when you have to bike to the bus the morning after. Dirty Deeds, are you okay? Oh no. A Donkey Kong game got ported for the Switch. The only game I still wait to get ported is Zelda, then Wind Waker HD, but after 5 years I've lost all hope. Ah, Palmers, can't you play Wind Waker HD on? I'm pretty sure I played that on something that wasn't the GameCube. Oh, maybe it only came out for Wii U. Huh, that's a bummer. Emulation is a thing. If you legally own the games, you're allowed to do that. So don't let that stop you. But yeah, that's like another big issue that I ran into when it comes to console gaming in 2024. Is like when a new game comes out, it's like $100 in Canada if it's a Nintendo game, and you have to buy it. I'm not saying piracy. I'm just mean like generally the games I'm playing are the games that are coming up on Steam. And so like I can easily play $30, no problem, to enjoy something new. But when it's like, do you want to play the new Mario Wonder game? It's $100. I'm like, I'm going to wait for it to never be on sale. Thank you. Yeah. Sunday conventions is great until you remember PSP, PSP Slim and Light, PSP Bright. I did not know that was real. PSP Go, PSP Street. All of them above are also known as PSP. Yo, Shot, how's it going? I think the PSP popped off more in Europe than it did here. I'm convinced we don't have half of those. There's a Slavic version, organic light emitting geode, or Stream Deck OLED. Maybe for the Wii Virtual Console, but it isn't the HD, which sucks. Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, that's a real bummer then. Yeah, I don't know. I do believe preservation should be worth looking at, and it's really hard to play old games. Actually, on Netrunner content, Wenjong, thank you for keeping us on track. The last startup series on the channel was super helpful, but one pack outdated. Just speaking from experience, is it actually really hard to find startup content? It's actually really hard to find startup content. So, yeah, there is very little to no startup content as much as I'm aware of, and I haven't been looking for it. So for lack of trying online for modern startup. So modern startup right now is, of course, it is System Gateway and System Update. Then it's all of Borealis and then the Liberation Cycle. When the second half of the Liberation Cycle comes out, Borealis will rotate out of startup. So startup will actually become smaller. Now, the big reason why you don't see a lot of startup content right now is because, and this is not exactly a value neutral statement, is I don't think startup is a good format for newer players, because I don't think startup is a good format at all, generally. So the problem with startup right now is, well, the benefit of startup right now is that it's a much smaller card pool to standard, and it's all NSG card pool. So it's the sort of stuff that you could purchase or print whatever you wanted to do relatively easily within the next day if you really wanted to. But there's been some big issues over the last little while where there's a whole bunch of cards within the startup format right now that have been banned in the standard format for being way too powerful and particularly to some argue not fun to play against. So there's a lot of cards that have been curated to make a much more fair and fun format in the bigger format standard that are running rampant and wild in startup. Now, I do want to say I haven't played a lot of startup. I've actually played no startup in the modern startup rotation. That's a big reason why you don't see any content on it. But the big thing, like one of the big, boogie boats is endurance exists. Am I going to find endurance here? Yeah, I am. Right? Like cards like Drago, cards like Endurance, all these sort of cards have become too popular and too prevalent, and they're definitely meta warping within the startup meta. Again, it depends if you're playing competitively or not. That's its own question. But yeah, right now, I think that if you want to see more Netrunner and you want to play interesting Netrunner and you don't want to find yourself in potentially frustrating situations where you're playing against Endurance in every single matchup, I think as a newer player, it is better off that you actually transition straight from System Gateway into some amount of Standard. Now, the way that you do that, there isn't enough material about that, that's for sure. But I wouldn't recommend just proxying like the entire, 2 cycles that exist in the FFG world. But basically what I would recommend if you want to get into Standard is you just say, I want to play a certain faction. And then you go through the whole deck list. And we've done this on stream before, content creators, mind you. I was somewhat recently on Neon Static talking about this as well on a podcast. But say you wanted to play Wayland because you like Wayland. In terms of all the stuff that is not in startup, that is in standard, that allows you to play competitive, interesting Wayland, it's only like 5 or 6 cards. So that's the big thing I'm saying. It's like, if you want to play Netrunner outside of you just playing System Gateway, I wouldn't go into startup really, unless you're playing super casually at a tabletop setting. Organized play in startup doesn't seem like it'd be that fun. According to me, I have different priorities, keep that in mind. But from that point on, I would actually recommend jumping straight from System Gateway to Standard. It is overwhelming, but the one thing that I want to hammer home, again, is when you look at this like set of 120 Katara cards, or more importantly, 120 Red Sand cards, that is an absurd number of cards to learn. But in terms of cards that are worth playing, again, that's not a value neutral statement, or cards that you'll see at any tournament if you're watching a cast or anything like that, it's only like 10 cards. It's like 1 out of every 12, 1 out of every 10 cards in these lists are actually worth something, that are worth looking at, worth knowing, and worth playing. So I would highly recommend not proxying 120 cards from the cycle, but basically saying, I want to play HB, or I want to play Wayland. By the way, I don't know if you know, it's not ready to be updated, their icons to be the NSG icons. And then you realize, okay, well, out of all these cards, there's only a couple that I need to actually consider proxying. In terms of this entire set of Wayland cards from entire cycle, if you wanted to play Wayland, there's only one card I would actually proxy. It's this card. And that's kind of the point. It's hard to tell what those cards are. You can definitely look around or ask, and there is some content online that helps you with that. But if you want to play Wayland and you're being like, there's 120 cards here, there's only one you need. And that's unfortunately a big difference. Well, it's fortunate now, but when you look at the Null Signal Games pack releases and some of the old FFG pack releases, Null Signal Games, when they put out 120 cards, about 100 of them are like very exciting and worth playing. But back in the FFG days, it was way less consistent. It was actually about, they missed more often than they hit. So keep that in mind. Game Boy, Pocket Light, Colored Advanced SP. Those are different Game Boys though. But yeah, okay. I actually just realized that last night that there are startup legal but standard illegal cards. It's traumatizing to new players. Ouch. Yeah, it's like, it's cool. I think new players will still jump into startup and have fun. Like, I don't think you play against Endurance, it sucks, but it is definitely worth noting that unfortunately startup right now is not curated. So there's a bunch of cards that people thought were unhealthy, and some of them are more unhealthy in a bigger card pool where you can make more degenerate potentially combos with them. But at the end of the day, there's just no balance within startup. On top of that, unfortunately, startup as a competitive format inherently just isn't balanced. Like, NSG wasn't balancing cards to be like, when this card will be released, it'll be in startup. How does it work within the startup meta? There is no effort done to balance startup. And I think that's generally okay. That's fine. Now, what NSG has said recently is they've come together with a board of volunteers that are going to start working on a startup balance team going forward. But just keep that in mind. And this is, I think, the thing that like makes me the least excited about startup is that when NSG designs a card, they design and balance that card around the standard format, but no balance or specific balance is very, very obviously done within only the startup format, because it's also a very volatile format because it rotates a lot faster. So yeah, I think there are legitimately startup decks right now that are stronger than standard decks, even with a much smaller card pool, because they can play a bunch of cards that were banned within the standard format. Yeah, sorry, that might not be the answer you want to hear, but I would argue that like startup right now, I would recommend getting into startup maybe a year ago when we were doing startup content. But if you're a newer player, I would recommend going from system gateway, finding out what factions you like to play, and then just diving into standard. And you'll realize, especially because the card pool is way smaller than it used to be a year ago, where standard was an extra like 200 cards, it gets a bit closer. And is she calling a startup world thing event rather than championship is saying something? Yeah, but yet I think they also did that because it had different access of accessibility, and it had a different access of like the structure of the startup event was definitely different than it was. I don't know if it was an entire success or not an entire success, but yeah, it's a mixed bag. But yeah, startup is not meant to be the most competitive format. My new player advice is always to just hop into standard after gateway. Yo, Jeff, how's it going? Yes, I think we're on the same page for that. The meta next to mind, crisis that you not saying to proxy Jemison. Yeah, you could, it's fun, but like it wouldn't be the first thing I'd recommend to do. Honestly, a lot of people still playing startup on JNet this far after the new release are playing fun decks rather than good ones, though I think startup will definitely get a lot better with Lib 2. Yeah, and that's what it's saying. It's like when I'm saying this, I'm talking generally about competitive organized play where people go to an event and be like, this deck wants to win. But at the end of the day, if you want to play Netrunner and you just want to jam games of Netrunner at a kitchen table, at a bar, at a whatever, some sort of venue, do whatever the heck you want. It doesn't care what format you're playing in. The game is inherently just fun. So play startup. Play some weird format you made up. There's a bunch of other community supported formats like Neo, which is mostly startup with a curated ban list. That might be interesting for you. But at the end of the day, it's hard. The startup event was not being called by Championship for mostly unrelated reasons. Yeah, I'm not surprised. There's that one was interesting though, for sure. I was surprised to see it wasn't called that. But yeah, it seemed like an organizational thing. Okay, what are we doing today? I don't have a strong idea what to do today. I know we are going to be casting the CBI coming up this weekend, so it kind of behooves us to catch up on a bunch of the meta deck lists. Luckily, that's easy for us. There's 3 meta deck lists. Andre's blast started for 10 minutes straight. I'm here for it. Oh man, yeah. There's a lot of like, for what it's worth, you got to make fun of us. There's a lot of like, you know, kind of really heavily ingrained standard players that think startup is like the pits, even though we haven't played startup. So we're absolutely fools for maybe taking that take. It's probably more fun than we think it is. But yeah, the game is really good and standard is really good. So you want to kind of enter standard as soon as you can. I think startup is also a super fun environment for building precons, and especially for building battle boxes of decks that play well into each other. Yeah, but I don't inherently see why you couldn't just do that in standard, right? There's an Az deck there. Yo, Galehar, how's it going? Yeah, this is a Ben's Az deck. Ben said specifically they didn't see any Az decks online, so they built one so they could play with their Az list. I was looking at this one earlier, and it's kind of interesting because it does a couple things that I haven't done in Az lists recently, but I really like Az. I would play more Az. I think like if I had to go to an event and I had to prepare something, I would probably consider playing Az just because it's more fun than I think it is more obviously good. It's harder to pilot as well. What Ben did in this list, that's a bit more interesting. 2 copies of Asmumpula. Don't love this card, but when it comes down for 1 credit because you're playing Az, that reduces the cost of the first connection or hardware you play each turn by 1. This is neat. It's a shuffle effect too, which sometimes is useful as much as this deck is only on 1 prognostic. Sometimes you see the top of your deck and you can't interact with that favorably, and that's okay. I'm surprised that we're seeing this, but it makes sense. It's a credit to draw 2 cards slow. Virus or weapon, there's not too many options here. It's a single revolver and then a single Amaku if I'm not forgetting. Oh, and the fermenters, and I think the fermenters definitely make that pretty good. They also have to be different cards, right? Yeah, with different names. So you can't just like jam out to fermenters, which that's fine. Yeah, whatever. Nuka is really good. I think we've seen that again, comes down for 0 credits if you do it right. Hannah makes a lot of sense as well, as much as you can't use. And I'm very surprised. And this is what this list is interesting, is that it's only on a single prognostic. And generally, whenever I played as, especially because we're playing Masterwork, I will so quickly jam 2 or 3 copies of Chesva and then use that coffee to use those 2 credits to run central servers and then install hardware from hand with Masterwork or from the top deck with Prognostic Q Loop. I don't know why this deck isn't doing it. I don't know if it's better if there's some like learning about it, whether this is just trying a different approach. But I think for me, that's like the big pull into why to play as, is that we have Chesva and the click compression of things like Chesva. And then you'd also play Baya bands for sure. You can build that sort of like setup while hammering centrals build. Now for the remote server, we have Hannah, which is really cool. Hannah is a very nice flex slot for 1 influence, or sorry, for 1 credit to influence. And that's really cool too. The fact that you can clicklessly run a remote server and then clicklessly install stuff from your hand, like that's really appealing for sure. As much as Hannah doesn't work with the Chesva engine. Lib account seems like a big brick here. It's pretty expensive. You don't get any click compression here, or sorry, credit compression with as. We don't have career fair, but it's probably fine. And then Miss Bones, and actually a back, which I also think is kind of surprising. I haven't played back in an as list in such a long time, because inherently there's not that many cards that have this cost on it that we actually care about recurring, right? Like the boomerangs recur forever. How many times do we have to fire flip switch? Poison Vial doesn't have a trash cost on it. Like I'm not actually sure why the back is in this list. Endurance Arasana is jacked. Oh man, I haven't really considered that. Give me 1 second. I just need to close the door. Yeah, Poison Vial is cool too, and I think Poison Vial one day will be a very noteworthy card. I just feel like, unfortunately, right now, Poison Vial doesn't have any incredible targets. The idea with Poison Vial, you can use the power counters to break up to 2 subroutines. So the idea is that you can use your Boomerang to break 3 plus, what's it called? Subroutine ice. That's nice. That's definitely not bad. There's just not that many ice in the format in which breaking more than 2 subroutines is super relevant. I think it's mostly the Jinteki matchup where like breaking an Anansi fully is sick, breaking a Vampire Nasa fully is sick, an Atini potentially. That's probably the best case scenario. I guess you can maybe get through another subroutine on Pharaohs if you're playing into it, but this card doesn't seem massively important. I think the only other thing that you really want to do is maybe save some bullets on the revolver. But if that's the case, like we already have the back and we have what's it called, Carmen as well, so I'm not exactly sure how far that goes. Otherwise we have Shibboleth, we have Amakua. Amakua makes sense. It's a virus. It's okay if it gets purged out because we're pretty good at cracking in and starting to roll with Boomerang. And we only have 2 sure gambles, which is fine. We have 3 diversion of funds. Some as lists cut this. I think with Boomerang it's really nice to have this to slow the game down because inherently you're not the fastest at all. Wheels can be recurred. I guess so. I'm not excited to do that, but yeah, you're not wrong. You can recur. It does have a trash on it, but there's just not a lot of trash cards. Like I'm surprised that this is in the list. And then there's 3 Bravado, of course, which is really, really good. Maybe time for 3x Vandal Ari with Flux Capacitor. Jeff, there's that sort of deck that's like been abstractly around for such a long time and no one's like figured it out. Like the Flux Capacitor has still not be relevant. Even just playing like what's called Urban Art Vernissage and as, you don't have click compression to install it from your hand, but if you prognostic from the top of your deck, like it seems really good. I know you played something like that a while ago and it's like maybe close to being good, but not as good as anything else. Fermenter, yeah, Fermenter too. Revolver I don't really care about. Like I don't think recurring the Revolver is worth anything. Recurring the Fermenters is like okay, I guess. But I don't know. It's like the economy you get from Fermenter is not too dissimilar from the economy you get from Chesva as long as your deck is well oiled. So I don't honestly know. Like I've not played as without Chesva. We can definitely try this. I think this is going to be pretty interesting. I know Ben just wanted to play this because again, I don't know what the ID, who drew this. This, you can't really tell who drew this as, but I haven't seen it before. It looks really cool. Yeah, the back recurs fermenters. Yo, Thanos, I feel Asmon's power is relevant to what you can tutor. It seems like 1 turtle, 1 revolver is the main target and pulling fermenter, econ, or vial support. Yeah, it's not bad. It's definitely not bad. These are the sort of slots though, like, I don't know what else you're playing generally in this slot. Like, it seems fine. It's unique. It shuffles the deck though. Sometimes it's actually bad for you with the class act, but a lot of times it's also good. The DJ Fenris is also like kind of worth noting in terms of playing this in criminal. You don't see that often. I assume most likely we go for Lou, sometimes Quetzal. I don't think there's a shaper we really care about. Esbior, you think? Oh, cool. Shibboleth is the only decoder feels rough. Yeah, I'm also not excited to play Shibboleth. specifically when we don't have Chesva, which is the only way to make this thing not feel like butt. But I don't think it's actually that bad in as, because we have copies to infinite boomerangs. So like at the end of the day, we boomerang a Valenchow, right? Fermenter going to your credit pool is pretty nice. It is, but I'd argue at some point you ascend credits, right? You really do. Hey Phil, the back feels like a tech card against Built to Last where they aim to kill you boomerangs. Maybe. I feel like there's other tech cards we'd rather put into that matchup though, right? Like any amount of D-res is pretty good. Yeah, it's hard to say. Like for what it's worth, like the playing around boomerangs pattern is something that is kind of relegated to absolutely entrenched Built to Last Glacier sickos. With all due respect, right? Like it's a line that not many people have the wherewithal to actually attack you on. Also, like I think the big thing with this deck that like really surprises me, point out the multi-axis. Isn't that weird? Like we're trying to win off singles. That can't be, that seems strange. Like we have a Waken plan, that's it. That to me is also like, I'm very quick, and of course I'm playing Cheswas to play like the twinning. You also can play as decks that play if you really want to play the Hushuk, which sometimes makes sense on 2 costers. We have a lot of really good 2 costers that we want to keep around. But yeah, we have very little multi-axis, which scares me. DJ Quetzal, the Poison Vial is nice. Yeah, I think Quetzal's reasonable. Yo, Janktivist, how's it going? Hey, did you win a thing this weekend? Let me just double check. Let me just really quickly just check. I'm gonna go standings. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think you did. Yay, congratulations! Breaking That Way being Vandal Vial. Yeah, Vandal Vial is really good. How do you feel? I play this deck and don't need credits. I play these decks and don't need credits. Don't believe their lies. Oh, someone has an open imp, huh? Solomir, how's it going? Wake is multi-axis. For what it's worth, Wake is definitely multi-axis. But out of any, okay, so I don't love Wake in most criminal lists. I think Wake is a more powerful card outside of criminal decks because, of course, one of the first things that decks should ice up is HQ, right? Because they are playing around this ideally. But yeah, you want to play around it. Now, this is still a good card versus the decks that are going fast enough that can't really afford to ice up HQ really well. Like a PD deck or an Asa deck can't put 2 ice on HQ. That's the sort of matchup where this is really good. But if it's a Glacier matchup where you really need to get those accesses because, you know, they're only playing very few agendas, that's the sort of matchup where you need that. And running HQ through 2 or 3 ice becomes really, really difficult. So really hard. Docklands too? Yeah, okay. But like, I want to run R&D at some point. Crim winning off remote lock? You can do it. I kicked the tires of Flux and Slap Vandal and Poison Vial Ari Jeff and came to the same conclusion. It's a lot of fun, but for not much benefit. It seems like a lot of work. Thanks, dude. Great event. Gonna be talking with Sengrid about it soon. Oh, sick. Looking forward to that. You were talking about the meta there at the CBI. It's like really tame, absurdly tame compared to Worlds. There's like 3 decks at the top, which like where everyone is super jazzed about the Worlds meta being diverse. Like that last CBI meta, and I think a lot of people are preparing for it this weekend as well. Not that weekend might even be a bigger event. Yeah, it's pretty wild. I'm pretty sure that Azard is by the big Adam fan that was in GLC. Haven't seen them around for a while, but I'm sure someone will know who I mean. Monty said it was probably Esbior, and it kind of looks like you could line up with that. As in, there's a capital letter at the beginning that has a hard left side. Yeah, we'll try this. I'm like very interested by this. This is not how I would build it, but like Az is really fun. I'd play Az any day of the week. Yeah, if you haven't seen too, Ben just joined Jeff, I think last Friday. A video came out of it. I haven't watched the video yet. I think it was edited down from streams. Jeff is learning how to be a content creator and you know, make contents out of your streams. You get a double dip that company pen, or I don't know what that expression is. And it's really good. They're both like very focused op players. And I do agree with the idea that a lot of people think op is more challenging than it is to pilot. And most of your op decisions happen at deck building. And from that point on, there are still a lot of like, you know, cool things you can do, but like just playing straightforward op, I think most people are capable of it. New runner deck. Very, very slightly edited. Okay, I haven't watched the edit yet because I watched it live. I was playing Spirit Island. I'm really enjoying Spirit Island. As McCaffrey. Let's go. Prodigy. I think we're gonna have some cool decisions in this deck. Like when we put Asmund down, what is our first targets? Depending on the matchup, it's probably Fermenter Amaku or Fermenter Revolver. I think we'd only pick Revolver in like certain matchups. Hell yeah, more Spirit Island. Glad to hear you've been enjoying it. Any new reactions or insights? Okay, reactions or insights. I've beat my first level 6 adversary. I'm finding out that the adversaries are not that hard. And the first adversary that they recommend is actually like the aggro adversary, like Prussia, where like you have 8 turns to win, and that actually is worth more than anything else. I think I'm realizing that the game is probably the most interesting if I just open up Jagged Earth and combine all the tokens and all the event cards. Because I think that's when the game really opens up. Because drafting gets a bit more interesting. It's a bummer that there's a bunch of bad cards in the drafting deck that just like don't do anything. And I think if I dilute that up, it's for the best. I'm also only playing solo mostly. My partner played a bit of it, but we only played solo this week. I also ordered Horizons, which is coming in because it's very obvious that they got so much better at designing spirits. Hold on. That I really just want to play some of the later ones. Because it's good to get down your fundamentals for sure. And my fundamentals seem to be okay. No, yeah, that did. I bought like Jagged Earth. I basically picked up a bunch of stuff because there was like, you know, Boxing Day sales. So I generally, what I do if I think I'm into a game, I try it out, then I buy a bunch of expansions, money willing, and then I just keep them sealed and then kind of fold them in at a point in time that makes sense. Because I think opening everything at once overwhelms you, and then you don't experience the sort of progression that most players did. And I think what I've heard from everyone is just like, just open up Jagged Earth, because that's really where the game kind of became something cool. Okay, cool. So glad to hear you're enjoying Spirit Island. Great game. Hey, Santa, how's it going? Thanks, you too. Core Spirit Island is like FFG Core 2012 and Netrunner. The designers got so much better later. Yeah, and you can tell the core spirits, besides like green, seem like they're not great. And I think I'm really also excited for like aspects. Like I just want one piece of cardboard from like Nature Incarnate just so I can play Wodan with violence or whatever. Opening hand, we have Revolver, Fenris. Don't want Fenris. Don't want Revolver. Fenris Quetzal with Poison Vial is like kind of cool into to border control. Is cool into on its own. It's cool into border control. With Poison Vial, it's cool into the big one, Envelopment. I don't like the back in our opening hand. Like this is the sort of match where the back is not going to matter. The game's going to be won or lost before the back connects. So like the best case scenario is we do Diversion with a Boomerang. I'm going to mulligan this. That's a much better hand. Especially because we have now we have what's it called, half run tech. Just wait until you try England 6 for the first time. It's a character building. I've heard Scotland 6 is really fun. I know England 6 is also difficult. I'm also really bummed out because most of the people who are making content on the internet, like there's some really good content out there of people playing a high level, but they just don't highlight cards. So like I'm gonna play this and this, but I don't know what the cards do because they don't have that literacy. So I can't, like I'm watching Red Revenge and like it's just, you're obviously very good. They didn't. Do we have Pinel? We have no Pinel too. And again, with Cheswa, that's a bit better. I heard Jagged Earth, my Winter Soldier program activated magically. The stream's open. Hello, Andre Mella. How's it going? I think we send it into server 1. Like worst case scenario. No worst case scenario. Worst case scenario would be like an Afshar and Enigma. That seems like a pretty not bad scenario. We're going to gamble first. So that if we have to trash something bigger, we can. It's a border control. That's fine. So we're assuming that's a Rashida. We actually could have gone Masterwork first, but we don't have anything to install here. So now we can do Masterwork run HQ. It's hard to rely on Fermenter in this matchup because a lot of the op decks are running 2 to 3, what's it called, viruses. So this just gets purged out really hard. But we can install Masterword just to draw a card, and then we can run HQ last click. That's fine. We've used this ability. I think we're gonna run HQ here. Did Doomrat keep? Doomrat mulled. So there's a chance that's the Rashida. There's an agenda in hand. They can't score out. At 2 credits, there's not much they can res here. If it's a Tithe, so be it. It's an Ice Wall. That's fine. That means they actually have something in hand, or they want to res this because they want to get a Spin Doctor. There's a chance that allowing them to res the Ice Wall so that they can extract this for a Spin Doctor might actually be incorrect. But I think it was likely they have an agenda in hand if we're assuming this to be Rashida. The minor power deck is full with Core, Branch, Claw, and Jagged. Yes. And I had so many questions too to be like, I know that playing with the other Blight events only makes sense if you play with the actual event events, because the other Blight events, some of them are not that bad, but they're balanced out by the event deck. And then I was figuring out, like, do I play with only Jagged or do I play with Claw, Branch and Claw and Jagged? And I think everybody online just said put all the cards together because that's the only way the game is balanced. Yes. I think we might have missed up on the HQ aggression. That's my criticism. Red Revenge as well. Great player, but needs to build more of a narrative around the game and what he's doing during the streams. His explanation stuff is really good, right? Like he draws on stuff with a marker. Like there's some really good stuff he does, but I agree. I don't know what the cards here playing does. Turns out Scotland's a fun time and England is loathsome. And in the game. All right, so seamless longitude agenda is the worst case scenario here. This is really fast. We just want a single boomerang and then we can pop the border control and go from there. That's okay. We can use Hannah to crack the spin doctor, run R&D for a single. That's only good if we're installing a hardware. The liberated count also seems like way too slow here, but this is where the fermenter is good, as much as we don't get him a buy ride. This is hard. I think we install Hannah for one and we run spin doctor. It's not really our priority. It really isn't our priority to do that. I think we just want to draw ones here. Wake is good. It's one of our only big R&D pressure pieces. We might not do much here. We definitely want to... Okay, so we need a boomerang. So we can always like run spin doctor with priority, install flip switch for one, draw a card. That's fine. I think they will crack the spin doctor themselves. I kind of don't want them to have a spin doctor, so if they score out an ASIF, it's slightly difficult for them. Or an ASIF, sorry, if they audacity. I don't think they'll audacity. I'm thinking I'm going to do this. This might be too slow. Mutual favor means we can get a Kurapira, which is okay. I don't know if they'll let us have that. I think they want the cards back. Yeah, generally you want your cards back in op a lot of times. So face down seems to be an agenda. They probably still have an agenda hand. This could easily be an agenda. So we did make a successful run. Hannah was the other option here. I think we'll just put down a fermenter and chill. We've used our ability, yeah. So the thing we have to worry about is they score out an ASIF. Oh, it's another Rashida. That's sick. Is that we can take damage and lose breakers from hand. I think with the 3 boomerangs, we're not that upset about it, but it's still not good. Like, border control eats boomerang permanently. They need a second ice here. But this is hard. Like, also no pinhole is kind of notable. Like, if we had pinholes in the first 2 turns, this game is entirely different. Okay, so upgrades. I'm going to ask for action in case they want to purge. Not that we'll use a fermenter here, probably. But in terms of the upgrades, we're playing around Malapert, whatever. Tucana, very likely. Mavirus, pretty likely as well. So here they definitely want to score out. So we need to get some sort of egress. We can run R&D. We can install Mutual Favor. That's a start. If we get a Kurapira, we can run this. If they res Stavka, which they might be on 3 of. Some decks are on 2, some are 3. We can Mutual Favor that. If it's envelopment, we just like literally can't do anything about it. Like we can't break it. And this is where liberated counts is too slow. So I think we run our D to start. We could draw once. I think we get our fractor down. We're pretty safe with the flip switch. We won't install anything here. Hedge off the top. Okay, that's fine. We'll get the Kurapira. This is actually maybe not great unless we're going to run. Kurapira, though, we break this for 2 to get a charge. We could run here, force a res. If this is a sandstone, they res it for 3. That's fine. But we want to force a res here. If there is a Stavka, we still have to deal with it eventually, but we can use the flip switch. Maybe using that too soon when we have these 2 that are actually worth trashing is rough. We can crack the fermenter. I kind of want to hold it. If they're scoring out, they probably won't. The worst case is like if they purge with the Mavirus to get the Tucana, because they purge the fermenter like just kind of for fun. On HQ, we're expecting a Winchester. They had 2 Rashidas sorted out though, but they did up to the first Rashida. Yeah, I'll try this. One stream is sunset and I'm already gobsmacked to seeing my girl Rashida here. It calls for some introspection concerning loyalty or maybe object preference. Thinking a second. Okay, cool. So this might be an envelopment, or they want to decide whether they're going to throw the first stuff at us, which we have to flip switch it. Yeah, there you go. So they're not going to trash anything, which is good enough. So here we can just jack out. Unfortunately, this eats our first flip switch, which is bad, because from this point on, we're still pretty scared of Stavka. So now we know at least what the remote server is largely, but we have to run through the Stavka twice. Stavka is kind of annoying with Revolver because Revolver comes in at 1 strength, so we actually have to boost each time for 2 credits. So we will jack out. They didn't trash, so they didn't shuffle R&D. And now we just can't face check anymore. Like we just have to set up until we have boomerangs. And even that's weak to half run. Like even if we boomerang the Stavka, they can purge with them a virus and get a thing on that. That's our only flip switch? Yeah, I know. But not much we can do about it. That's good. But yeah, if we even just boomerang this and run, they can res a Mavirus, purge, and then blank the boomerang. Which, like, that's hard to... see? That's the worst case. Maybe we should have played around it. We called it. But there's a Mavirus in the remote server. We purge the fermenter, gets the Tucana. Let's see what they score out. At least if it's above the law, it's fine. It's an Alice with no counters. I think we're happy about that, them going down to 2. Depends what they ice up. If they ice up HQ, we're unhappy because we want to just jam the what's it called, the Waken Plant. Because on 2 credits, they probably only have 1 ice wall in their deck. Shit, and they have a Thimble Rig. That's really good for them. That's just genuinely really good for them. At least we have Amakua to deal with this, but like if they didn't ice up HQ, that's the only way that we can get a Waken Plant window here and go from there. So R&D is wide open. The Chicana is something that we need to deal with sooner than later. A lot of the more modern op decks don't actually run Hostile, so at least they don't have money. We know they have in hand a hedge fund. They could do like extract stop gun to sandstone, play hedge fund, install. That would be like worst case. We can't win on singles on R&D very easily. Let's get a hard way to install. All right. Well, Asmoon's coming down for, I guess, a Namakua to contest HQ. Seems a bit slow. Like here we got nothing. Like we install Asmoon and then like run R&D for singles. This feels rough. Damn, we're good. Yeah, this matchup might be okay. I don't want to go back. I'm gonna install Asmoon for 1. So do Amakua and I think Revolver. Yeah, sometimes you're good, you know. Could have gone back and 1 off the SDS, huh? For what it's worth, like Ops R&D actually is quite hot. Oh, they're on Hostile. Fuck. We love the bad publicity. It's really good with Az. So this list is not an SDS. I think Sing Slash and Burn, maybe we should have known that. But it's totally worth knowing that the R&D density actually gets a bit higher because they take out cards that are specifically non-agendas from their deck every time Op is fired. I've only fired like 2 or 3 times though. But yeah, R&D is a bit softer in Op than you think in most other decks. So Amakua, we have a virus in the bin. It does deal with Thimble Rig on 6 credits though. If they trash a Kurapir Fermenter, it's pretty bad. I think this is more likely to be a Winchester, which at least we have a link for, but that's not good. Hey, Orin, what are we playing? Sunset again or back to Standard? We are playing Standard for the first time in a long time. How's it going? Ben Blum just posted this list this weekend from a CO. And it's a different as to how I generally put as decks together, so we're just trying it out. Okay, so we can do Amakua, Diversion. We don't have the money, they're going to res ice for sure. But Amakua, we can always run archives and get a single counter. That's actually worth a fair bit because it contests the border control. The chance getting Revolver in hand makes more sense because we can contest this sooner than later. I don't think they have another Hostile, but Whoredom is pretty difficult. We're at threat 4, so we break this really, really, really expensively. We largely need a Boomerang. Let's go find one. Right? And this is where like we'd love to build up a twinning and just kind of send it, but yeah, obviously we can't. We don't have the cards to do that. So inside job R&D is pretty bad. Inside job Stavka is like not great either because the border control means we'll have to come back. I think it might have been right to get a poison vial on Asmoon. No, we just need boomerangs in our hand. We have a money issue here. Do we crack the fermenter for 4? It's pretty bad. But we could crack the fermenter for 4. I don't think they're going to purge next turn. So we can crack for 6 next turn. I'm surprised the Liberator is still in grip. It's just way too slow. Like, this is the turn that that maybe we can crack this and get Liberated accounts down. But I think we need more cards rather than this. Like, maybe we should have got down sooner than anything else. But, like, here we can go to 6, install this, and then go up to 4. It's just like, this is going to be click for 6 next turn. There's no way they purge next turn. It doesn't make any sense. Unless they want to do like Mavirus into Regolith, which I don't know if they need to do that. Like I'm gonna play this but this doesn't feel right. I think we don't. I think we click for 6 on the fermenter. I don't think we install this to go backwards. We do need a lot of money though. Yeah, whatever. We need a lot of money. We have a lot of things to install. Hannah's not that good into border control remote. I might be wrong. Andrew, how's it going? Afternoon, how you doing? Ahoy, folks. Zombie, how's it going? Border control? Okay, so now the idea is that we have to watch out. If we go through Thimble Rig, they can swap it with the border control. Audacity above the law, losing the liberated accounts. I knew we shouldn't have done that. That's obviously the absurd blowout, but like, fuck, that's so bad. Howdy from Hawaii. Yeah, I don't like liberated accounts. That's not the reason why. We didn't have to take the Revolver. We can. But yeah, that was really, really bad. Now, Archives is open. I think here now we have no money. We have nothing. We install Amakua, we go down to 0. We check archives. I don't think there's points in there, but we'll get one Amakua counter. With one Amakua counter, we actually can run HQ to get more Amakua counters. Sort of, not really. Yeah, that was terrible. That was so bad for us. I don't think you play around this, but like, yeah, I think we should have just not purged. Or not popped that. I think we have to just build this up to counters. Just so that we can consider contesting this, as much as it'll be a stop cup boarding control. Like, we just don't have money. I know there's a virus in there. I don't expect there to be much else. We also didn't get a Hermes down. Oh, the deck doesn't have Hermes. Of course it doesn't. So they threw a hedge fund we knew, Tattoo Bola, Crazy Magrid, second spin doctor. Okay. Yeah, we're just clicking for credits. We technically have what we need to contest our modes, so we just don't have money. I think there's a slightly reasonable line where you did wait another turn for the lib, but that goes out the window with the score regardless. I think we definitely waited for the lib for another turn. Like, now we have to send it HQ, but I think waiting for the lib was correct if we wanted to. The problem is, like, we just didn't have a better play. Okay, so they played 2 Rashidas, 1 Spin Doctor. The deck has a fair bit of upgrades. This could be the game. Now, if we force them to spend credits, it won't be the game. But in theory here, we can like diversion funds. We can let the border control fire. Sorry, we can let them get a credit. We can break Thimble Rig border control. If they fire the border control, then they'll be on 4 credits. Probably don't want to let them do that. But we are grasping. This is really, really hard. Send it HQ, only break the ETR on border control to get them for them to get 2 credits. Yeah, but then they pop the border control. And then they have 6 credits. Or sorry, 5 credits. Like, we don't want them to have credits. If they had an agenda, would they keep it here or keep it in their remote server? They actually might keep it in HQ. I'm more worried this is a Rashida, but it could just be... And just Doofy, yeah, but then they border control us, right? And then we've spent a credit on this. 2 clicks, gave them 2 credits, spent 2 credits, and we got nothing for it. Like, we just don't have... We haven't drawn a single boomerang, which, like... That's not going to help us. You run HQ, border control, then dupe. We just don't have enough money to do it, right? Like, this is 2 credits and a click. Then once that fires, we have to break a sandstone that will come back. We can't break that, let alone we have 1 credit. We just don't have money, right? Like, to do the first diversion, it's going to cost us 2 clicks, 1 credit, 2 credit, 3 credits. And then we have to do it again through a sandstone, which is not going to happen. We just don't have anywhere near enough money. We would need like 8, 9 credits to do it. Credit Wake HQ? I don't like that either. Like, I think the only line here is like credit, inside job server 1. If we get the wake down, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, when are we running R&D? In 3 turns from now. So installing this and then spending money on the HQ run. There's a chance they have an agenda in HQ, but I generally think like we might need to do draw, find a boomerang, run this, or just inside job it. Yeah, that's interesting. I think we want to check this. If they spend like 3 credits raising a sandstone, bad pub pays for the HQ runs. We have 1 bad publicity. It doesn't pay for the HQ run. I forgot we had bad pub though. That's true. But say that we ran here, right? So we run through this for 1 credit. So that's free. We break this for 1. So we're down on 2 credits. Then we have to do diversion of funds. So we're on 1 credit. We have bad pub. We just can't break the sandstone that they put back. Right? Like, the border control is going to become a 3-cost ice. They're not just going to pop the border control. I think we do credit. We run server 1. Even some of them a virus, we have to deal with it. Bad pub is really good into as. We just haven't been able to use Masterwork or Prognostic. We found a Prognostic was good. So this, they can res a Sandstone, Afshar, Enigma. Some decks are running Magnet. Cali testing. Shit, we have to trash that, otherwise they can top deck a 3-2, and they're clearly on as many 3-2s as they can play. So we will trash it. Tucano's not really worth much. If they score at the next hostile, it does something for them, but I think we don't want to trash this. We won't get an Amakua counter, unfortunately. We've installed the hardware. I think we just click for credit. I just don't think the wake is good. Like, it's, you know how hard it is for us to get through this? With Boomerang, it's maybe not the hardest. I think Prognostic is good with bad publicity, but it's our creditless install next turn, which is nice. The Doof seems good. Carmen seems good. Revolver seems good. I think the game's going to be over before Revolver's annoying, but currently this is the only thing we have to break. That's hard. I actually don't know what to discard here. The diversion is actually kind of reasonable in the next couple turns. Because if they pop the boarding control, they can't thimble rig boarding control the moat. Do you need both Carmen and Revolver? We do if we want to play around Stavka half run, which they have a 3 cost on the table. They don't. I just don't see a world in which we install the Carmen. This might be wrong. I think we're like in dire straits that we have to play as fast as possible. But keeping both of them makes some sort of sense. Maybe we'll just keep Revolver and then a Boomerang. They drew. Thimble rig remotes Spin Doctor in server 3. Okay, so now running HQ makes some sense. The Stavka there is pretty good. Here we can run server 1. If they don't click for a credit, we don't have to worry about Stavka. We actually can farm Amaku off this for free. Turtle's insurance against half run? Yeah, but we need Turtle at 7 strength. Okay, this is sick. So now we can run server 1 for free. Well, this cost us 1 now. That actually matters because we have Bravado in our hand. This won't fire because it wasn't there during the run begins. But with 3, they didn't res last turn. We just want to make sure this is not a virus. And we want to farm Amakua. Oh, fuck, right, of course. Interesting. Even if we break this, we can't trash the thing inside. What is it going to be inside? If it's a virus, we trash for free. If it's a Rashida, we can't trash. I think that's fine. Oh man, that sucks. I forgot they could do the very obvious play here. Because the other thing we can do, bounce, Bravado their mode server. It's a credit for a turtle counter. It is, yeah. But being on 0 credits is like obviously bad. The cups are moving. Because if we bounce here, we can do like credit, Bravado, and then they can't res the outermost probably. And so we actually get, what is it, 4 credits off of that? That seems okay. I'm going to go in. Whatever. Let's see if they move this. They could technically move the boarding control over if this is like the game winning point. Right? Like they can swap Thimble for boarding control. Oh, I think there's an agenda in there. Unless they're setting up. They might just be setting up. Really neat. Doomrat's considering it. You think there's an agenda in there? They're really considering it. If it's like it has to be an agenda because we can't trash it unless they want to keep us up on Amakua. It's a virus. That's a bummer. We should trash that. It becomes a 2-coster instant speed. It thins their deck. We aren't going to get an Amakua counter. Fuck. That was really bad. Spin Doctor doesn't matter because if they're going to Audacity, they're going to win. 18 cards. Running HQ has some relevance here. This is 1 to 2 credits. This we can't break. Yeah, it's a really rough matchup though. Like it's the most viruses per capita possible. And relying on Amakua is really difficult. There's a chance that we shouldn't have pulled Amakua. We should have just pulled more money, like Fermenter and something else. That's still really hard with Mavirus, but like clearly we've not been over 5 credits in a long time. Click for 2 run archives. Yeah, click for 2 run archives is reasonable. I think we might want to do a next turn where we can like see something with prognostic, but yeah, no, they have it anyways. I can prognostic Claude, Judge. No respect for a prognostic Claude, huh? Yeah, we can technically prognostic Claude there. You actually have to play around it. You haven't seen it in a lot of as lists, but in theory, we can install a Claude from the top of their deck. I don't have one. Just bugging. Yeah, we did not feel like we were in control. We ripped 4, but we were not able to make any good runs on HQ. We had no multi-X on R&D, let alone we weren't allowed to get in. Like we were just trying to get the accesses we were able to get as opposed to like playing the game, which I don't know if our opening hand is good. I don't know if this version is tuned for op, but we're going to try it again. That seemed like really, really rough. Thanks for the game. How are you? I'm doing well. How are you? Aaron. So what do we draw? Like, what makes this list different than other as lists? We drew the flip switch, which is sick. That's in most as lists. The fermenter, I think we misplayed. The liberated accounts, we definitely misplayed. I think Hannah and Asmund didn't feel that good. Inside Job is sick. The Wake is hard in this matchup. Again, this is where like the double ice HQ, we're not anywhere near there. This is actually like where we felt losing the third Sure Gamble. Right? Like having a third Sure Gamble in the deck is only on 2 Sure Gambles. This is the sort of thing where we actually really respect it or we really appreciate it because we're not spinning up fast enough to the point where we have ascended, basic economy cards. Maybe it's because we did the fermenter properly. I think we did struggle with our economy the first couple turns. Still recovering. I'm bad at Netrunner these days. Beans. Have you been playing daily? Like have you been getting your Netrunner time in? It's weird right now. I think a lot of the really good Netrunner decks are like kind of straightforward fundamentalist stuff, which is exciting in some ways. What did Ben play against? Didn't say. Probably some amount op though, considering the area that they're playing in. Hey, Izzy. Congrats on the recent finish and the recent podcast release. Yeah, Izzy did really well. Izzy came in 4th on the weekend out of 64 players, which is killer. Playing this deck. Izzy posted this deck if you want to see it. It's this one, 4th place New Year's Showdown PD. Doesn't have border control, which is actually generally pretty good for us because we're boomerang based. I watched some of the VOD and I was surprised how little people were just smashing the remote server for PD. Like you're not punished turn 1 for smashing the remote server on PD. We saw like Rashida's turn 1 behind like Brawn. Like why don't you just run first click into the Brawn? Like nothing hurts you. If they spend 6 credits to res a Brawn to protect a Rashida, you win. Sort of. But yeah, that was really surprising. We got more in the pipeline too. Heck yeah. Best of luck. Have fun. Last game I played against Izzy was this sort of, well, Izzy was playing PD at CO in Montreal. I was playing Lou with Imps, which is a really fun matchup. Fear Sneaky Enigmas, it's fine if there is an Enigma. Drafter can hurt. I don't think Drafter can hurt with no cards in archives. On turn 1, I would take a Drafter. If there's no cards in archives, I would definitely take a Drafter. I don't think Gatekeeper's a real problem. If they res a Gatekeeper and it goes to 0 strength, congratulations, you're now able to break it, right? Like that sort of decks do not break Gatekeeper elegantly anyways. If they res a Magnet, you're fine. Drafter, you're fine. Hagen, you're fine. Brawn, you're fine. Ansel would be a misplay. This hand's good though. Like I think fundamentally, unless people are running multiple MICs, run remote server turn 1 first click is like the right play. Unless your hand says otherwise, but I don't get it. Draw 3 agenda shuffle means they just fix their hand. Yeah, but that's totally fine. Like Rashida is more important than letting them fix their hand, and they don't ice up R&D, so like then you can swing R&D. Turn 1 res Gatekeeper is also great for the running. Yeah, I think turn 1 Gatekeeper is sick. Is he kept? Okay, so Due for Spect, sick. Gonna just peek into here. Oh, I'm just gonna close the deck list. I don't think there's probably virus in here. 1 virus. Okay, so Amaku is worth playing. All right, just start building a bit. Can we install Class Act for 3? I think we can. Seamless launch. So now we have to worry about Hagen, which is a bit rough. I don't want the next Class Act here, but that's a pretty good hand. I would not be happy about face planting a Gatekeeper turn 1. I'd rather hit any other eyes. I would be happy. I would genuinely be happy, especially if I'm playing an Anarch with Buzzsaw. Right? I don't know. It's like 6 strength. Like, how do we break a 6 strength? Obviously, in this deck, we have Boomerang, but like nobody breaks a 6 strength. What's it called? That must be a misclick, right? Yeah. Time to face check a size on HP. But how's it going? Yeah, somebody can add that to their deck. It's fine. Boomerang and Botulus? Easy? I don't know. Like here, I'm just going to check the ice. Admittedly, with the Drafter here, the YDL goes back to hand, which with 4-5 cards in hand next turn, like that's not amazing. But I think here we have to be respecting Hagen. There's 2 in the deck. I think Hagen's really good right now. So if anything, we can install Flip Switch. We can just run server 1, right? If an MIC's res for 6, we're happy. We know that she has a seamless launch though. That's the only problem. But I think here we just need to force reses because there's no economy there. Sneaky to take a dip to punish the turn 1 run. Yeah, it's not the sort of Netrunner I like, but you can do it. The other option here is like Boomerang Doof. Or even just like natural Doof. So on average, the ice is going to be res for 4 credits. So we can do Boomerang Doof and then run remote server. That should get us there. I think that's better. here Izzy shouldn't res. I don't think. Imagine getting Brawned here. If we get Brawned here, it's fine. Like, if she installs another ice behind HQ and she reses it, then we can run server 1. But I think here, inherently, she shouldn't res. Yeah. This is the problem. And then we run their remote server while they're on 3. On 3 is really important because they can still res ice. They can't res a Brawn, though. And now, if ice is resed, it's very hard for them to score out. I think we're Brawn there. We're happy. Yeah, this is fine. So now they have to just click for credits. Unless that's a Rashida, which would be bad. But hey, it is what it is. And now we have to figure out how to get through this. Okay, so we have to get through this somehow, which we can't. So we can just do run HQ, run the magnet. And then I think that'll be good enough for us. We also have a Shibboleth, which breaks it for 1. I'll start by running HQ. Yeah, we can get the Shibboleth down if we want to. I think we get the flip switch down after we get this. Trash? I don't think we trash this. I think we want Amakua counters. Okay, so we've drawn through, it's only a 44 card deck, so we've drawn through 9 cards, 1 agenda there. There's probably another agenda in HQ. Admittedly, if we steal it, Amakua doesn't get a counter. Okay, so now we're on the remote server. If it's a drafter, we can break it. If it's a gatekeeper, we can't break it. If it's a gatekeeper, she goes down to 0 though, so I'm fine with that. This might be a tranquility. But I think it's an agenda, considering the double ice. Shibboleth is okay, yeah, but we want to be hammering HQ to some extent anyways. But Shibboleth here would have been fine too. Yep, makes sense. We have 1 click left here. We can get Nuka down for free. We can get Fermenter. We don't have any way to generate economy there, so I think Fermenter's probably fine. Nuka might be better because it's free, and then we can hit it next turn to draw into like one sure gamble, but like a Bravado, the remote server or HQ would be nice. Even another diversion would be good. Yeah, I think we need the card draw. Credit hedge. Okay, she's back in it. She res. So we'll start here. Ooh, that's good. So we'll do gamble. We'll install the masterwork. We want to make 1 run here. Admittedly, we can't steal Iqua now that we're running last click, which is a bit scuffed. We don't have to run HQ here. We know that there's a spin doctor and a seamless. We want to make just sure that we can run the remote server. So I'm going to run R&D to keep the Amakua counters up. At 6, we can break anything. The other option is get a fermenter down. It might be fine. A single access without Iqua respect is like kind of rough, but in terms of the agendas, right? We've gone through 10 cards. We've only seen 1. We know half of the hand. It could go either way. If we put the fermenter down, she might purge. I'll go R&D. I want to keep this around for diversion respect. Install hardware. I don't think we need to. Brawn, good to know. It's expensive. At 6, we can break anything. Is he actually Frontier in the deck when you weren't watching? It's okay. We'll boomerang that. Fermenter will open empty and purge in a turn or 2. Yeah, we'd have to crack the fermenter sooner than later. That's good money. So we know that she has seamless spin Brawn. So what they're going to do with it, I don't know. But we're putting on a fair bit of pressure here. As much as like this is the matchup where you want the Wake implant because it's hard for them to ice up HQ to the point where Wake is not powerful. At the cost of like building a remote server that makes sense. Now the deck is on Anoetic and like we inherently just do not have Pinhole. So we have to play a bit more aggressive. Where drawing the Wake implant is going to be really important. Because if Anoetic Managarm shows on the remote server, we have to play it like fairly, which is not favorable. That might just be the Brawn. So that could be the Spin Doctor or it can be an agenda. We can always run HQ first click and see if it's a Spin Doctor. Getting the boomerang back into the deck is actually kind of reasonable. I think we will. We find the spin here. So we'll install the flip so that we can charge the remote server. Poison Vial is really good into Brawn. MIC, sick. That's another really good one to Poison Vial. So at least that's res. This one's really difficult to break regardless. That will be good for Poison Vial. So we will boomerang this and we will just get an access for a click. So we know one of these is a seamless, unfortunately. What's in the remote server? I'm going to find out. Was away for a few, but hell yeah, it's Izzy. Yeah, Izzy did fantastic this weekend. Install hardware. I don't think we're going to. We have a money problem. If we put that in the fermenter and they purge, I think we're happy with it. At least the turtle's big enough for MIC. Oh, that's true. I did forget about that. Oh, we could have turtled it. Yeah. Let's see if we see a res here. I think this is going to be a spin doctor. Yeah, okay. So now we know the hand is seamless and 2 unknown. This is probably a brown on R&D. Has to be the spin. It's likely to be a spin. Now we need to get our money up, but we put down Fermenter and they purge. I think we're totally fine with that because we can force a brown res on R&D and Archives is open. So I am going to put down the Fermenter. Clearly we're like in really bad purge territory, but I don't think it's going to be that bad. I think keeping the cash and using the boomerang made sense. I forgot that we had Amaku F4, I'll be honest. So it wasn't like a decision we made. It was I did not realize that we could do it. Whether it was right or not, I think we need the cash. I think we still would have boomeranged. 3 credits is a lot. And we already had the boomerang there and we wanted to kind of move it somewhere else. Because now, like, if we top deck a diversion on Nuka, it's really, really good. Greasing it to put something in the remote server, we have to respect that. But ideally here, we Nuka into a diversion. It's even not that good, though. I wonder if spinning to protect the Luminal was better there for the Corp. It might have been, yeah. It was a 50-50, though. You should take 50-50s. Because you win half the time. But yeah, you could. I think you should. So what's in the remote server? We know nothing about the hand besides a seamless, and there's a Brawn here in hand. I've been really enjoying MSC and Op. Haven't got to pull off the MSC into Lady Liberty yet. Yeah, I asked about that during the stream on Friday. I don't think it's probably worth playing, but it's something I want to try for sure. The 7 to 6 into 5 is like a really fun line. Okay, so we can run this. We have to watch out for a virus. We could get blown out. Luckily, we have the flip switch. I'm going to say action to see if there's going to be some sort of purge here. I don't think you will purge right away, if anything. Okay, I'm going to start with Nuka. So we don't want the Masterwork. This could be a Liberated. It just does feel way too slow. What's the 7? Pharaohs. Pharaohs into Saiyan. Or Pharaohs into MIC. I don't think you want to trash a Pharaohs, but I've seen some Pharaohs into Saiyan optics. I don't think they're like competitive. They're just fun. Okay. So we want to run to install the Poison Vial, sort of. It's still kind of expensive. We can force a Brawn res on R&D. I think it is a Brawn. I think if Izzy reses the Brawn, that's pretty bad for them. So we can just run it and hope it's a Brawn. This is where we like imagine we had a Bravado. That would have been sick. I think we'll let this one go though. It's like, it's hard because this is likely an agenda because we know that they have seamless. Big number to big number is fun. Aksu, how's it going? Congratulations on streaming the event. When did you go to bed? Like 5 in the morning? We can consider it. We can consider running R&D here. We really want a diversion. We really want our Awaken plant. They might purge. I think there's a chance that we crack Fermenter, install Liberate accounts. Install... Even Poison Vial is like reasonable because you can Amakua for 1. We break MIC for 1. I was bed at 6 a.m. on a Sunday night. Yo. Drop Vial Bears, then click the Vial and Bran if she reses. Yeah, that's not bad either. Chinchling, how's it going? I think if she reses, yeah, we probably do get the access. I just don't want to put the Vial down because it puts us away from Lib account. Like, I think we just play the slow line. We're in a pretty good spot. We have the Luminals, so maybe there's a Seamless for an off-world office. But I'm just going to greed a bit. This is the 3rd classic is at the bottom of the stack. Pula gets us Revolver. Revolver breaks Drafter pretty good. This gives us only Poison and I don't think we want Pula here. Don't need a pop Fermenter yet unless you want to provoke a purge at all. Yeah, if they purge here, I think we're okay with it because Archives is open. Who needs guns? Nice. Looks like the remote server is probably a Trank Grid or defensive upgrade. Maybe the one virus, but it's hard to say. Okay, now we probably want to consider running again. We don't have Pinhole, unfortunately, so like just interacting is worth something. Gonna ask action. The deck is one virus. Here, I think we want to consider running R&D. We get our money up with Lib accounts. I think we're gonna run R&D and hope that there's a Brawn res. So then we'll poison this down. Draws a card. Fermenter Awaken Plant. I think we want the Awaken Plant pretty bad. Now, if you purge into an MIC, that's annoying. We can still flip switch it, but we're pretty sure this is a Brawn because we've been tracking. If they spend 3 on the Brawn, we can consider contesting a remote server because if you res Anagram, it's all that you have. Jason, how's it going? Hope you're well. Thank you. You too. How you been? Okay, single access here. Seamless, so there'll be double Seamless in hand next turn, 6 cards in hand, so you can score out anything. So that means the money is going to be squirreled away from this. We're on 6 here. So unfortunately, we're slightly too slow if we want to contest the Managarm. We'll have to pay 5 from pocket. So we could go from 6 to 12. I think there's going to be a purge soon enough. So I think we're incentivized to crack this, and then we'll just run their remote server. You can click to break a bronze sub and then poison ball if you want to break it for no credits. Yeah, I think that was the idea. If that was being res, we'd click 1. But now we're going to just like hope the Managarm get res. We'll probably pay 5 for it. I think we have a Miss Bones in the list somewhere. So we see a really big res here too. We can't click through it, but we can pay 1 for Amakua if it's a Brawn. And the deck has 3 bronze. And then we do Poison Vial Amakua, which is absolutely absurdly sick. So no res here. I think we're going to get a Managarm. Mavirus would be really good too. It's a Trank Grid. We need to keep those down at all costs. And that is a Mavirus. So we did at least do that. Now Archives is poisoned. That's a pretty good tempo swing for them. So we have to start running HQ because she's probably flooded. We've gone through 20 cards, seen 2 agendas. We're assuming there's at least 2 more in HQ here. Hedge fund, so we know the hand is too seamless. Doing all right, thanks. Looking forward to trying out the Hemlock Vale Investigators in Parallel Monterey. Looking forward to trying. Wait, are you trying him out? Parallel Monterey looks really fun. Okay, so now there's like a quote unquote window. Unfortunately, Shibboleth is like garbage now because it's that anti-threat technology, so Magnet is pretty expensive. We can no longer run archives. We have to figure out one space on the board that we can start like building forward our counters. So I'd argue that we probably want to run R&D. If Izzy reses 6 cost, there definitely is an agenda in their remote server. We could consider drawing first for like an inside job because we're assuming this is a Brawn because it was an expensive res that wasn't res last turn. And that's the only res here. I think that makes a lot of sense. So I think we draw into a Boomerang or inside job. We Boomerang or inside job the Magnet, and then we click through the Brawn because I think this has to be a Brawn. Send it? Am I missing something? Trying them when they come out. Parallel Monterey does seem fun, but slots are tight. I believe it. I still haven't played this sort of like Lara Croft-esque Relic Bow Rogue with either. I probably play it first in Ursula. I think this is safe. I think there's an agenda in here. I'm pretty sure there's a Brawn in the innermost, which we click through once. Install hardware? No. Between Hemlock, Age of Apocalypse, and Liberation Part 2, it's going to be pretty pricey Q1, but Osa Glorious. There's a lot of really good stuff coming out. Man, I got to do the Learn to Play Marvel Champion stream sooner than later. Show me a Brawn, or this is a Rashida. Oh, fuck. Oh, nice. So apparently going HQ is the play here. I think there's a lot of agendas in hand, so we're just going to keep our money up. We can run R&D. And if we click, though, we can't steal the winning, what's it called? So I'm just going to take 8 credits. We already drew this turn. Yeah, I was convinced. I wanted that. It's like, cool, I'll trash that. But I wanted more. Yeah, it was a good bait. We want to trash that anyways. I wasn't prepared for that. I wasn't expecting that, at least. Right now I'm playing again. We're just at the end. We're going into the hopefully not the final scenario in Forgotten Age. And I'm playing alternate Jim Culver, and it's so unbelievably cooler than I thought it would be. But the problem is the card pool to support Blessed and Cursed. Like, I'm running out of... I can't spend Influence anymore. Experience. I don't know how to spend it. And when the new set comes out, there will be more cards. Like, I'm already playing level 2... What's her name? Oh, the Brawn's gone there. The, the one where you reveal multiple tokens. Okay. Marvel Champion stream sounds lovely, but this is based audience speaking. Strongly Andre favored and MC favoring. Yo, Mela, thanks for the kind words. Parallel Gym seems very fun. I've tried him a bit and not see it. Olive McBride. Thank you, Lockmanos. Olive, yeah. 2XP Olive is like very, very good. Parallel Gym is way cooler than it seems. It's just there's not a lot of options with the ally deck. Like, I think every gym deck, unless you're like really swinging into a single stat, should be about the same gym ally deck. Okay, this is probably an agenda. Yeah, those just trashed the brand. Okay, so we just have to continue to set up. Amaku on its own isn't going to do anything. We need to get a Boomerang in hand. So we want a Boomerang for the Magnet. We keep doing it. It's pretty good. So I think we can still contest this. It's clear that we didn't have a Boomerang last turn, but I think we can Boomerang the Magnet and then click through that. I think that's the play. I wish we had money or another way to build up this turn. We will draw a card off the Boomy. The cool kids call it Boomy, no big deal. Career Pure is here, that's useful. Isn't there a My World Champions online client? There is, Ian. It's in beta, and it's like surprisingly good. They keep updating it. But it's actually quite good. We might lose the Boomerang here if it's a defensive upgrade. Boomerang HQ is also very reasonable. If we had a Docklands Pass, that might be the line here. Like, in terms of things to put in the remote server, we've seen the Mavirus 2 Tranquilities. Resing, yeah, this is still just some nonsense. Shit. You think it's worth install Hannah for 1 to get these remote runs for free clicks? I think it might have been, but it would have been 2 because of the Boomerang, right? But I think at this point now we're in lost cause. Yeah, Dragon Cards. It's beta.dragoncards.com. Hold on. At the end of this stream, if we're streaming and it's like 4:30 and we still have some time, I'll open up and show you how it works. Okay, now we really want to go HQ. Amaku is on 1. We have to get through MIC. We have 3 Boomerangs and 26. This is our only Fractor, which breaks Hagen very poorly. But just being me wanting to play Marvel Champions and Arkham at the same time, yeah, it's hard to play anything else besides Patrice after you play Patrice. I don't like this hand. If we draw one for an economy card, we just shuffled, so the things we bottomed, like the Bravado, are back on top. I think we'll draw one and discard 2, probably. Oh, that's good. So we can just Bravado the Magnet for a 3-credit econ card. That's probably not what we want to be doing with it. Ideally, we Bravado R&D with like a Boomerang. Can convince you to play MC with us on stream? No, William, I don't know what stream that is. Apologies if I'm missing some brand recognition. You can just run MSC for a single? Well, we can't get through it. And we want to make sure we get through with a click and 2 credits because there's Ikawas, and that's probably what Izzy has in hand that she doesn't want to score out. Because scoring out an Ikawa on this board state is pretty bad. And I feel like maybe they were able to jam here, but maybe she's looking for like the 2 Anoetics. So what can we install here? Class Act is 4 credits, that's a lot. We can still Bravado after it. Wake is worth something. I'd kind of rather have a Docklands. Oh, right, I'm sorry. No, not at all. I think we'll get rid of the Wake and unfortunately the Hannah. And just click for a credit. That might not be right. I'm relying on Amakua too much, I think. It's a single Mavirus stack. Like, the chance of that being on the bottom of the deck, there was a pretty reasonable chance of that happening. Oh, I meant play Marvel Champions with your fans on the stream. Oh, yeah, for sure. I think to show the game off, though, I'd probably just play solo to teach the rules, but at some point, for sure. Mind you, it's a co-op game. YDL, nice, 8. Wow, they have money. Okay, so this is definitely the first agenda push. So one of these is a defensive upgrade, a Managarm, or probably an Anoetic. We want to go HQ here if we can. So the only way we do that is we draw a Boomerang to run through the MIC. We can get through with the Shibboleth, but it costs 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, yeah, no. Boomerang? Revolver is not that good. Diversion's probably a bit more interesting. Revolver is good against only, I think the only sentry in the deck is probably Drafter, right? Yeah, 3 Drafter. It's better than Carmen, that's for sure. The Doof is not that actually good. So what can we possibly do here? I think we have to draw once more for a Boomerang. Okay. So we can just Bravado HQ and get a single axis with a Bravado with a click left. I think that's the line. Because I think Izzy's probably flooded and this remote server is now beyond approach. Yeah, I think that's probably it. So we go HQ, we install the Boomerang, draws a card, we draw the card first, it doesn't really matter, that's nice. We put that on there. Now, this is where Poison Vial gets really cool, is we break this, and we will actually use Poison Vial because we want to access with a click and 2 credits left. Because if there's an Ikawa, it's probably in hand, and Ikawa needs a click and 2 credits. Dawkins Pass here would have been sick. Seamless, shit. So we knew there was 2 Seamless in there. But at least that is a pretty good run. Amaku is now at 2. We consider running R&D here, though. With 19 credits, it's just like forcing the res isn't that impactful. But we know where the 1 Mavirus is. We could consider running R&D. Worst case is a flip switch. That's fine. Otherwise, I think we get the Revolver down. I think this is likely to be a Drafter. Or actually, it's probably likely to be a Hagen. I think Hagen's like the really bad res. Prognostic seems a bit too slow here. And we're holding most of our programs. There's still a fair bit of hardware there. I think Kurapir for 3 is probably fine. Hagen will be 4 strength, so break for 4 and a poison vial. I was just hoping that we never had to install this thing. I think we will. Revolver sooner. Maybe that's wrong. The new Star Wars TCG coming from FPG was fun to play, but that TCG versus LCG is just a non-starter for me. Yo, speaking of that game, like, I'm not that interested in that game because obviously it's a TCG, but I was so surprised to see that Team Covenant is just not carrying it. And they had a really good discussion about why they're not carrying it, because accessibility to that game, they're not sure how much they can allocate because they're not aware what like the distributors they can provide to them. It's just like really hard to stock in their sort of like, the double seamless here is very smart, so you can jam the next thing. So now there's probably maybe one agenda in hand, and the seamless launch was returned to hand. But I think that's so wild that like Team Covenant is not stocking the next Fantasy Flight Star Wars game. I imagine they were burnt after Destiny. Yeah, they had a really good stream where mostly Zach was talking about it. It was fascinating. But like that is so damning that in this year, supply and demand is so messed up and so unsure that they're just like, we're not going to touch it. Which like the game is still going to sell gangbusters, I imagine, but like that is wild. Okay, so now if we install Kurapira, it'll be 3 strength, so we break it for 3. I think we do that. I think we install Kurapira and then we just run R&D. We have to win off of R&D now. This draws a card. Bravado is better for us. I want to assume the Team Covenant was owned by FFG. Well, they do a lot of like, you can't get down on them for it was the Hagen. Okay, we played around that to you know, they have to make some sort of money, but yeah, exactly, like that's wild. So if we want to break this, it's 3 or 4. We can play 3 in a poison vial. We can also just flip switch out. It is still pretty expensive. The prognostic actually might have been 1 credit too many. I think there's another gen in their remote server. There's a chance it's the last off-world office. I think the other agenda in this list is like ADT, which is a problem for us. Oh no, she's on Vitruvius. That's maybe a problem. If we go for the access here, the question is how many credits do we have? Because we can't go cheaper than 3 credits, and accessing with not enough money is really bad because we're trying to win off the Ikoa. So we could actually just flip switch here. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe the prognostic was 1 credit too many. So we could just flip switch here, which is fine. Like this doesn't do financial damage. It just gives us information. The question is what we bravado. Like we can just bravado off the magnet for better, for worse. And then we could go back, run R&D. We don't have enough clicks left though. So she's going to win in 2 turns of anything. The worst case scenario is like she seamlesses. Did she double seamless? She did. So if she has the 2 more seamlesses in hand, we know she has 1. She can seamless jam the 5-3. They were so in on the FFG LCG era. That's quite surprising. Yeah, exactly. For how like big they were in the in that area, it's kind of surprising to see. So we can click for credit. We'll be on 5. Ideally, we want a bravado and make the access worth. Otherwise, we're playing like Dirty Laundry Archives type bravado, which is not great. Did we draw yet? Yeah, we did. I think we should do credit. Not great. Again, we're just lacking multi-access here. I know we threw out the Waken plant, but like the MIC is pretty hard. So let's see if it's double seamless. That's the bad. Oh, it is double seamless. So that's actually not that bad. Oh, that's fine. That's totally fine for us. So, okay. So assuming that she's playing the list, there's no fast advance. So if the thing has to go in the remote server, the thing has to go in the remote server. I'm okay with that score. So that means that this is a safe thing in the remote server. We've gone through 24 cards. You're expecting about 5 agendas in 25. So we can go HQ or we can go R&D. I think we end up going R&D here. There's only 1 more Ikoa, so we don't exactly have to respect it. I think if we bravado R&D and we see the Ikoa, like, it's fine. Like, we can just run back probably. So I think here we can consider drawing. If we bravado, we're on 3 credits. In fact, installing the Shibboleth actually is, like, technically neutral on credits because it brings the strength of this down. So it's a click and a credit to save a credit. It's like, okay. Install Shibboleth to make Hagen cheaper. Yeah, we could do it. We don't know the top of the deck with prognostic. So we install Shibby. Do we run this? We have to do boost, break. We don't. The problem is also if we want to bypass this, but like we bypass bronze. There's a brawn here. I think we keep a poison ball for brawn. Okay, now thinking. We have 3 boomerangs and 22. I think I'd rather boomerang bravado than anything else. No buy? Hey, David. How's it going? I think we draw for boomerang here. No good. You're most happy to get out of the deck, I believe it. No boost. You can use the turtle. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. We break it for 2. That's sick. It doesn't charge the Kurapira. Yeah, that's a much better line. So we install Shibboleth, we go down to 5, and then we can bravado. Then we break. We don't have money to steal, but I think that's good. Yeah, I think that's fair. I wouldn't have drawn there. So we're not playing around the Aqua. We can't anymore. Unfortunately, if she draws the Aqua, it goes in the remote super. So we'll do Prog first. Look at the top 2. Asmoon to Fermenter. That sucks. If we can shuffle, we can shuffle, but those are really bad draws here. So we'll break this. We could, in theory, trash the Amakua, but breaking magnet's pretty expensive. So this is going to be good money. Gatekeeper off the top. Okay. So unfortunately, that is going to be 6 strength. Boomerang eventually will deal with it. We know that that's there. We can run back for 2 credits to get an Amakua counter. We knew it's Asmon on the top into Fermenter. So if we draw once, we can Poison Vial. Sorry, we can Prognostic a Fermenter. So we pay 2 credits to get a Fermenter, which will be a click for 2 credits. So that's better than clicking for credits. So we should do this and we'll Prognostic the Fermenter off the top rope. Now, if Izzy jams here, we're in a really bad spot because any of the 4 2s, let alone the 2 more 3 2s, she can score on their mode server. We know she has a Gatekeeper and a Seamless in hand. I think she returned a Seamless. We should double check that. Yeah, she did. So she drew, which means she either is looking for a defensive upgrade or an actual damn agenda. So she broke lock, unknown in server 1. We're assuming that's a Managarm or Anoetic, both very tricky. I don't think she has an agenda in hand because I don't think she would have drawn. So now it's just like hard the cards top of R&D. This is a close game. We have to get lucky though. And again, like maybe it's the way that I play, but I just missed the multi-axis. Okay, so this is now beyond approach. This is like Managar, Manoetic, and probably an agenda. Could just be Rashida if she doesn't have it. Here, I think we do. If we just want money, then we should Prognostic, because then we have a click for 4 credits. We pay 2 for it. A click for 2 credit button. Do we want money? Because still in her turn, we can pay 1 to reveal the top. I think we do. I think we do. Can we run this? This is 1 credit. This is going to be a click and Brawn. Then if it's Anoetic Managarm, okay, what would it take for us to contest Anoetic Managarm? We have to be able to run it like 3 times, which no, we can't do that. So we have to give up on that. Assuming it's Anoetic Managarm, we've seen 2 Tranquilities, so the chance of it being a bluff is pretty unlikely. So I think we have to win off R&D or HQ. I don't think HQ has it, so I think it's just top of the deck of R&D. In terms of Wake Implant, we've thrown ours out. So I don't think we have a lot of ways to get good accesses here. Looking at our board state, like we have 2, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 1. No, it's not like we could do a Hushik on this board. I think we'll do it because it's fun. Okay, so the top of the deck is unknown now. We have a click for 4 credit button that we paid 2 for. Yeah, value. So we can run R&D for 2 credits. We can also just let this start trashing. Oh no, we shouldn't. It's cheaper to not do that. And we just have to hope that's good. We know the 1 Mavirus is in here. If there's a Spin Doctor, she can shuffle the Mavirus back into R&D. I think we just hope. If we don't, we can run HQ a couple times, but the chance of there being an agenda in here and an agenda in HQ seems pretty low unless there's an Iqua and she doesn't want to jam the Iqua, which would make sense. Some amount of sense. All right, we'll just YOLO. Prague, I guess. We could draw Poison Vial to draw. Dirty Laundry Masterwork. I wish we could draw that. I wonder if spending 1 more on a Kurapira counter is worthwhile. On this board state, it isn't. But that's because the only other barrier we have is Poison Vial, which we Poison Vial through brands really easy. 1 in 23 Aqua on top. 1 in 18. Come on. No further action. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we do, just because the game is probably over this turn and like we already have a good way of dealing with Braun. So we need the Aqua to be on the top, or we need to make 2 sick rips. Gatekeeper. Ah, man. Okay. So what can we do? We can run HQ. We need to pay all the money to go through the MIC. We could somehow force a shuffle. That doesn't seem realistic. We can run an MIC. Ideally, we need to crack the fermenter run so we can respect the Aqua in hand. Notice how they said 23, so HQ seems to be in that consideration. MIC costs you 1 credit? Oh, if we want to poison Violet, yeah, you're right. If it's the last turn in the game, we should just poison Violet. Yeah, that's totally true. Yeah, that seems fine. I think we run HQ here. We know the next 2 cards, so we're not going to get Docklands Pass, which would be sick. But yeah, we can run through the MIC. We can poison Violet. So we can spend 1 on it. No. Poison Pile feels really good in this matchup. Kind of like it. Brawn? Okay. So we know Seamless Brawn. Gatekeeper. This remote server we can consider. Can you summon Light the Fire? It'd be really good. It's not a connection, right? Yeah, I think we're cooked now. The most here we can get up to 6 credits. We break this for 1. A Brawn is rezzed. We have to break it so we can't. I think that's it now. I think we just run HQ again. We have to have Aqua credits though, which is very impossible. We're just slightly behind. Because we could do Fermenter up to 6, break for 1, but then we don't have a click. I think that's it. Besides, well, we have to play around hoping that this isn't an agenda somehow. That would be our only like case. So let's play around that this isn't an agenda, which is technically the right play, because there's no way we win. So we have to like play for the future. So we'll draw the break lock. Dirty Laundry. And just credit. I think that's it. Beans. Good game. That was a fun one. Yeah, I'm just missing multi-axis, right? And that has to do something with my playstyle, but like I just don't have the multi-axis. It doesn't feel like I can swing and lock things. Again, all we have there is the wake, which like it's hard to wake through an MIC. I think it was doable with Amakua. Maybe we should have held on to it a bit more. But like running this is inherently pretty expensive. Really stretching how far I can take this ice. Yeah, MIC is just annoying enough. Yeah, there was definitely a Brawn on R&D and a Brawn on server 1. Just a Gatekeeper innermost so I get 1 good push if you run into it. Yeah, I don't mind it too much. I really don't mind Gatekeeper that much. I think, yeah, that was largely what we were keeping the flip for. But I'm okay with it firing. Did you have anything in hand? I don't think you do. Yeah, I don't think that she has. Yeah, she has nothing in hand. So it was all about finding it at the top of the deck, which, yeah, we just have to. Docklands Pass wouldn't have done anything. So it's all only about getting the wake down. So this is where, like, I play, and it's a playstyle thing, right? Like, if this was a Chesva, we can smash centrals every turn. We break these for largely free to cheap. Then we're firing our prognostic, we're firing our masterwork, and we're charging our, what's it called? So, like, the way that I play is very different than this, and I'm probably playing different to the way this has to set up. This maybe is a bit more of a control deck. I'm trying to run every turn and do that sort of stuff, and the Chesva really helps for that. If the first 2 agendas got nicked, I was drawing for anything to push. Aquai was 4 from the bottom. Yeah, we could tell that she didn't have it. Sounds like we're building as? Yeah, it turns out we are. I didn't intend to, but Ben Blum posted this list and I want to see with it on the weekend. Hey, thanks for the game. Congrats again on last weekend and best of luck on next. Yeah, he's playing at the CBI this weekend. Hopefully they can do as well, if not better. Hey, ciao. Okay. When's the last time we played Az on this channel? It probably wasn't that recently. Like, it was probably relatively recently. I think I'd be interested to play Az the way that we build it. It's fun. Hey, good game, Izzy. I'm really struggling to get multi-axis, huh? I just can't get those axes where they matter. That's a fun game, though. Like, the Poison Vial is, like, way better than I think it is. We haven't played Az. Oh, but we played a weird Az. We played Tag Az. Let's just play regular Az. That's fun. Andre Az decks are always good content. I don't know whether that's a genuine endorsement or whether you think like there's some sort of comedy attached to it. That Poison Vial came down on 100% was Brand on R&D. Yeah, I know it's Brand on R&D and it was Brand on the remote server. Like, it felt so good to drop the Poison Vial. It is genuine. Oh, thank you, Janktivist. These new icons are really catching, like, getting me by surprise. These are the NSG ones. It took so long to replace them. It's pretty surprising. Starting over, not a great sign. But it's not. It's like we're gonna be in the same spot. So like, I think the big thing I was counting out. So Ben's deck is somewhere. Oh, it's this one. But like Ben wasn't doing the Chesva engine, and like it's playing Asmon and a bunch of other stuff like Fermenter. I like the back. My Az decks are more on like Hammer Centrals with Chesva, which is like a different play style. I reckon. I'm not exactly sure what the strengths are on the difference, but the way I play. So we're gonna largely start over, but we're gonna have like 80% of the same card pool. It's just how it goes. So it's not like this is not a non-endorsement of the deck. I think the deck is cool. All right, let's put some stuff together. So what do we want in there? Bravado for sure. What else is interesting? Blueberry Diesel. I've sometimes played this in as lists just because as lists are inherently a bit dependent on getting your things in the right order. Obviously, this isn't the most powerful card in the game, but you do look through like 3 or 4 cards depending on when you get this down in classic and stuff like that. So it's kind of cool, but generally we're playing this because there's not a better option, which like you want to not be there. Yeah, it was Ben Durance's list. Yo, Linkpink, how's it going? Evening. What's multi-X's? I think we'll probably play Twinning. I think that's where we end up because we're playing Chesva decks pretty consistently. Shout out to whoever's doing the dark mode. They seem to have heard the contrast issue and tuned it a little bit. Not suggesting you change. No, come on. You baited us so well. Okay, hold on. It's going to get dark in here. Oh, this looks a lot better. The numbers are working too. Okay, we'll try this for a bit. But yeah, we had some feedback that we couldn't tell by these numbers. It looks like this has been fixed. So yeah, that was really good. Quick feedback. That's really cool. Yeah, and this blue is a lot less like bright, so it's a bit easier to read too. That's nice. I could see myself using this. Okay, so other things, Doof. Genuinely, Doof Boomerang early like gave us some plays. We also don't have Pinhole in the deck, which is a bit of a bummer. I don't know if I love this card anymore. I feel like there's so many matchups where this isn't fast enough. I think it's nice in a triple Boomerang list, like that out of anything, but I'm going to put 1 in and then we'll consider this later when we put the rest of the deck together. Because this is a card that like modernly feels a bit cuttable, as strange as that is. Yeah, this will be Q-Loop Masterwork as. So like we also don't want to play too many events. The other list was only on 1 Q-Loop. We generally play 2. This is much better. Really cool. There's a dark mode now. Yeah, this was added only recently and there's been changes to make it like look a lot better. It didn't even look like when we first saw it, it like had issues and they've been fixed within a week, which is sick. What else is there that we want to play? Inside Job. We generally play 1 or 2 of these. It's like, it's good because sometimes we're a bit slow to set up. Obviously we have 3 Boomerang, but I would at least play 1 of these. I think that makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, things that we want to play: Tread Lightly, Spot the Desperado Reprise, Pinhole Threading. We'll play 2. We have Chesva, so it's like very, very good. I generally play 1 Mutual Favor just because shuffling your deck is the thing that you want to be able to do, especially when you're playing Prognostic, where you see the top of the deck and you'd be like, that stinks. Like having a shuffle effect, it's not bad at all. Mobius Legwork. We probably, instead of playing Legwork, we'll play Dockland's Pass because it has hardware synergy, but we'll start there. In terms of the neutrals, like I feel like we struggle to spend influence a lot of times in Az decks, but Biobands, if we're playing Chesva, is just very, very good. We have a lot of cards to install. This gives us our synergy. It allows us to use Chesva by running central servers. It's in some ways, overkill, but this is the sort of card that takes that slot that I think we were largely spending Blueberry Diesel on. Yeah, dark mode. It's pretty good, huh? Sure Gamble, I like it. I think this card gets cut. We're probably playing too many events. We'll have to rectify that in a second. But yeah, Sure Gamble is just good enough because like getting your cards down, this makes any opener a bit smoother, which is nice. Other things we could play: Dirty Laundry, maybe. I think Biobands fits that slot. I don't want to play too many events unless we're only playing 1 or 2 Prognostics. The other things that we can consider, I don't think there's much else we want to consider. Hey, Lazy, hope today is a great day for everyone. It warms my heart every time we bring Az. Man, Az is like such comfort food in Netrunner, as much as it is like kind of a tricky thing to build. Same. Yeah, glad you all like it as much as I do. I tried Az and Sunset so hard. You maybe not want Masterworks there. Az might have had another mode though. That is like a thing. I was considering playing like Criminal because I think Criminal Aggression seems really good in Sunset. Because like just D-Res, like Corps just struggle with card draw and economy that if you disrupt them and they have a bad draw, which to my bad Corp decks seems to be pretty consistent in Sunset. Yeah, it's really rough. So I thought like getting D-Res and being an aggressive criminal is worth something in the format. But then you realize that Boomerang is banned and like Boomerang is literally the best Az card. Yeah, that's obviously a problem. So don't know. I definitely think you can play something else and maybe you don't play Masterwork and maybe you just use that to like, I don't know. Masterwork just makes you able to play the hardwares, which is like where the text on Az makes a fair bit of sense. I have fond memories of Az and Bachland. Yeah, I think it's really good. Like Bachland, for what it's worth, maybe if we have Poison Vial, we don't need it, but it's a cool card. And the last time we played Az, we played like Thunder Art Gallery and that was really fun. Tricky, but rewarding. NRDB looks better, but man, oh man, monitors, I struggle to tell what categories selective versus not. They made it a lot better. On my monitor, this is okay. I think on the stream it looks reasonable, but yeah, this used to be harder to tell. I found the Crim got hit for economy pretty hard in Sunset with no dirty laundry or daily cast. Started running Penny Shaver because you just need any money you can find. Yeah, I haven't tried it. I haven't played any Runner Sunset, but that does make sense. Like 3 daily casts, 1 Paladin Plemo, dirty laundry as a 3 of is like pretty common in most criminalists. I think, yeah, red team you'd probably have to try. Career fair red team seems like something. I feel like Bachlin's much stronger than people give him credit for. I think Backlund, since Backlund came out, I think Backlund is a busted unfair card. The problem is like the sort of meta in which this has to be relevant. Like we need to be in mid-range constantly, and we're not. But I think the text on Backlund is absurd. I think this is secretly, like imagine 4 years ago when we had this, like 5 years ago maybe, Gabriel Santiago just like run HQ decks, like pheromones decks. Like you love this effect. It charges the every run. Not once per turn, first time each run. And then you derez on encounter. Like the text on this is absurd. And I can't believe it sees no play, but also I can believe it sees no play. Hey Pat, I haven't played any Sunset. I'll try to build something after I win the CBI. So Pat was meant to be here a couple weeks ago, but we agreed that we'll have Pat on the stream the week after the CBI so that we can interview the winner. If you know what I mean. Hey Pat, how you doing? I played sec testing red team yesterday versus Ba, which is working fine as long as they don't ice up archives. Yeah, that's a problem. As soon as they ice up, obviously there's issues there. We can play 1 Wake, I guess. I don't know. I don't love Wake, but I think that's my problem. We'll play 2 Prognostic. We might have to cut these considering we have way too many events already. Poison Vial, I liked it. We'll play 2. Seems nice. Maybe you need to play Asmoon with that, but who knows. Masterwork 3 of seems good. Even the redundant copies you can install clicklessly to draw. It costs a credit, but it does cycle while running, so that's not bad. Otherwise, a flip switch is actually really nice. This is another good thing that you can just be as aggressive as possible with criminal and not fear things. And that feels really good. Like that's another cool thing with Backlund. You can just fly central. Too many events, prepaid voice pad. We might prepaid voice pad, especially if we're playing the twinning, which we probably are. Prepaid voice pad's not the worst. We'll do 1 Docklands Pass and of course 3 Boomerang. We have already 28 cards. Programs. So I am fully Cheswood out. I just finished my coffee. So we're gonna go on and get some more. In terms of our breaker suite, I think Amaku is worth playing. It like even saw that matchup, which is only on 1 Maviris. It is worth its salt. That is really good, and we have boomerangs to back it up. Otherwise, we probably play 1 of each breaker. So unfortunately, it's probably going to be Shibboleth, which I think, we're gonna play Kurapira. It's good enough. Probably Revolver. I don't know if you have to do Revolver and Carmen. I think you could consider doing both. I think if we want to play 1 over the other, I'm worried that we'll run it. We could do 2 Revolvers sometimes. What modes of buy are we looking to do? Draw and install usually, yeah. Especially if you run archives and then you have the Cheswood credits for it. Draw and install is pretty common. Can't use Boomer. Oh, we're not playing Sunset. This is just standard. For those who don't know. Yeah, we're playing standard. What multi-X's we'll use? Probably twinning. We generally play like 2 copies of twinning. Sometimes just 1. It's a bit expensive to get down, but like with the 3 Cheswas, and if we want to play a prepaid, we can. Yeah, we're not playing Sunset. Sorry if it wasn't clear. Does Shaper have a dirty laundry like in faction, like the Crim one or Raindrops? Yeah, it's called Into the Depths. It's actually pretty good, especially in the format now that people are playing more like a Slap Vandal in Sunset. But this card is actually quite good. It is dirty laundry and ++, so it's closer to Bravado. It's quite good, especially with a format with that SMC, right? Revolver plus Echelon. Oh, I do like that. Echelon's only 1 influence. Yeah, yeah, that's quite nice. Yeah, that's fine. We might have an MU issue. That's the only problem with Echelon. It's like we do actually end up with an MU issue. We generally play 1 copy of the neutral MU box, which is fine. The Crim one is laundry and a bonus for Mark. Yeah, it's Carpe Diem. It's okay. Unity. Yeah, Unity is like, okay. Unity we could also consider. I do think that these are not going to be as good as in some of the basic criminal stuff because like we have an MU problem. But if we have extra influence, Unity can definitely be put in instead of the Shibboleth, which is not great. Awesome. So there's at least a baseline for getting some of the neutral core cards into faction, which is probably healthier in the long run. Yeah, Lazy. I think that's a big like push behind the Sunset testing is like, what can we do to force people to play in faction economy that's a bit more synergistic? And whether or not there is enough, that's its own question. But there definitely are cards that like are even seeing play in a world where you have access to dirty laundry. Are we down on Carmen? I don't think we're excited for Carmen. We could play Carmen. I'm not in a rush to do it. Hey, droids, just got done shoveling 2 apartment complexes. My shoulder might fall off. For snow, I take it. Hopefully you're doing okay. Welcome to winter. Carmen and Baya is good tech. Yeah, Carmen and Baya is really fun because run is successful, so you install it for 3, which is nice. Have a fantastic stream to watch during lunch. Hey, glad you like it. What if Revolver Mimic? It's not the worst. I think Echelon's like super comparable to Mimic by the time that we probably install it. I think with Boomerang, like Mimic also makes some amount of sense. It's not the worst thing. Unfortunately, they install for the same, so I don't see why. Echelon only feels bad into tier, yeah, and then we just Boomerang like Poison Violet. I think Mimic is like not, it's not worth dismissing. I think it's actually kind of cool. Okay, what else do we have? Like Miss Bones, we probably should play one of. Caldera, Bugga Bag, Backstitching, Asmompula, and Neos Informant. I don't think we want anything else. We're at 42 cards. We have some influence left over, 5 influence. Revolver Esh gets queued for 4 and for on-sell. On-sell for like shooting an on-sell is absurd. 2 credits to break an on-sell, 1 bullet, 1 poison. Like that's the best you can ask for. Yeah, T400. T400 is the one that we probably want to play, especially if we're playing Unity. So let's try Unity. Not the biggest like as card, but like whatever. We can play 1 T400. I feel like we're missing a lot of resources here. Hippo, I'm not excited to play Hippo. I think I've seen Hippo. It's like a 5 influence sync in these decks. It's like not the coolest thing, but you can do it. Nuka casts. Yes, I think they're both good. Paladin, also really good. So we can do Paladin daily casts. Nuka's probably worth it. We don't have that. We have a fair bit of card draw actually. So maybe we do 2 cast, we cut the diversions. That might be sacrilege. Telework is not probably worth it. Right? Like telework is comparable to, you know, liberated. I'd rather have telework for 0. If we're short on money, we can consider telework. I don't think we have to consider telework, but we could. I could see a world. DJ Fenris. DJ Fenris is also kind of interesting. Either to be Lou for the acid matchups or for Quetzal to like poison vial through stuff. I don't know if it's that important. Telework costs 0. It does cost 0, but I feel like we end up oftentimes in like this sort of fallacy where this deck is not going to struggle to fire its ability once per turn. So a lot of times putting in extra cards that are like only super exciting if you install it for 0, and 1 to 0 is not a huge cost difference. We end up in the spot where we're holding more stuff, right? Like our once per turn is not that hard to hit. Like, so say we check this. Whoa, dark mode graph. That's cool. And he sobs. Right? This hand is not good. We'd mulligan this hand. This hand is okay. So we could start it with like Sure Gamble. Do we just buy a band? I don't think we do. This hand's also not amazing. We don't have card draw. I think we need to put card draw in here. In Aztecs like this, I do Hushik since you have a lot of 2s on it. Yeah, we need to do the math. I think 1 Hushik, 1 twinning might actually make sense. And then we can play like a, what's it called? Hushik's weird. Like we have a lot of 2s in this. Like we have 2 Revolver. We have all the coffee. None of those. We have obviously Boomerang. We have Masterwork on 2. Docklands on 2, arguably. I think I cut the Waken Plant. Sunset Thinking, Credit Cutting, Liberated, and Mina could be an alternate package. I think if we had to do that though, we'd have to play like a lot of tag support stuff. Right? Like we played Thunder Art Gallery ads and we actually played a bunch of those interactions and they're really, really cool. But I think you have to build a deck around it. Is Hushik better? I don't know if Hushik's better. I think we have a lot of card draw. We don't need Nuka. We don't have any card draw. I know, but hey, Solimir, that's what testing looks like. We got to do that. Hushik is 2 influence, right? So we could cut Unity for Shibboleth and then play a Nuka, another Nuka, or we could play a Hushik. I feel like Echelon is less necessary than Unity is necessary in faction. Like, I feel like we could play Carmen instead of Echelon with Boomerang, but we really need to play Unity. Does that sound reasonable? I also don't think we have enough money. I don't think we have enough money in the list. I wish Energy could serve by cost. It would be so convenient for building Hushik and Opdex. You can. You're pretty sure you can. You can when the deck is published at least, right? Yeah, maybe you can't here, but you can when it's published, or not published, when it's saved. Oh, cost? Wait. Where? Here? Huh? I'm missing something. Any particular reason you're so down on Carmen generally? Radish, how's it going? It costs 5 to 3 credits, and then it's relatively expensive to break some of the like more common sentries we see. right? Like if we're playing against HB, the one sentry we're expecting to break is Architect. Sorry, Drafter. So we have to spend 5 to 3 credits to install this, and then another 4 credits to break Drafter. It's cheaper not to. There's just a lot of matchups where like the first sentry you have to break. This is not fantastic into it. Oh, to search by cost, but I thought we wanted to sort by cost. Search by cost, yeah, you can search costs of cards by just playing the price, right? Like these are the 2 costs. You can do that. Drafter's a pain for most breakers though, isn't it? Sometimes like Revolver's really good. Revolver breaks it for 2 credits. That's a steal. Mimic is like, you know, a reason why we're considering it. It breaks it for 2 credits. That's a steal. And then eventually the Echelon breaks it for 2 credits, right? Yeah, you can sort the whole deck only once it's published, right? So if we go to my decks or anyone's decks, right? So say we open this up. You just can't do a building if I'm not mistaken. But if you go to sort and you can do sort by, oh, fuck, you can't even do it. I thought you could. I assumed you could. Yeah, that's weird. That seems like a relatively simple feature compared to, he says, not knowing anything about how this works. Yeah, sort by cost would actually be pretty cool. The most you have is the cost graph. I'm really hot on the Echelon Leech package. Yeah. Yeah, Leech is good. Okay, I just want to check if there's any as staples we're missing. I think Adori can break 0 with 3 virtuals and a turbine. I feel like as soon as you attach turbine to anything, the math gets really wild, Alex. Is there any card that we want in this deck that we don't have? I feel like we don't have a lot of money. Something of an artist myself. This is our deck, but it's post-meta. That's also 2022. Let's try Neo as go standard. 4th Singapore Nationals. It is Neo though. Oh, go standard. Okay. Let's just see some as decks. This is what I slap vandal, urban art vernissage. So that's its own beast for sure. 1 wake, 3 progs though. That's really cool. But slap vandal eventually goes into your hand and it's rough that you can't put that on top. Build script as like a, you know, it's something. Let's go with 1 turbine, 1 ice carver. These 5 bad cards makes 1 bad card good. If you hover the bars in the check tab, I think it tells you the card names or at least counts. It tells you the counts and it tells you what types of cards they are, but I don't think it tells you the names. This one's on Cradle. Cradle makes more sense if you're playing Hushik as well. How much worse is Cradle than Shibboleth? It's not actually not that much worse. Is there any reason why Cradle is worth playing over Shibboleth? Like in the early game, Shibboleth is really good, but in the late game, Cat's Cradle is better than Shibboleth besides the install cost. And then it has actual active text. Beebo's list isn't for Thanksgiving, it's a real list. It was just using trophies the ID for our CEO. Oh yeah, no, I just played it. We just played 2 games, which is why we're trying to build our own ads. Because that one's not on the Chesva engine. But yeah, we played that one before, so we were familiar with that list. This one's a red team. That's kind of neat. I think this is the Neo one, right? Oh, this is the Neo one. Whoa, Proco. Kind of slow, pretty cool though. So 6 Matryoshka is his own thing. Oh, sorry? No, not at all. Don't be sorry. This one looks a lot of events, 3 prepaid. So this is like job as I would take it, right? Like we're not doing masterwork. We're not doing any of the like wild engine stuff. This is just like making as. This is Game of Droids deck. I'm assuming as it just gives you like 6 to 9 credits. That's fine. Remind me to make a Smurf with the name Arad Oddish. Cat is better than Chibi, maybe, but 1 credit to install it. Nice. And if you want a better breaker, just import Unity most of the time. Yeah, I agree. If you can import a breaker, I would definitely import a breaker. Oh, sorry, this one's not in dark mode. That one's not in dark mode. Okay, hold on. Where's our deck builders here? So, do we have enough money? It looks like compared to some of the other decks, we actually have enough money. We're not on a Fermenter. This is an even 45. We're on Carmen, unfortunately. We have 2 Nukas, a Paladin, and Twinning. We only have now, the only multi-X's we have is 1 Docklands, 1 Twinning. That might be bad. That might be hit. Yeah, sorry, you did unfortunately get flashbang for sure. This feels like not enough money. So say we draw this. This hand we can't keep. This hand we can't keep. Just play flashbang as your killer. If people only play Hydra, you should flashbang it, right? This hand is good, right? Pally. Pally is a companion, not a connection. It's a bit ugly. Like, we just don't have opening economy. Like, what do we have to have in our hand to feel good? Like, all of these hands are really clumsy because all the cards put us backwards on credits. None of the cards put us forwards on credits. Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? Like, how do you open this hand? Nuka for 0, maybe. Draw 3. We can't play the buy bands because it puts us backwards. Why aren't you Dirty Laundry? I think we could be. The problem is like Dirty Laundry turn 1. I think Dirty Laundry is really good with the deck. I think we should play Dirty Laundry. Red team seems a bit much too, but we can also play red team. Is there a reason Az doesn't run Penumbral Toolkit more often? Straight money on hardware? Penumbral is a resource. And it's only really good if you run HQ. So you don't need the stealth credits, but it is a resource. And if you run HQ, it's a 4-credit install. Like that's actually reasonable. But generally there's enough 4-credit econ cards that you don't have to risk the, like being a dead card in your hand. The worst case is a 2-credit econ card, but at that point you might as well play no free lunch. What are we doing with all the Chesva money? Hitting HQ for singles until you're twinning dig R&D? Yes. And well, we're using the Chesva credits to install cards with Masterwork and install cards with Prognostic Q-Loop. It's a resource being a physical implement? No, it's not physical. That's the idea. It's virtual. It's not real. It's a virtual toolkit. If we go red team 2x red, 3x daily career fair. Yeah, we could. We could. How do we fit all of this in? Non-recurring stealth is also not fun, so you can't really build a rig around it. Like, you could argue that there's some world where we're running HQ successfully enough. Having a 4-credit econ card pay off for running HQ for a click is actually not awful. But stealth doesn't really matter. For what it's worth, the recurring thing on stealth, like... This is an old Netrunner thing, but for those who played Netrunner back in the day, there were cards like this for stealth that saw play. But that being said, back in the day, the recurring stealth credit cards, there weren't that many of them. There were only like the programs or the hardware that gave you once per turn. There was no like Taka, there was no Nemercur, which I think rotated now. But like there's precedent for a card similar to that seeing play in some sort of thing. Dice Tower is doing the 100 games of all time live countdown. I need to spam midnight suns in the chat. Oh man. Clickless Gamble would be really good regardless of stealth. It's not clickless though, right? Like you have to actually install it. Like you still spend a click on it, which is rough. Right? If this was like a replacement effect instead of accessing install this for 4, I don't even know if you'd still play it. Midnight Suns. I think I have an extra key of Midnight Suns to give out at some point. I think I'll do it on the stream, but I got an extra key for it and the game's really good. It's a PC key, but I think we'll have one of those to give out at some point in the future. We'll figure out what to do with it. This is really difficult. I feel like we just almost have something here. Biobands install Penumbra on HQ. Oh man, that's really cool. But unfortunately, you don't save the credit, right? Like you lose on the this text. So it's like kind of cute, but also not cute. Right? Like you don't get the whole, you don't use the whole buffalo or whatever. It's probably still okay, but I feel like we're stretching maybe. So, okay, how to get more economy in our opening hands? I think we have to do red team. If we drop red team, we run. Otherwise, we get dirty laundry in here. How do we get dirty laundry in here? We have a slots issue. I feel like you probably drop one Chesva for card space if needed. It's like really weird because opening Chesva is very, very important. This is a really good opening. We do Sure Gamble, we do Masterwork, we draw a card, we do Paladin Daily Cast. Like we want openings like that. This opening plays itself. Then next we can run Poison Vial, draw. We get Miss Bones down. This is really good. We need more hands like this, he says, showing obviously good neutral econ cards. Like this is a good hand, right? So Sure Gamble, Daily Cast. We could install Chesva on the matchup run central if we really want to. We'd have to draw here. Okay, now we can buy a bands and we have the Chesva set up. I think the 3x Chesva is a bit rich. We could probably go down to 2. For as Toolkit is just Chesva with more steps though? Yes. Well, no, because you can use Toolkit for anything. Chesva is only for like certain things. Like Toolkit is Daily Cast with more steps. You can play over 45 cards and trim after testing the deck. You can, but for what it's worth in As, which is inherently a bit of an engine deck that like kind of sings on getting your Masterwork down, it really is worth trying to play as thin as the deck as possible. Because if we play 47 and we just don't draw our Masterwork in our opening hand, like it's not good. It's really quite bad. We drop a classic loop, Diamond, Chesva, Laundry. I think now that we can drop like 5 MU goes pretty fast, but we could definitely drop this and we could do 2 daily, a Dirty Laundry, and maybe that's enough. We could drop a Prognostic. Now that we drop 2 Chesvas, I think that is okay. And then we could play a red team here, or let's try this. Let's play a bunch of 1-ofs. Played Temujin Contract and Casual yesterday. Compare that to red team. There's a reason no one plays red team, huh? Okay, this is sick, right? Sure Gamble. We could buy Essentials. We draw 2, install a Daily Cast. That seems fine. We haven't used our ability yet. We install Nuka. or flip switch depending on the matchup. This is a good hand. We keep that. This hand's also okay, depending on the matchup, right? Like we probably draw one first. We can probably dirty laundry cast. So we dirty laundry, whatever. Central makes sense. Install cast. We'd probably draw once first or at some point in that turn. This is okay. Is the third daily better than first red? It might be, but like we want to try it. We're going to try it. It's a job. So it comes down for 4 credits. Like but we'll try this. We'll see how bad the not having the Cheswa is. Okay. Coffee as I've not used that name before. Missed the part of the conversation to go walk the dog. Did we talk about Waken Plant? We had in the deck and I cut it. We actually have 2 little multi-axis. I always feel like there's certain matchups, like they generally want to ice HQ to the point that it's hard to get that. So it's only really good in matchups that don't ice HQ well. I think it's probably worth a slot. Like we could arguably cut a flip switch for it and it'd be fine. Not my favorite card, but maybe having 1 wake and 1 twinning is fine. Yeah, okay. I just never install wake and I think that's on me. So we'll have 1 wake and we'll cut 1 flip switch. Flip switch feels good. We'll see if we miss it. No, droids, this is not Sunset. We're also on Boomerang. It's Step and Nuke and Paladin. We're playing standard. Just like with the last deck we played with standard. It's really, really hard to play as without Boomerang in Sunset. I think like it's just not an interesting deck, I'd assume. I was thinking Toolkit was a hardware. It's good if it's a Q loop target because 1 credit for forward 0 clicks spent. But it's not hard. Yeah, Celestial, you're right. If it was a hardware, it would actually be like a pretty reasonable target. And then on top of that, there is some stealth hardware cards as underwhelming as they are. But yeah, if it was a hardware, that'd actually be kind of neat. Do we need 3 Class Act? You generally do because the deck is like really dependent on drawing in the right order. And Class Act come down for 3 credits. Class Act also on its own, and the meta has slowed down, is like a really, really good tech piece. Where like it's one of the best cards against like punitive decks, against like bacterial reprogramming decks, against a bunch of kill decks. It's a really, really good card. Like drawing 4 cards for 3 credits is not terrible for 1 click. You generally do want to play more than them just because it is a pretty good setup card. But like you need a sure gamble to Class Act turn 1. You can't just install Class Act and go down to 2 credits. That's pretty rough. Why don't you install Wake now? Like before the game? I'm not sure I follow. Ryan, how's it going? Okay. How's the dog, by the way, Janktivist? This seems fun. I think we might have an MU issue. We have 7 programs, 5 MU. That could be okay. Again, some matchups we don't install everything. And we have 2 killers. But the rest of this seems alright. I think Prognostic might overperform because we haven't like swung into it too hard. Let's go. She's good. We have a Greyhound. It's raining. So she's reluctant to go out. It was a quick walk. Hey Dan, it's Code Marvelous. I think Code Marvelous is streaming on a regular now again. Hey Daojan, as with Time Bomb would be cool, especially with Asmund. I am not a big fan of Sabotage unless it's attached to more Sabotage. It's going well. Like Sabotage scales, you know, non-linearly. Opening hand, Money, Breakers. We have Carmen Unity, not the breakers we want early, and a twinning. These 2 cards are good. I have no idea what kind of op Dan is going to be playing. Dan plays in, I think, Maryland, but East Coast, so he might be in like prime op territory. My American geography is failing me. Jeez, that sounds nice. Oh, sounds quite pleasant. We're going to mulligan this hand. We'd much rather have a Masterwork, an early Boomerang. Pinhole's really good because if they protect something, it's probably Rashida. If he pushes something, we're going to mulligan that. This hand is fine. Yeah, this is good fun. Oh, no way. I think he's playing urban renewal stuff. Oh, that's a bummer. We don't have a bones in this hand. We have a cheap Nuka, which is nice. HQ respect. Credit. Remote server. Okay, so this is a weird start. So it assumes it's assets. If it's Svi Gator, that is something we have to deal with here. We could do Nuka draw. That gets us up to 7 cards in hand. So we could like maybe get a dirty laundry. Early Paladin is best for Az. I think there's a couple cards I'd want sooner, but early Paladin's really good. If the rest of the hand was slightly better, yeah, we would have kept early Paladin. Tossing the rat away is definitely a choice. Yeah, but we don't want 3 breakers and no card draw. I think the Paladin is fine. It's just like, at the cost of the rest of the hand, I don't know if it's worth it. Especially because op can be really fast. Buy a draw, install Nuka? I don't know if we want to do that because it eats our... We should install Nuka first because buy a bans, like, it overlaps our as value. I think we just start with checking this. I think actually we buy a bans this to trash for 4. I'm assuming this has to be an expensive trash. If it's a spin doctor, we're going to look really silly. This is a bit risky. This is spin doctor is really bad. Has anyone ran Mad Dash lately? Oh, that's really, really bad. Well, he's letting us have this. You can shuffle this. I'm surprised he let us have this. So draw 2. So we can install a card 1 cheaper. I think we don't really need to trash this. I'm surprised he let us do this. So we can just trash this for free, or we can install a card. We're going to install the Nuka anyways for a click. I'm just going to keep our money up. This is a weird opening. I think we just do credit. I wonder if we get oppoed or something. Yeah, no respecting the spin doctor. I was really surprised with that open. I was expecting it to be Svigator. We said in chat that he might be playing like Urban Renewal, so I thought that would be like a Svi or a Maryland or something, or a wall-to-wall. Yeah, I was surprised it was a spin. Like, I should have... I realized mid-run that that could have been bad, but I was shuffling that to deny us the buy bans. Might have been right. It's hard to tell. Yeah, people are playing Mad Dash, mostly in like some imp-based decks. So any of the Anarchs are generally playing Mad Dash if they can. I think people are slotting them in now. So like any of the imp or you know, mulch-based Hoshikos are, and I think the Lu deck should find a slot for it. Yeah, seems like an easy card to slot in infinite imp decks. It's quite good into those. Hey, Az, good evening. Seymour, how's it going? Good evening. Okay, so this is probably, you know, some sort of tag garbage or meat damage garbage. So pinhole threading does deal with it somewhat well, as long as we access the right card. This is another really okay enough reason to get Chedswood down, but obviously not so much. Oh, we did get oppoed. That's why. Okay, so we have 2 tags. We have a flip switch, which is like, click, let's remove a tag. It's just a no free lunch with more steps. I'm not sure what this matchup is at all, but we really need a miss bone sooner than later. Our economy is not good here. I also don't know the agenda suite into this deck. It just might be like SDS and as few agendas as possible. So this is tricky. We probably should clear the tags, but like, I didn't realize we had the tags before we hit Nuka. I still think we would have nuked, but like clear, install flip switch, click for credit is fine. I don't know if we flip switch for the tag. I don't think we do. I don't think having a tag is that big of an issue. Most we could take is 6 damage, actually, potentially. This is free. Oh, that's our whole turn? Oops. Yeah, maybe we could have removed the tag with flip switch. I forgot we only had 3 clicks there. That's not good. Doing good. Hope for you too. Thank you. I'm extremely afraid of running no-res remotes. Sometimes people just put out like an ugly Rashida. Oh, this might be like a mad deck. I don't know the remotes are bad, but this might be the sort of like trash all the upgrades, give you tags deck. Okay. We don't have money here. So how do we get out of this hole? We have to top deck. Dirty Laundry, we only have 2 of. The red team here is now looking pretty bad. Do you have an update on your homebrew set? It might be fun to talk about right before spoiler season. Yeah, the window is always really bad. I haven't touched it in a long time, but the window is always really bad because by the time it gets interesting, spoilers are around the corner. But I think we should do it this month for sure if we can. Okay, I think we're on a Nuka. We're going to discard some cards. Yeah, red team, if this was a Dirty Laundry, that would be playable. So this is definitely a bummer. We assume this to be the card that gives us a tag for every time we trash something. Oh, this hand sucks. We're not playing Netrunner with this hand. It's so bad. Okay. Pinhole threading's worth something. Breakers are okay. Inside job is okay. Dan probably has an econ asset on the table that's going to push him slightly forward. Biobands clears tag, so we want to keep Biobands red team. We don't need the boomerang, 2 boomerangs, so we can throw that out. I don't think he's doing anything that fast though. We could probably lose out of nowhere though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think Amaku is worth keeping. Ooh, this sucks. Something like that. Do we consider Docklands? Yeah, we have a Docklands. We have a Docklands, we have a Twinning. And we have a... it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you have to res that before you mandatory. That's fine. In theory, you spin Doctor before you mandatory as well, sometimes. We just threw out an inside job. It's okay. We have a pinhole threading if we want to deal with that. But we don't have to deal with that for a couple turns. I don't know what's protecting the spin Doctor. Like, we'd be less happy for that to be there. So just credits. Okay. So we're just going to run a couple times. Form a carry. Good to know. We'll run archives. There might be an agenda in here. That might be an oppo. It's an SDS. Okay. Did we throw out any programs yet? No, we didn't. Oh, sorry. That was red team. Mind? Yeah, we have to click the red team. Probably Overseer Matrix, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, it's definitely Overseer Matrix and then Angelique, maybe? We just need to make sure we keep cards in hand. I was like, why do we not have that much money? Here we can draw. Again, we're just not playing Netrunner. We know there's a Forma carry coming in hand. So pinhole threading into the Forma carry actually is going to be annoying because that's going to show up. So we might want to pinhole threading here before the Forma carry hits the table. There could already be a Forma carry somewhere. And if that's the case, we're going to be losing some breakers, which is not great. Force connection. Yeah, it could be force connection. Yeah, I did forget the red team archives. I think we'll just tank a Forma carry. Oh, that's really good. So the problem is if the urban goes off, right? This is why you can play class act, because if the urban goes off and we install class act, we're like kind of fine. So one of these is the Forma carry. So this is going to go off in a while. Now there's an upgrade on top of it. So we're threatening to take 4 damage. So thinking. So now if they have in hand, fast advance either on the hand or on table and an AZF, we're in a bad spot. Forma carry makes me think skunk. Usually they're not. They could be on 1, or he could be on 1, excuse me, but probably not. I'd be surprised. They're generally the influence goes to things like Oppo and like not exactly kill pieces. Maybe there's a mindscaping. So the question here is like either we need damage prevention. We could hope that if we run a central server, he reses the Forma carry. That might be okay. So like we could red team R&D. Hopefully he res. Bones, Boomer, HQ, Pinhole. I think if anything, we would just do Bones, Pinhole, Server 2. I don't think we have to do the Boomerang. But we want to play around the Forma carry. Because one of these is the Forma carry. So I think we want to force a res here. And hopefully he overextends and reses. Like if he reses a Forma carry here, we're allowed to end the run. So obviously Forma carry, awkward Forma carry trigger here. I want him to pop the Forma carry. Reaper function. Okay, it's good to know. So we know there's no Reaper function on the table. Do we trash that? I don't think we trash that. Forma carry would be on archives. Yeah, it could be. Okay, we need to think this turn out better. Maybe you boomer that. Yeah, we could. The other option is like we can just boomerang server 3 and run, and then, or just run server 3. I think we just run server 3. I'm okay with him drawing that as opposed to a piece that actively kills us. And then if the Forma carry gets rezzed after we pass this, if we pass this, then we just like pinhole server 2. So it's a border control. If we flip switch this, he can't Forma carry us. Miss Bones, now we'd rather have clicks. So I think we generally flip switch this just so that he can't res Forma carry. So now we have to pinhole threading, and then if this gives us tags, we have to clear the tags. But I'm pretty sure the tag card costs 2 credits as well. Here we can consider running HQ to try and steal an AZF after. But yeah, now he's 1 credit short of Forma carry. Now, because there's upgrades here, like the Spin Doctor server can't disappear. Okay. And I think here last click will run HQ with a red team. Bones? I don't want to put Bones down because if it's something that gives us tags, we don't like, we need it every click here. That's good. So that's one of the fast advanced pieces. So he probably has an AZF in hand. So now we know that he has the Reaper in hand. He did that after he mandatoried, so Urban and SDS goes back. And he only has 1 credit too, so like it's hard for him to threaten anything. So if that's Reaper, what's Reaper cost? A couple? So now we just get Amakua down when we farm HQ. Oh, I want a Class X so bad. Awkward form and carry trigger. Hordem, okay. So we can run this and pay 2. We'll end up with a tag or something. This is probably Rashida for it to be bad for us. We have to keep at least 4 cards in hand. If there's perfectly Audacity into something. I don't know what ice we're scared of. Like, technically, you could play a Stavka. I'd be surprised, but we could get Stavka at some point when he's on 4 credits. Ugly form of carry window. Okay, that's good. So now we're on game point. We're just going to try and not lose by keeping 4 cards in hand. Also, having Masterworker Prognostic is really important because during the combo turns, if we like go off the top deck, ooh, that's really good. We need to trash that with impunity. Let's see if he reses something though. The red team felt good. Yeah, the red team actually felt quite good. So he didn't res. So that was just a 3 credit econ card. I'm surprised he didn't res because he would have got op value there. But he trashed a face down and now he has money. We could have got oppoed there. But now it said 7 credits. We actually have to respect ice. Winchester and HQ be pretty bad. We just need to force him to spend money, but he's getting 3 credits a turn, which is kind of rough. He drew 2 and credit. So if we find a slash and burn, we're in a good spot. I don't think we have to do anything here. I think we just set up. Ches was good. Paladin's good. Okay. Run the upgrade to farm Amaku counters. It might be an upgrade that does damage, right? Like it's very likely to be an Angelique. I don't think we want to farm it. The Amaku counters are also not super important here. Like we're already contesting border control and we have a boomerang. So even if we go through the border control, we have to deal with the next thing. But now that remote server's gone, maybe we could have farmed it. I just think there's a big risk that it's a Angelique. It's not the biggest risk, but it's like, we don't want to do that. Probably. It's not worth it. I don't think. So again, not resing. You can always res those cards to get op, but maybe he wants to keep cards in R&D. So this is another upgrade. So if we don't run, he can't mutually assured destruction combo us. So we're just going to continue to set up. Hard to play Dirty Laundry unless you boomerang, and even that doesn't get through every ice. We should consider running HQ. We really should consider running HQ. I don't think we do, though. I think we just wait. If he jams next turn, like, the only thing that kills us is Urban slowly. Like, I don't think he's going to score out that quickly. Yo, is that Nemec? Is that your handle, Nemec? How's it going? European stream time. Yeah, Tuesday streams are really fun for that reason. I think we might just credit. Like, we can just run HQ, boomerang on that, go through. It is. Yo, congrats on the game launch. The board game. I forget the name of it, but it's in stores locally, which is sick. Nemec put out this, like, really cute game about running around a track. And, like, there's a bit of, like, Sushi Go meets Tokaido. It's really cute. Thanks. Yeah. Get your house value with bones, at least? Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. Just for rerun HQ with laundry. I think we're going to do it in an eternity, wait a bit until he gets uncomfortable and floods up. But yeah, the next thing is to run HQ with dirty laundry boomerang. I don't think we need to get the Chesva down. We want to keep cards around. Chesva actually is worth installing just so we can forfeit it to SDS. But if we forfeit to SDS, we win. So trash the board control. That seems pretty good for us. Afshar, annoying. Okay, so our HQ window is not that good. We still get through this. Extract the Svi, but you already opt this turn. Not that you're going to get a -1. So it's just money. So you might push here. So we think the thing here could be the Reaper function. That's fine. If that's the case, we need to get cards out of hand. 18 credits. With that Afshar means you could Stavka half run. I don't know this matchup enough to have a good read of what the board is, but I'm arguing that we probably don't deal with this. I think we probably just run R&D for singles and hope. Because anytime op fires, the density in R&D gets higher and higher. So, YOLO. Hold on. No, that's not right. So maybe we get hit by board control. Wow, all our breakers. That's really bad if an Ozzy fires. I paid 2 credits? Wait, sorry. Paladin should have done something there, right? Yeah, we paid 2 credits for that. Why didn't Paladin get offered? 2 credits install Boomerang. Yeah, why wouldn't Puemo offer? Yeah, weird. Because it's 1 credit cheaper, but it increases the price by 1. So this installed for legitimately 2. Oh, I forgot here. We can take 2 meat damage. Oh, I forgot to play around the Formicary. Shit. This sucks. We should have seen this coming. Archives is now open. I think it's a techie bug that already happened to me. I feel like we felt that before. So if we take the damage here, we lose breakers. I don't think we lose breakers. I think we just let this fire and walk away. Archives is now open. There's another Formicary on the table. This awkward window tells you. Did he shuffle back the SDS at Archives? Yeah, he did. Very quickly, too. It was SDS and something else. So it's another Formicary. There might be points in Archives, or he's just trying to keep us out of Amakua. So that's okay. Oh, it's a Boomerang. Sorry, we're going to Boomerang that. I didn't realize that was the Boomerang card. So, yeah, so one of them was an Angelique, the other one was an Overseer. So it looks like the Angelique was the card that was not trashed last. So that's good to know. We have Amakua counters. Now we have access to R&D. We need to keep cards in hand because it could be Reaper into Vera into like Audacity or Slash and Burn something. Yeah, I didn't realize it was Boomerang. We definitely Boomerang that. Getting our breakers down would be nice. I'm just going to keep credits up and cards in hand. We cannot get oppoed. We did not steal or trash. But now we can run R&D for 1. Rashida's pretty good. We definitely want to be running HQ at some point. So the deck is on like 3 Ozyefs, 3 Slash and Burns, probably 1 above the law. Oh, it's a purge. Okay. Not playing the Carmen took guts. It's really expensive. It does break Formicary really well though. That is true, but I think we'll just install it in a bit. We want to keep our hand size up. I think we could have considered putting it down. But here, like, he's not doing anything. He probably has agendas in hand. The twinning makes some sense, but we just don't have enough money. I think we just install Daily Cast and click for credits. Like, I don't know what the win condition is with 2 Slash and Burns out. Like, there's probably some amount of Audacities, but as long as we keep a class act in hand, like, we can't die out of nowhere. So he has to start scoring. Karma goes down for 3 for that turn, now probably costs 5 for a long time. Yeah, it's not too bad. Install draw ice. Okay. Okay, so Carmen will come down for 4 this turn. I watched Dan live earlier today, so I can't tell. Huh. So 1 face down Archives. This could be anything. Above the law, trash Paladin. Trash the Daily Cast is probably worse for us. But if the deck is on 3 SDS, that's 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 on Ozyef. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 on Slash and Burns. Maybe there's only 2 SDS. Scoring on SDS is, like, not the worst. I don't think we do much here. I think we just draw and click for credits. That's really good to keep in hand. Like, I think we don't show that. Getting the Cheswood down is also reasonable because then we're running Archives for free every turn. The deck might have a virus on it. It does functionally say damage on it. So we can install the Cheswood for 1 and just click for credits. If an Urban Renewal gets res, like we just drop the Class Act in 2 turns. This might be a bit greedy, but like this game is not going anywhere fast. I think I'm worried about like mutually assured destruction at some point. Oh, it's a Reaper. Okay. We might lose programs to that. That's actually bad. Why not develop the twinning? Because HQ is flooded? I don't know if we need to. It might be slow. We lost our decoder. Oh, Maryland. Okay, that's slow too. I think we could, but like we don't have that much money. Maybe we could have, but that puts us further back from actually doing anything. Audacity. Okay, so that's going to be Ozyef for damage. So this might actually get our breakers out of hand. That's actually probably a bigger thing. Is we need to get the breakers out of hand just so we don't lose them to damage. Because now if we lose, yeah, we have no more. We have 1 revolver. I think that was probably something worth playing around. Is that we just need to install our breakers because this damage knocks us out. That being said, if we run Archives here, we have a chance of just winning. I don't know if Dan would have thrown out agendas, maybe. So I think we just do draw, install class act for 3, run archives. Can we win without twinning? I think we can. Okay. Yeah, getting our breakers down was probably better. So he has to top deck damage, and even then we'll have 4 cards in hand. So we'll just lose those 2 cards to get an access here. I can't imagine that he doesn't have an agenda in hand off of that. He didn't. He had 2 end lines though, Extract, Reaper, Angelique. So now he has to play his top decks. He has good money. We don't have breakers, but we now have Revolver and Boomerang. So Boomerang Revolver gets to the form of carry. We have to win off of singles or wait until install advanced events in the remote server. This deck probably doesn't have anything in the remote server that's advanced that's not an agenda. I don't know if it's on clearinghouse. I'd be surprised. Yeah, getting down a breaker would be really good because the centrals are relatively soft. But he still has a lot of work to do if we just try not to die. Server 3, overinstall, Shuffle Maryland. Okay. So in terms of upgrades, we've seen 2 Angeliques. We've seen 1 Rashida. Might actually have some program destruction. So Revolver is limited. We can get the Boomerang on archives and Bravado to get up to strength, but I think we need the Boomerang for this. So installing the Revolver seems really important before we lose it potentially. I don't think we have to do much. I think worst case scenario is like an above the law, and even that's not that bad. He top decks an agenda. We've gone through, okay, thinking. I don't know what the density in this deck is. It's probably around 1 to 5, 1 and 5. So there's only 18 cards left. So we've gone through 30. We've shuffled back 1 agenda. So we have to assume that there's an agenda either here or in HQ. Afshar we can deal with. The innermost is a bit hard. So do you think there's an agenda in server 3 or in HQ? I don't know how jammy Dan is as a player. I haven't played against Dan in a long time. So I think here probably we can like run HQ, pay 3 for this. You can't lose Chesva credits, and we can Boomerang the innermost. We can even Bravado, but kind of keeping cards in hand seems nice. Let's draw ones. All right, I'll go HQ. If it's an SDS, you can't really install it. What's happening? Yeah, that's messed up. Oh, it wants us to use Chesva sooner? I'd rather use Paladin. So Masterwork to draw. Boomerang that. Continued approach. Get the Revolver down before we lose it to damage. Yeah, that's probably the safer line. I don't think the deck is running on axis damage. We'll install it before we end our turn, but yeah, we have to remember to get that down for sure. Oh, we should have used 1 Chesva more, 1 Amakua, 1 Paladin less. That was technically inefficient. Sandstone. Nice. We'll Boomerang through that. Could be an SDS in here. Hostile Architecture. That's really expensive. I don't think we're worried about that. Gets us almost a coup counter. Shuffle that. Okay. So then we're just going to draw install Revolver. I think you only spend 1 imp from Paladin because as discounts the other. Yeah, but Masterwork increases it by 1. So the Boomerang actually was a 3 credit card. So we used 2 from Paladin, 1 from Az. Triple advance. Oof. That's above the law. So we lost the Paladin. I think that's fine. So now we know the hand has a hostile architecture. That's all we know. We have archives that we can run for free to get a credit. So I think ideally here we just nuke it down and go. Yeah, it's weird. Masterwork increases the cost. It's actually the best you could ask for. It's not like pay 1 credit like Prognostic. It just increases the cost. It's really, really well. There's very few cards in the game that are worded like this. Okay, so he still probably has to score at a 3-pointer, especially because we got 2 slash and burns. That's sick. We know 1 card in hand. We have no multi-axes whatsoever besides Awake left in the deck. Running R&D for a single is really frightening if the deck's on half run, which I don't think it is. If it's stop go, we can deal with it. So I think we actually can just like Bravado R&D for a single. Do we do Nuka draw? I think we want to get a hardware down. Yeah, let's do Nuka. Bottom 1 thing. Dawkins Pass seems good. I think the second Chesva was a bit extra. When in Rome. So Bravado R&D. Install a piece of hardware. We'll install Dawkins Pass. What do you want me to use 3 credits from? Okay. All good. It's a Jaguar. Wow, cool. Okay, so it's threat 4. Oh, that's so sick. When the runner counters his ice, give them a tag unless they spend a click. So we're gonna spend a click. So if we hit a snare, it's actually really, really bad. So we'll spend a click. That's really cool to see in this deck that cares about tags and damage. I think this card's quite neat for 2 influence and having the same-ish break cost as like an annoying, what's it called? The one that nobody likes, Drafter. Might as well Cheswa, not like you're going to have another program. We're going to use the Cheswa for sure. Yeah. Angry kitty. The angriest of kitties. Urban Renewal. So we can trash this here, and then Dan draws another card. I think we want to trash this here before we trash anything else. We could get oppoed, but I think we're in no case spot financially. Miss Bones is only for installed cards. 8 credits seems okay. Yeah, this card's really neat. If no tag, second routine does nothing. Yes, in the early game. The second routine, sorry. If no tag, the second routine, oh yeah, you're right. I can save a credit. Sorry, I didn't need a break. Yeah, I didn't have to break 2. Okay, so one of these is a Hostile Architecture, which is like a very expensive res. I think we can run just about everything here. Oh, it's not a credit, it's a power counter, right? Sorry, it's a bullet. Even bigger deal. So counter, yeah, that's actually really important. Yeah, huge, 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 huge. Okay, one of these is a Hostile Architecture. So I think we want to run its everything. We want to force him to res the Hostile Architecture and then go from there. We can hit singles. We can hit every card in HQ, which we don't know what this is. So this is like very easy for us to farm Amakua. So I think we're just going to check these. He can fire a snare. It's fine. No trigger. It's a hostile. So he reses this. So the question is now he has no money. So we don't have to respect anything. So do we trash this to take 2 meat damage? I think we do. It's free. Our hand is not that important. We have a Nuka button. So we are going to trash this. Because now we can touch anything on the board. I don't think anything hurts us. What did we lose? We lost Masterwork and Chesva. That was really good for us. Does anything here do damage? No. And now we can actually check server 3 as well. This might have been an overextension. I feel like a lot of games are lost by, yeah, we have to trash all of this. That's the only way he gets back into the game. So we'll run server 3. He can't res anything besides an ice wall. And then we'll Nuka if we really need to. We might just click to draw, honestly. This could be the game. It's an Urban Renewal. Oof, we got Miss Bones value for days. It's a Matrix Overseer. This doesn't do anything, right? When run trashes a card. Bravado server 3? Oh yeah, we should have Bravado server 3, and then we could have Nuka. That would have been way better. Yeah, that's super, that's a really big deal. That's a free Bravado. When in Rome. Yeah, that would have been so much better. That's a bummer. I think we'll draw here. Pinhole? Okay. Pinhole Chesva, mind you, sick. Yeah, if we Bravado there, it would have been sick. But that's like a really, like, resing that is super expensive. So for 3 cards, we can still check this remote server. I'd argue that we can Bravado it too. So we're going to Nuka for cards and we'll just Bravado it. Do we need Poison File for anything? Prognostic is really good when we're at the end of the deck. Was Daily Cast better last click? I want to keep cards in hand up because that's the only way we lose. So right, installing this sooner than later is good, but at this point, like, we're running centrals for relatively cheap. I just want to keep cards up. That's the way that we largely lose. That's why, like, Bravado is really important. Yeah, we emptied the bones in a single turn. Oh, the snowstorm started. Do we install hardware here? No. Yeah, it might be that. It's a big one. Yeah, resing the hostile there was way too expensive. We'll trade 5 credits for 2 meat damage. Admittedly, there's some stuff we can't break here. This could be 2 damage if it is a what's it called? An Angelique. It's a Maryland. We will trash that. We'll recover pretty heavily. And so now here we can just do like Sure Gamble casts. We also probably just want to run archives for free. I think we run archives for free. Charging the Amaku is quite good because then we don't have to bullet this. We can install hardware to draw. I don't think we wanted to commit that last click. But this is a really hard corner to call. We actually should be running HQ. There's probably an agenda in there. But we need to get Amaku to 4 strength. Or we could boomerang a Sandstone. That's fine too. Yeah, now we need to run HQ. It's 12 cards left, 11 cards left. We have to run HQ. He has to put something in server 3 to force us in that direction. Okay. So this is 1 free to break, 2 Sandstone. So we can just run archives. We can also just boomerang it. The boomerang is it uses the Chesva. We lose 1 Chesva here. That's fine too. That was just run HQ. Install 1 piece of hardware. Yeah. Masterwork draw. Waking Planet's actually pretty good here. We're gonna shuffle anyways, so it's not, the boomerang's not gonna be at the bottom of the deck. Run RD costs 1 and gets an access. Yeah, it costs an extra click though. But like the game right now is an HQ where we have a double access. We want to just control HQ. Because if the agendas are anywhere, they're flooding in HQ. Going R&D is totally random at this point in the game. You know what I mean? Right? Like if Dan has agendas, he has to keep them. So this run is way more likely. And Jaguar RD does unfortunately have actual text. You could easily play a what's it called? Like the inlines, the air blades in this deck. I meant versus running archives. Oh, it's not that. It's actually a bit more expensive because the Jaguar costs a click. You can't do a last click. Like last turn, we can't do it because this Jaguar is threaded out. This turn, maybe, yeah. Trash Rashida, okay. SDS, okay. Good game. Hey, thanks for the game. I'm not too familiar with that that matchup. I wonder if the early oppo, like it felt really bad for us, but he didn't have a way to like go forward. That was tough. Yeah, that's tricky. I should have pre-installed programs, play around the damage, but maybe Turtle was enough. Yeah, Turtle and Boomerang might be enough. Like this deck is not running the biggest ice, let alone that much ice. That maybe installing the Carmen was correct. It probably was. But at this point in the game, like these are the only breakers we have access to, and there's a chance just Amaku and 3 Boomerangs goes far enough. I think I did a couple misplays on the turn I could have stabilized. I don't know this deck enough to know. I think there were some sequencing errors where it's like install draw. That is like an easy thing to iron out. But I do think, yeah, resing this was like, it basically puts you out of the game because I no longer have to respect any of the traps. If I'm playing around snare, which maybe would consider that's not anything. And like, you probably do Reaper into Azief if it does do enough damage. I wonder if these decks can play. Oh no, Vera is what? 2 cost, 3 cost? I think a couple of things played value damage against criminals. So against the old, yeah, for sure. For sure. I might have, yeah, I could have played around it. Thanks for the game, eh? I stand by getting Carmen on the table. Carmen on the table might have been okay. It's lucky it didn't matter that much with like these stuff rezzed, but yeah, it definitely was better on that turn. Even the turn that was worth, even on a turn that we paid 5 for it, it was correct. On the turn that we could have paid 3 for it, probably correct too, as long as we had at least 2 cards in hand. Hey, choose. Vera's 4 influence. I know. Vera's a lot of influence, but it's not a particularly robust deck. But I don't think anyone plays around that. Like, right? Like Reaper function potentially goes off. What does Vera cost? She cost 3. Okay, so it doesn't work with Reaper function, but I know I have done that where like Reaper function goes off. That's 2 damage. I'm not saying this is competitive. Reaper function goes off. That's 2 damage. You score out an Azief from hand. That's 2 damage. And then with Azief, you trash a 4-coster to get a Vera. That's 5 damage. And it plays around Steelskin Scarring. That's not true. It doesn't play around Steelskin Scarring. Because Steelskin Scarring doesn't say about damage, right? It just says is trashed. Yeah, okay. So it doesn't play. It does play around Steelskin if it's the last card in hand. Sort of. Yeah, it does. Sort of. But like, on some board states, taking 5 out of nowhere versus taking 4 out of nowhere, like people do play around it. I obviously Vera is like 4 influence and that's really difficult, but it is a deck that I think is, what it does is inherently unfair and weird. Even against criminals, right? Like if you're just trying to do criminal damage, I don't know if I'd spend 4 influence on this that quickly, but like if you're trying to target cards out of hand as a win condition, obviously 4 influence, that's an absurd amount of influence. I wonder what the rest of the ice in that deck is. It's hard to tell. I don't think there's that much more. It's probably just like border control, Sandstone, 3 Forma carries, a Jaguar Undy if you have influence. I don't think you have influence for more. Bring back Salem's Hospitality. Man, this is such a... I think Augustus was playing this at CBI, and I think you're going to see this more on this weekend as well. What is it called? Escape Net. And like, I know the commentary was like, oh man, it's so cool to see this card. So this card, I think unironically is good right now. Play only if the runner made a successful run during their last turn. That happens. It costs 2 influence, but I think we largely saw this in HB decks. Trace 7, that's a bit of a reference. If successful, remove 1 installed chip or virtual card from the game. It's legit good. I believe it's legit good. But like the problem is, I hate this. This is like Netrunner, but you're just playing Uno reverse cards, right? Like, I don't like at all the design of this card where it just says, oh, you played a virtual, remove it from game. Right? It feels like we're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Which is like, I play a card, I'm gonna play a trap, it destroys your last magic card. Like, I realize it's good and you probably should be playing it, but if Netrunner devolves into this sort of thing, like I play a really important card, I play a cancellation spell, like that is exactly what's not exciting about Netrunner. Like, you can't pay 7 for this, so this might as well not have a trace on it. It just has a trace because Foxfire is funny, and then it just removes the card. Like, this is the least interesting card design. It's just like, did you play a thing? I'm gonna remove it. Did you run? I'm gonna remove it from the game. How about Pinhole? Yeah, but Pinhole's cool. People actually play around Pinhole. Like, yeah, Pinhole's obviously very powerful, but like, you need to make a successful run. You saw in that last game, we made plays to make Pinhole land. Like, we baited out the format carry or whatever, or sorry, we baited out their credits. We had to jack out so border control didn't want to credit, and then we pinholed, right? Like, there's actually something to that, where like people go out of the way to like put border control in archives to play around Pinhole. Obviously a cracked card, but this is just legitimately like peak Yu-Gi-Oh! Destroy your magic. Like, I don't get it. Similar to Hush, I'd argue that Hush is actually in some ways arguably maybe a problem for the game. But at least Hush has to be moved around and is like slightly clumsy unless you have click compression. I'd argue that Hush does get there, but like, this is like Uno reverse card, the card, nothing to it. I had no idea EscapeNet, RFG, I had no idea RFG things too. And that's obviously absurd. At the end of the day, like the RFG part is actually kind of relevant because a lot of the labor rights decks, like you're trashing Cookbook, that's fine. You're trashing Twinning, that's really good. Trashing chips, figuring out what is and isn't a chip is actually something that's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, losing 20 is close to game losing, right? And like people, you know, obviously Izzy, also you were playing that that people started playing that Anarch resource, sorry, that Jinteki resource that trashes things. But like, I don't know, this is not the part of Netrunner that's cool, where somebody just plays a counter spell. Being rich as fuck, but even being rich as fuck, like that is not fun Netrunner. Where it's like, how do you win? You just hit Magnum Opus 4 turns. I don't know. It's good. I saw EscapeNet in R&D round 1, then immediately forgot I was Trace 7 as Augusta sniped my Twinning. Yeah, that's a huge problem. We all love it when old silver bullet tech cards can be impactful. I hate it. Oh my God, I hate it so much. And not only do I not like it, because it gives me the sort of anxiety before you go to events, right? I've said this one anecdote so many times, so apologies for the broken record. But one of my favorite decks back in the day was off-campus apartment decks. Campus apartment. And the idea is that you played a bunch of resources. This was a 1 influence card. I played in Criminal, and then you play your connections on there and you drew a card. Obviously very, very powerful, maybe unhealthy. But then unfortunately back in the day, oh, what was the name of that 0 neutral card that just trashed a 0 cost card? No interaction. No interaction whatsoever, just trashed a 0 cost card. Best defense. Unfortunately, some people played this card because it had some meta relevance, and it was just like, oh, you lose. Right? Oops, you lose the game. I had this card in my deck, and like, hate it. Just really don't like it when there's these Uno reverse cards. If this card required you to have at least 1 tag, okay. But the fact that it can just trash 0 cost cards out of nowhere, like to me, we're playing, and I don't mean to poo-poo on Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just like inherently, we have a different card game here that we enjoy because it is a bit more interaction based, not just like it's gone. I think if it dealt with programs, then I would agree, but chips or virtual cards, losing them is never going to lose you the game. I'd argue it does, Ba. I think losing a virtual is like near game losing, and it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel like any player did anything smart, and it's nearly impossible to play around. So it's the sort of thing where like, how many people are playing this? And then it impacts the meta just on an uninteractive, uninteresting card. I don't know. My strat was simply going to be labor rights 1. Exactly. You think you're going to labor rights it back. It removes it from game. It's so wild. Yo, Cror, jumping in with a hot take here, but honestly, I think that Pinhole is a worse bullet than EscapeNet. The range of things that it hits pushes out of silver into gold. I agree. I am worried for the future design space because of Pinhole threading. I think if there was more medium range ways to deal with remote servers, and arguably you could say Light the Fire is a bit strong too, as much as it sees no play, but I'd be more interested if the ways to deal with things on a remote server were a bit harder to play than Pinhole threading. I'm going to say on that. That being said, it's more interesting to lose to Pinhole. Maybe it's not. Okay, still bad. Both of them don't like him. Have you checked why a text-based Netrunner game Why I Run? That link to the bottom of the Near Earth Hub website. Yeah, I played it many, many, many moons ago when it came out. The guy who made that is a player now in my local meta. But I remember that when I got into the game. It's a really old one. What intimidation was a Jiteki card I believe you mean to trash the Witch in green? I actually don't mean that one. I mean, there's a piece of ice. But this was another card that, like, I remember playing this to trash. Yeah, you used to play this sometimes to trash, like, Turning Wheel back in the day when you played your Jinteki slow grinder games. Yeah, best defense versus Adam. Exactly. It was just like, oh, I played Adam, so I'm going to start the game with some directives. Oh, you have best defense in your deck. I guess I'm playing half a blank ID. It's just like, no one made any cool decisions, and it sucks. Then you play dummy box bullets for your bullets. Yeah, right. I'd argue Augustus Caesar did something very smart by including them in his deck. Yes, I think so. Like, no, this is no shade, obviously, Augustus Caesar. I think it's a very good meta card, and I think more people should be playing it next weekend. I just think, like, I don't hate the player. I hate the game, right? Like, I just don't think this card should exist because I do think this card is probably correct right now. And I think anytime a card that I think is somewhat poorly designed is correct means we'll see it more. And that upsets me. Look at this guy using dark mode. Yo, it's so much better, Alec. Well done. I don't know if you worked on it or not, but I know you're collecting information about it. What virtual are we thinking to lose? Yo, Elon, let's look through the list. There's a whole bunch that are really good right now. Especially for the decks that are in the top of the meta right now, right? Like if you look at the top cut of the event this weekend, I think it's for K, right? So sorry, say standard. Ooh, there's a lot. Wait, why is she virtual? I think I did it wrong. It's S, right? I think K is Arkham. Note it's virtual plus chip. Okay, yeah, that's. I think chip is less relevant, but I think we can do that. Did that actually work? No, we'll do both. Oh, I can bar it, right? Yeah. For the same reason I hate SIU when it was played a lot because it's not interactive. SIU is a bit more interactive because it's on the table and you can trash it. There is no intelligent way to interact with Netscape besides hoarding money like a dragon or not running. Both of those are not fun, but trashing SIU is correct. Chip is hugely relevant. Okay, hold on. Considering mulch. Okay, so things that you're happy to trash. None of these. Definitely none of those. But like if you have to deal with Caldera, it's one of the ways in the meta to deal with it. Companions, but not these. Twinning is super important. Trashing twinning is really big because every criminal deck at the top cut is using twinning for their multi-access, let alone the Anarch decks. Some of them are running twinning. Trashing a twinning from Sable basically destroys the win condition because then the only multi-access they have is Awaken Plant. Which I don't think is a chip. It actually, no, I don't think it's a chip. Play Stargate, escape net, problem solved. Okay. What else? Oh, you can trash Dig, that's sad. Trashing Cookbook is actually super impactful. It is really, really impactful. For 1 credit, trashing a Cookbook is definitely correct. Ice Carver, maybe it matches on the matchup. Trashing Solidarity Badge, somewhat relevant into the decks that are playing it. Trashing Paladin for 1 credit. Like this is it's Uno reverse card. Did you run? I trashed Paladin for 1 credit, right? Like what? Trashing Simulchip, also pretty important because not only does it trash it, it removes it from the game. So you really kind of shorten the length of the long game of some of these decks that want to play 9 Simulchips. And that is the end of list. There's not that many targets, but like a lot of the decks that are really good right now are defined by these cards, right? Like check this out. So we have the standings, mind you. What we're talking about is the big event that happened that Man in the Moon just ran. I have the standings somewhere. I'm pretty sure. Mind you, you can find the link. Actually streamed the whole damn thing 11.5 hours. I think it's on tournaments, not all single games. Rain chip, unfortunately not a chip. Really, Frank? It's not. That's weird. We should have used ScapeNet for all the damn crowdfunding. Yeah, I think that was said during somebody mentioned that. I think I actually mentioned that during the top cut. I was like, but it's just going to come back. But yeah, no, removed from game. Apparently, I don't know the text of the card. That's totally true. So this is not where I was meant to go. Sorry. Aesop's tables. If the ScapeNet said trace 7 to RFG, twinning, or simulchip and nothing else, it would still be a good card in this meta. Exactly. And to prove that point, let's look at the top 8. Okay, so these are, sorry, let's look at the standings. So this was before the top cut. So Whiteblade is playing Zaya. That Zaya deck has a twinning in it. It's very, very important. You trash that, you're in a really good spot. The Sable deck is, who is Zentechi? I don't know that name. That Sable deck is running a twinning. That's the big multi-axis from the deck. Remove that from the game. This Lu deck is defined by recurring simulchips, recurring anything really. It has chips in it. It has virtual resources. The Hashiko has chips and virtual resources. I think this is, yeah, it's Tuno. It's playing mulch. Off 15-15, it's the Lou deck, very similar to this one, I think. Also, very hard targeted, 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 very hard targeted. The lat decks are actually kind of interesting because it's mostly the simul chips. I don't think there's a lot of twinning in there. Kit as well is sometimes on twinning, not often. But like if you look at this, every deck here, every deck, you just absolutely blow it up. It's good. Pay 1 credit, trash an important card in their deck is worth it on a card. Unfortunately, that is just kind of crummy text to have on a Netrunner card, like in terms of how the cool parts of Netrunner. Aesops? Wait, what? The other thing is that the corpse slots are very tight to fit in silver bullets like ScapeNet. It's entirely dependent on the meta if it's worth slotting. Yes, that is inherently like corpse are much more heavily restricted on what they can play in their decks because they have to put enough economy, card draw, win condition, agendas. So it is harder to put ScapeNet into their deck. But like if we're at the point that like you don't want to play the cool Hoshiko deck or the cool Lu deck because people are playing ScapeNet, like fuck, I don't know. Like we talk about playing virus decks into Mavirus, and like this is the sort of interaction that was really cool. Like this is more fun. They either have to pay 3 credits, you have to either find it, whether Mavirus is very good or not. It's obviously very good, but like these are the sort of things that actually encourage, like it's counterplay that's attached to the inherent fundamentals of Netrunner, which is about accessing, bluffing, and, you know, finding cards, as opposed to this, which is just like, gotcha. I don't know. I think I can't explain my point enough. Zenetchi was chill, apparently returning player who hadn't played an OP event since 2017. Super cool. Yo, Phil, still going? You know it. AA batteries, sponsored by that company. I think cards like this often feel bad, but there's merit to their existence when the card types are targeted are overtuned. I'm not saying they are here, but it's potentially tuning dial to use. Yes. And I think that's like best defense was a tuning dial to when people play Tag Me. And maybe it's good that there's cards in the format that don't see any play, but then show up once things get to like peak nonsense, right? Also, for those who don't know, a big reason why this card exists like this is, mind you, the A Maverick logo. Foxfire was a card that saw no play. But it's the same thing. Trace 7, if successful, trash 1 virtual resource or 1 link. Now, we don't really see that subtype. Virtual is very impactful. It didn't remove from game, but it didn't also require successful run. It was 0. But this card saw no play ever. But if you ever saw a point where link cards got out of control, this was a card worth playing. Funny enough, too, this actually made a bit more sense because if you were playing link cards, you probably had some links, so the Trace 7 wasn't as bad as it was. But like boosting into a Trace 7 is absurd. Like it's basically saying, do you want to pay 7 extra credits at a minimum to keep your twinning? You probably can't do that. Zentechi was a Toronto local. Actually introduced me to the game recently. Cool dude. Oh, cool. There's a chance I actually might have met that person back in the day then. No chance Kit doesn't have influencer twinning. My takeaway from all that is that twinning is overpowered, should be banned, so we see less ScapeNet. Yeah, maybe. Should there be more virus purge cards? Mini Fridge, how's it going? I'm not sure. I honestly don't know. We're at the point where Mavirus is still pretty prevalent, that virus decks are doing really well, but there is good counterplay, and I would not leave home in a competitive corp deck with at least 1 Mavirus. I would argue that it's like this weird thing where if there's too much virus support and it's too playable, that the whole card pool around viruses is uninteresting. So I think it's nice that we have a tool that is like good to great, but if every faction has virus tools, like I think we're at a point where virus playing is probably just not worth anything. So I don't think we need another card. I think there's other ways to tackle viruses that are like a bit more maybe interesting too. Like I'm a big fan to some extent of the text on Hagen, which is like virus hate without being natural virus hate. I think that's cool that maybe different factions have a different way of dealing with it. Like there's other ways to do it. I don't think we need directly virus cards. Foxfire's terrible flavor text. Just explain the joke. Why don't you? Wait, is it actually that bad? Oh, hold on. I have this. It's kind of like an anagram. Oh, that's terrible. Designer Phoenix. Oh, that's really bad too. I probably showed this on the stream, but my partner painted this for me like many moons ago. But yeah, I have my own Foxfire art. Look at that little guy go. This is a watercolor. That's really nice. I like it. Anyways, we like that card around here technically. FFG was so bad with explaining their jokes in the flavor text. Yeah, FFG flavor text usually just explain their joke. There's an article of like worst FFG flavor text, and it's really funny. This is the net. We work here. We're cops. Is that actually net police? Oh my god. Oh no, that is bad. This is the net. We work here, we're cops. What's the card called? I don't know. I would like for Mavirus to RFG after it has fired from archives. I think if you do that, you'll just be absolutely steamrolled by Amakua. Good luck. Like that's really powerful for Amakua. I think there's one thing that we could look for, which maybe it's about time that we have a card like Archives interface. There used to be a card like this back in the day, and it did actually see play. It had meta relevance for unfortunate reasons because recursion in the game at the time was a bit busted. But a card like this is expensive, where you can run Archives and maybe remove something from the game. That at a real cost might be fun enough. Also, back in the day, we had more traps that fired from Archives, and like, unfortunately, or fortunately, that doesn't really exist right now. I don't know. I don't like Sting and Breach Dome and stuff like that. But seeing an effect like this where you can remove a card, the access from the game, feels to me inherently anarch. I don't know whether it's healthy or not, but recursion right now doesn't seem like you need to target it. It's just like, yeah, sometimes it's okay. Net Police underflows into being good again. It's like the state flag of Maryland. Oh man. I just searched Netrunner B for Maryland flag. Oh no, that's just sick. You kidding me? That's a good flag. If you don't look at it for that long, because at some point it hurts. Holy shit, that's over designed. That's incredible. Breach Dome was busted, yeah, but Breach Dome, doing damage on the top of the deck is not fun for anyone. Remember installing this and wigging out in a player that needed to archive memories their kill combo? Yeah, people do weird stuff into it. It's like 4 flags. Oh yeah, that's really cool. It looks better here. Like, the colors are... Admittedly, that's pretty high contrast, but... When it moving, it probably is less hard. So ugly, it's beautiful. It is kind of something else. That's really good. How much do Americans know their state flags? Because outside of Quebec, I'd argue that people in Canada do not know their province flags. Quebec has the flag everywhere because Quebecois is like... Quebec is very specifically, a lot of Quebecois is not like gung-ho Canadian. They're like, we're Quebecois. Maybe we're Canadian. But like, I don't honestly know what the Ontario flag looks like. I'd recognize that, but like, yeah, that doesn't inspire nothing from no one. That flag is 100% the net police of flags. I couldn't tell you what the Vermont flag looks like. I think it's just like a Ben and Jerry's logo. That looks exactly like we thought it would look like, didn't it? That looks so fake. It does not look good. I know mine is blue and has little crest and wheat about the meth and stuff. Oh, the prairie flag. This one I'd recognize. I'd actually recognize the Alberta flag, but that's because like there's only 3 provinces that would dare put wheat on their flag. Minnesota just redesigned their flag. Every other one is a shade of blue and a weird crest. Hey, welcome to Alberta. Jerry's logo, I'm cackling. Oh man, the real Maryland flag is the Old Bay seasoning tin. Google it. Hey Dad, good game. I was pretty sure you're from Maryland. We tried to figure out what the Maryland meta is while we were playing. This flag is good, especially this old one. He says, hoping it's not problematic. Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. Which one is the live free and die one? Is that Maryland? No, that's New Hampshire, right? Yeah, that seems real American. Oh, look at that boat. Why is there a boat? New Hampshire is landlocked, right? Live free and die. Yeah. Does it say it on there? No, it's a seal of the state of New Hampshire. Why is there a boat? New Hampshire doesn't have water. New Hampshire. Okay, wait. New Hampshire technically has water? What? Portsmouth to Seabrook Beach. I didn't know that it actually touched Atlantic. I thought it was landlocked. Okay. Ignorance on me. It has a small coastline. Okay. And you see how it's yellow down there because it's just entirely a beach from Seabrook to Dover. That's cool. I've only been to northern New Hampshire, and it's like most of the northern United States. I've been to the coast of Maine. Coast of Maine is really good. Boats can go on rivers. Not a boat like that. It's a boat because SUVs haven't been invented yet. Oh man. Having met New Hampshireites, I'm pretty sure it's live free and die. Yo, alcohol is cheap, so why not both? All right. We're only 3 hours in, huh? What do you want to do? We can play another one with this deck. I don't know if you're tired of Asd. Canyonero. Let's do another one. Runner deck. I want to break some ice. We broke like 2 pieces of ice that last game. Are you trolling Izzy or making a goof? Live free and die? I'm convinced it's live free and die. 12 yards long and two lanes wide. It's been a while. Okay, this is a fun matchup. We have pinholes. PD goes fast. Hey, hey. Opening hand, sure gamble, twinning, Nuka. Chesva Baya is sick. So we can do sure gamble. We can do Chesva Baya if we really want to. We probably do sure gamble, Nuka, and then set up Chesva into something else. I like this hand. Live free, die, repeat. Dodge. As a New Hampshire resident, I did not know this until exactly now. It is the USS Raleigh. I suppose it's pronounced like that. And the water is the coast of Portsmouth. So it's the only legal water. I wasn't working on Sunset Decks and I ended up dusting this off from way back when. Oh, heck yeah. It's always good fun. Best of luck. Have fun. We're going to keep this hand. This seems reasonable. PD can be pretty fast. We have 2 pinholes, so we're not too weak to defensive upgrades. Ideally, if this is an old deck, it might not be as brand pilled as some of the new stuff. When it's HP, watch out for Escape Net. Oh, don't even scare me like that. You're going to lose the twinning. It's going to be our remove from game. Is this B-Blums? No, we played our first 2 games with B-Blums. Then we built our own like Chesva version, which we're a bit more comfortable with. Ben's version seems cool. Okay, what's server 1? Probably Tranquility Home Grid. There's not a lot else that you would strand like that, right? If we have a Dirty Laundry, that's sick. If we have, what's it called? It's sick too, a Bones. So if we go up here, we go to 7, and then we can do like, let's just hope that it's not a Rashida on the table, because that would be like buck wild. So if you get a Rashida, Alice, you got a Rashida. You did it. Reminder that I'm streaming 5 days a week, again, starting at 9:30 a.m. ET. Oh, Maryland. Okay, old school. Ugh. Imagine getting Kulub hit by Escape Net. Yeah, I'd be okay. I'd be honestly okay with it. We want to deal with this Maryland sooner than later. PD, especially old PD decks, like it might be Regolith fueled. Alice Mulled isn't going to ice that up. We don't have a Boomerang though, unfortunately. Who has the slots for Maryland PD? It's an old deck. Alice said that they dusted off an old one, so this might be. Remember the time I beat the Cerebral Forced Run deck with Bank Job on here? Oh yeah, you hit the Bank Job tag. It was like Shaper Bank Job. When there was like that infinite kill combo. I do remember that actually. It's like the one tech card for like that 1 month or probably just weeks even. I feel like that deck was addressed by balance. Okay, I think we can just face check into this if it's a drafter. Congratulations, hedge fund. Otherwise we can like Nuka. I don't want to do Chesva Buy. We need to force them to spend some money. Let's Nuka for options. All right, well, our option is Inside Job now. Dealing with the Maryland sooner than later would be good. We could actually probably buy a Banzit. No res. Makes sense. You're not really playing around Hermes. Yeah, we have to trash that. Yeah, this is the sort of money we're expecting. So we want to deal with this money too. So we could do that. Oh, fudge. We should have gambled first. Yeah, I wasn't thinking there. But we definitely should have gambled first. Yeah, that was really bad. So now we have to like daily cast for 2, click for a credit, and we can't contest the Maryland. This Maryland will be a 2 credit econ card for a single click. That's fine. We'll still probably deal with it next turn. But yeah, we definitely like really misstructured the turn there. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's on me. The corpus actually called an offer you actually can't refuse. Yeah, that's true. It was like the Labyrinthine server one, right? Like step 1, score a Labyrinthine server. Cool. Seems robust. Okay. The call here is whether that's an NGO front or not. I don't think it's an NGO front. Here, we've gone through, we're on 44 cards, so we've gone through a fair few. Wait, what? 36, 37, 38, 39, 40 for 1, 43, 43 cards? Something's wrong here. 36, 37, 38, 39, 40 for 1, for 2, for 3. No, it's 44, okay. So we've gone through about 8 cards, so we have to assume that's an agenda. I think we can face check into it. The other options, we can like buy a band's draw for a Boomerang. We have 3 Boomerangs and 34. I think we just tank into this. Ideally, it's like not great. The problem is if you score this out, like they can get back the Regolith and jam that. Oh man, playing the short gamble a turn ago would have been sick because we would have got a class act down, I think, there and got a bit more options there. I think I can run server 2. I think drafter is the worst case here. I don't think there's MICs in this list. Seen the stream. I know you got talking time. No further action. It's an NGO front. This is really old school. Okay. Okay, we're going to need our poison vial. I think it's a paycheck dragon gatekeeper rezzed. I don't think I know if it's called that one right. Oh man. Okay, cool. So phase 1 complete. So now we need to like smash centrals because this is probably a ganked deck. Even like pinhole into ganked is really bad. So we need to set up here. So I'm gonna do credit, sure gamble. Class act drags us down to 6, but we haven't drawn, so it's good. And we need to find poison vial boomerang. So we have a second chance, but we don't really need that right now. So we want to flip switch 2 for some sort of safety. Flip switch also works with ganked. But now we've gone through 10 cards, 1 agenda. If they're only on 5/3s, it's a bit harder because like the density is probably a bit lower. But we'll see. Do you want to triple click through this? Okay. That Maryland's really gone through, unfortunately. Ugh. So we draw will be on 8 cards. We can install 3 cards and just let this one go. It might be an architect deployment test. That would make sense if it's big ice. I was wondering what you thought of send a message res strat. Like, is it viable? Losing the agenda for the res? It can be. It depends on the deck. Ideally, you want to score it too. Like, I don't know what happened there if they res the tier. I don't think they had the money to. So it's like, I wouldn't often go out the way. If I'm going to jam it, I would like to have an ice that I can get good value from it, but I wouldn't go out of the way to throw it away. That being said, specifically in HB, there's like 4/2 agendas that do what this does, but pull them from your deck. So phase, wait, what's phase 2? Ravana, Zato, 2 core ganked? I don't know. It could be. It could be any of that. It's really hard to tell. Let's get a boomerang. Pinhole. We already have one. So I'm just going to continue to set up. We need to install a card this turn. It shouldn't be that hard. We have enough money to just like prognostic. So just prognostic on their turn. So do sure gamble. We have to install the daily cast or a paladin will be angry with us. I'll just remember to hit this on their turn. Could be remote enforcement. Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting to be a big remote server, which is fine. We hit centrals. We just kind of want a boomerang or something for safety. This is a unique card, mind you. Oh. Okay. Maybe they're on only 5/3s and Ella Vigao. D-raise your tier. Come on. You'll re-res it. Yeah, you can de-res your tier if you want. Yeah, huge flex. I messed up with the timing with Maryland. Oh, there's no window to do it. Oh, sure. If they de-res to Maryland, like it keeps the money on it and they can re-res it, but we'll definitely trash it. All right, so we're going to hit this on their turn. We install a boomerang. Damn, we're good. Okay, so we could pinhole this first to see what it is, decide if we want to click through this. I think that's actually fair. We can do Chesva pinhole. We can also do Chesva Biobands. I think we'll draw once. We have 20. We don't need Wake. So we can just pinhole it to see what it is. And if it is, we can click through it and then they get 1 click. Funny enough, if it is like, what's it called? If a ganked, we sab the boomerang. Top of the stack, it's Carmen to Bravado. So we can get a Carmen off the top deck for 1 credit if we install the Chesva. It's a Regolith. Okay. Sick. Good. So now we can hit Carmen off the top rope for pretty cheap with prognostic. Carmen dealing with tiers like mediocre to okay. We've gone through 10 cards, seen 2 agendas. That's not unreasonable. So I think we do Chesva. Oh, but we have to be running. I don't think we do Chesva then, right? Need to start charging the twinning? Yeah. Yeah, we do. I just don't want to go that low. We have money coming in. Yeah, we can do it. So we'll install the twinning and then we can do this on their turn. We'll do it on their turn. I don't think we're in a rush. Admittedly, it's a bit ugly because if we, yeah, that wasn't right. Because if we make a successful run, we have no trigger to do it. Bummer. We can always like buy a band to get the Carmen down, but unfortunately now Carmen from the top deck is 6 credits. Draw. Boomerang on the tier is probably scary. We can double click through it. Like, sorry, boomerang click through it. So here we have a Carmen in hand. They have 15 credits. We have to be sort of scared of some ice, I guess. If they're on 5/3s and 2/1s, like I don't know if we have to run on advanced cards. Twinning got a charge. Are we afraid of giving the corp clicks from tier? We only want to give them 1 click. And if they're on 5-3s, them having a 4-click turn is not that impactful. Clicking through all of the tier means they can fast advance a 5-3. You want to avoid that for sure. So unfortunately our boomerang on here is a bit ugly. We want to use it sooner than later. So I think we will run archives. But then we have to run R&D. I'm down to face check into some nonsense. So this archives run is pretty bad. Hold on, this is really bad. Yeah, we're going to buy advanced archives. We messed up the turn, so we're going to look at it. So we know it's Carmen to Bravado. So breach server. We'll draw 2. Oh, cool. Red team's kind of neat. So we can install a card paying 1 less. So we'll get the Carmen down for safety. So we can use Chesva and Pally. It didn't allow us to use Paladin Puemo. That's fine. So now we can break this for 2, 4, 7. It's a lot. So red team doesn't do anything this turn. We haven't installed the hardware yet. We don't know the next on the deck. You didn't need Paladin? Because it came in for 1, 2. Oh yeah, you're right. We used full credits. Yeah, sick. Because it was 3 minus 2 minus 1. Yeah, very good. Filter draw, masterwork. That's nice. We haven't installed the hardware this turn, so it does cycle. We don't have to use Paladin this turn, but like, why not? We're not going to struggle not to use it. From here, next turn we can get red team down. We have credits coming in. We just want to find our poison vials. We have 2 in the list. So let's see again. I think they're on 5-3s. There could be a luminal out there. If they get a regolith, they get big money, and then it's a bit scary. We have no D-res, but at least like boomerang poison vial is good. This boomerang being stranded here is really ugly because we probably have to overinstall it to run HQ. Oh, nice. Okay. I'm assuming they're on NGO fronts as well, but if they don't jam, like we want to run HQ and see 3 cards in there. I don't know if they're on punitive. We've seen no influence, I don't think. I'm assuming they're unganked if they're on tier and like excited to be on tier. They drew. Huh. I wonder if they don't have what they want. Okay, remote server is a bit difficult. We've used 1 pinel. Advanced, single advance too. So they have seamless in hand. Does Bones feel like scape net for you? Sort of, but it is inherently interaction based. Right? Like you still have to play good Netrunner to use Bones. But yeah, Bones is very, very powerful and very powerful very quickly, which stops snowballs. If you could only use Bones once a turn, way worse card, maybe more balanced. You could argue about that, but it's interaction based. And it also doesn't work on centrals. Like there's downsides to it. Okay, we could run HQ, force a res. I think we need to force some res. That probably is an NGO front. Otherwise they get seamless a 5-3, and that puts them on game point. That's a bit frightening. Do we want to cycle the boomerangs? I don't think so. Do we get a unity down? Are we worried of barriers? Ah. We install this for 2. I was gonna Bravado HQ. We have clicks. Nothing can hurt us, right? We won't install the hardware first. We can technically look at the top first. Bravado into Poison Vial. That's good to know. Install 1. No. Bravado into Poison Vial. That's a bit ugly. I wish we could draw 1. All you. Because Poison Vial into this is really good. So it's an Eli. Okay. So we can double click through the Eli. I think the axis here is like pretty hot. Yeah. Is Debbie a Bones? That's a really cool sentence. This also still respects Ikawa. They might be on full Ikawa's full send of messages. We'll see the whole hand. Seamless. Okay, so that is a 5-3. Elvagao puts us on game point. Spin Doctor. I don't see why not. It keeps cards out of the hand. We also can Cheswa. Yeah, easy. Okay, so we know that we draw yet. We can get the Poison Vial down. I think we want the Poison Vial sooner than later. So we know Seamless in hand, which is probably going to be used to score this, which will probably recur. We need the Poison Vial, so we'll draw and we'll bottom the Bravado. The next turn we can start. Oh yeah, red team is also a thing, but we don't really need money here. The 2 daily casts have been like really good. So Seamless, let's see if they give us send a message. I think we'd like to send a message because it shows us what their ice is. Ikawa would be bad for them. Oh, that's not good for them. So the return probably Seamless. So we can also like miss Bones and just like flush this server out. I think that actually is good because then we don't waste our Byroid. Or sorry, our Boomerang. I think we want to flush the defensive upgrade sooner than later. The problem is like it probably is a ganked. And then if it's a ganked, we hit the tier again and that's like very, very expensive. So I'd argue here we know Regolith in hand and that's all we know in hand. So the Regolith is probably going to go in the remote server. So we need to install something here and I think we want to flush centrals. Poison Vial saves us a click. That's not amazing. I think here red team is like, we're eventually going to need good money here, but I think we can red team run HQ. Just win on centrals. Yeah, I think that's a plan, but they're on game point in theory. They just didn't return their seamless. So if we install the red team, we go down to 12. We can run HQ. We can single click through it. We can get the poison vial down and use some of the poison. So we spend a single click. That's fine. We can see 2 cards there. We want to hit the regolith, which we trash with the chest, but yeah, let's do that. I think red team is maybe a bit slow. Oh, it's not a connection. Oh, that's actually so sick. Oh, that was a 1 credit red team. Yeah, I totally forgot. I assumed this was a connection. It's not. It's a job. I like it. So we run HQ. We'll do masterwork first because we're going to install the poison vial with the coffee. Dawkins passive dirty laundry. I don't think we need a laundry. We'd love to have the Dawkins pass here. Look at the top 2. So we have poison vial off the top rope. Not unique. Mutual favor coming in. Lush. It's a good term. So we'll click through one of them. Done. And then we'll poison the other one. Yeah, it's quite nice. So then we can breach here and see 3. It flushes the whole hand, and then we can start locking the top of the deck. We'll trash the regolith as well. Second tier, that's useless. Oh my. That's the 3rd tier. I think they really like tier. And then we're going to hit the regolith. That'll come down for 3 from pocket. With 7 cards left, we have access to Boomerang still on the table. What was on the top of the deck? It was another poison vial, right? 3x, find it fast. Yeah, they really want tier. I'm really scared of gank now. But they're like, some people want to get their ice down. They're playing 3 of them. It is unique. That's the reason why we're not worried about it. Oh, imagine if twins was still legal. Well, yeah, it's basically ganked, right? It's twins with less steps. So in 7 credits, are there any big face checks? Ravana is a bit annoying. We could always panic Boomerang, but like we'd have to do it at the beginning of the run. We can run Archives for 3 credits. That's not particularly good. I think we install another poison vial from the top of the deck on their turn. Unfortunately, if we draw... Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. What was the next card after it? I don't remember. I think it was Mutual Favor. Should this deck be an AOT instead of PD for about the 40 minutes worth? Yes, maybe. But like, how are they going to get value? They can only res 1 tier. Okay, unknown card went into the remote server for the first time, so now I'm scared about ganked. You could say it's like so hard to read that to make it sound like trio. It's a trio. Yeah, okay, I did it. Well done. Wow, you did it first. So they drew a card. So they have a seamless in hand. They would need double seamless, but we know tier, unknown, unknown, unknown. I think we want to go R&D here. So we could give up on this tier. The single red team has been good value these games. It's felt really good. So we want to force reses because money matters. I do think there's definitely ganks in the list. We haven't seen any influence. So we have to figure out what do we want to do here. We could get rid of this Boomerang. We could also Boomerang Poison Vial here, see if they res a defensive upgrade and jack out. We wouldn't get the Boomerang back. But if it is a ganked, we hit the tier, which cost us 2-4. Funny enough, if we actually like get ganked, if we, pinhole into a ganked, we can use the Chesler credits to break, which is like pretty funny. We could go Dawkins Pass. It sees 2 unknowns. It's a bit expensive. I think we're not scared of barriers. I think we just installed the Unity and Slam R&D. Like, it seems like it's mostly Biroids. We did that for a twinning counter. We didn't actually need to because like if we just boost our breaker. You can also click to break 1 and vial the other 2. Yeah, it gives them a click. I'd rather just Boomerang it, but yeah. Oh, when we get ganked into it. Yeah, 100%. Actually, that's pretty reasonable. Yeah, we should actually flush that server out, but it's too late in the turn. But you're right. We go back through it, we click once, and then we poison vial. I think we installed the second poison vial. I think we would lock R&D. We don't have to go HQ. That top 2 stack. So we have nuke into revolver. Okay. It's a magnet. Okay. Just play Stagon to de-range your other tier. So this is 2. Not too bad. It's a bit more expensive if we were playing Shibboleth. We'll see 2 cards here for the lock. Elevagao, okay. Trank, we're not gonna trash that. That's a bad draw for them. Okay. They didn't need that. That doesn't really help. Like, we're still in game point no matter what, unless they're on 1 Tranquility, on 1 Luminal. I already forgot what was on top of the deck. It was Nuka into something. Oh, we could have red teamed that. Why didn't we red team that? That should have been red team? Yeah, it should have been red team. I'm like, when I figure something out of like chat, probably noticed that. Yeah, that should have been red team 100%. I think at this point, like, we could What is after Nuka? I don't remember. Tron. We're on an As deck we built. It's like good stuff. Just good stuff as prognostic Cheswa stuff. This feels so fun. So we install the hardware. We can just run archives for 3 credits. Program after Nuka. Run the tier. I don't want to do a last click because then we can't click through it on the rebound. Yeah, this is rough. This is just a 3 credit click. Install hardware. I don't really want to. Whatever. Click for 3 credits. Fine. You think it was a program after that? Was it a career Pira? Even Revolver probably isn't amazing into tier. At least Revolver Poison is. Oh no, for me, I'm clicking for 3 credits. Statements by utterly astrology. How's it going, man? Hopefully you're well. It was a Revolver. Okay. Revolver boost. We have to boost twice. So it's actually the same cost. I don't want to mess with this server. Prog it on corpse turn. I don't think we need to. I don't think we need to. So we know the hand is tier. I think we're just trying to win on R&D. The Awaken plan actually would be reasonable. Do we want to draw the Revolver? So we have to pay 3 credits for the Revolver, 2 with Paladin. It charges the twinning. Okay, no, charging the twinning is the reason why we're doing it. Okay. You get a second twinning coming, yeah. So now we can see 3 in R&D. It cost us nothing. Okay, so we're running HQ is reasonable. I think they have an agenda goes on the remote server. I'm not sure how we lose unless they have like double seamless in their hand. So it has to be tier, seamless. That seems difficult. I think we'll just start by red teaming R&D and go from there. Masterwork, we can install the Docklands Pass. I don't think we really need to. It does draw through our deck, which is sick. Yeah, okay. We really don't need to do this. We should actually have to consider our money. We'll do that. It won't let you use Paladin on that. It's so weird. Flip switch into Boomerang. Flip switch is really good off the top rope. It actually means we can install it while we're going through tier, and then we can deal with, admittedly the order of access matters, but we can deal with ganked. So we should have used 1 Paladin on that. I don't think it's going to matter. Imagine if you had Balklin right now. I know. 100%. Balklin's really good. Regolith for 3. We don't want them to draw that. They have no money. Eli, Maryland, they can draw that. The Maryland goes in the remote server. We're totally happy with that for a couple turns. Was that a red team run? Yeah, it was sick. Man, red team has felt really good. So next is a flip switch. We'll install that on their turn. So we probably don't draw here. So I think we just click credits. Flip switch, then gank the gank silver bullet. Yeah, it's really good. I think we'll just archives for 3 credits because it makes Ian happy. Credit. Like we're kind of set up. We don't have a fractor. Yeah, that's fine. We can consider running this. But I think we do Miss Bones run next turn. And then we try and want to empty 1 poison vial before the other because we can always trash an installed card if we need to. They drew Maryland, Eli. So their hand is tier, Maryland, Eli. Lots of streams lately. Euro time again. Lucky us. Yeah, no, if we stream every Tuesday. It's a regular thing. We should be here. Hopefully you're enjoying it. I'm very happy to be able to stream on Tuesdays. Again, it's a huge shout out to patrons that allow me to put the time into the channel. Yo, I've been working on Patreon stuff. So we have like the end thing where we showed the names of some of the patrons, and now they're like color coded based on like how long people have been supporting the channel, which is cool. I also want to make it a bit more personal though. So I want to be for any Patreon, I don't know what limits, but to put a little icon next to their name so that you have some sort of self-expression. If that sounds cool, I kind of want to do that. So like, yeah, if you want to show off your local meta and you have a little symbol next to it, we can get symbols next to names just to make it a bit more, you know, nice. Hedgehog for me, please. Yeah, stuff like that, right? We're incentivized to split the poisons. Technically, sort of. You don't want to empty one, but having a card with 1 on it and this a 3 means that we have to trash an installed card. We can trash this one. It doesn't really matter that much for modern HB. It's kind of an old HB habit. It's my birthday today. I was totally pretending the stream is for me. Hold on. Does that work? Oh no, I have a birthday button and it's not working. Okay, that works. Happy birthday, Nove. Okay. We want to lock the top of R&D. I don't know what this is. This is probably the Maryland. think that was loud enough. So we want to run R&D here. Happy birthday to open chat. Much obliged, of course. So we want to figure out how to get him to here. So this is 2 credits. We're assuming this is an Eli, which is a bit annoying, but we'll poison file through it. So I think we just coast and C3 on top of R&D. I don't think we have to deal with this of any of this. The song's actually slaps. We've just not been using boomerangs. Boomerangs have been like a cold threat. If we hit a half run, the poison file split could matter. Oh, that's interesting, but they would just half run. I guess we have 2 killers, right? We're pretty safe. Let's see if they res. If they res here, they have no money, and then like contesting the Maryland makes even more sense. Oh, sorry, this is on us. We'll do Prague first. Top 2, we have Dirty Laundry, Amakua. Amakua would be really good. Install hardware. No, all you. JNet's really good at actually holding people out of priority. So that's the Eli we thought it was. So we're going to do single click. Poison. If only we had a way to charge these. Flux capacitor. Happy birthday remix. That's it's called Happy Birthday Fantasy Synth by Imaginarium. I like that one a lot. I've actually used it in one of the videos where you go later and you can't really tell. Like that intro bit doesn't sound like Happy Birthday. And I think it's like in an NBN video or something. So we'll see 2 here. What if it's a Trieste? It's fine. If this is a Trieste, right? Like it has to be this card. If they Trieste the tier itself, we just flip switch out. But if they Trieste an Eli, like we're laughing, I think. 2 cards, spin. Okay. Drafter, okay. Drafter's annoying. Have we installed the hardware? No. So we can do Miss Bones, run server 3, install hardware. No. We're running out of actual credits. Like a second Chesva would be pretty fine. Eventually we Chesva through Eli's, but we're installing more cards than we need to be. And Miss Bones, mind you, also charges the twinning. What was on top of the deck? It was Dirty Laundry Amakua, right? So we know they're drawing Drafter. We probably should run HQ here. They drew a fair bit between turns. We haven't been respecting that, but they just don't have any money to score at agendas. And if they don't spend their whole turn clicking for 3 credits, I wonder if there's some like sort of paranoia and like legitimate paranoia against diversion. Because if they just click 3 here and we doof them, maybe they res stuff in server 2. Must check that tier server. I don't think we have to. I'm gonna just not, which always is so bad if you're the player playing this sort of tier server. Yeah, it's probably ganks, and like we can deal with 1 gank, we can click through 1 tier, but like I don't think we need to. We're seeing the top of R&D. Oh, cool. Next. So everything's 6 strength. So they're actually legitimately drawing a top card of R&D. It's unknown. This also stops boomerangs, which is kind of cute, but like we don't have anything to do this turn, so whatever. Can we afford to click through tier? We shouldn't. We could this turn legitimately, because if they have that many clicks, what are they doing? So I think we draw for the Amakua, right? No, I think we buy a bane with the Amakua. So Prague sees the top 2. We know what they are. Masterwork doesn't matter. I see means you can't click this turn. Yeah, we're not going to run this turn. Draw 2. So we'll bottom that. We'll get the Amakua down for free. Oh, we should have used Paladin Puemo. That's actually bad. Hold on. Counter credit 1. We'll use that. Okay, and so now we'll just charge Amakua. That's fine. We just want to make sure that we're installing stuff every turn. But Amakua is the way that we're going to break Eli. We can get Nuka down there. We have 11 more cards. We don't really need much more from our deck. We've played, in terms of economy cards, we've played all the sure gambles. 2 Bravados are actually pretty good. Bravado on R&D is okay. So we can install Nuka. It's free, right? Yeah. And then I'm just going to click archives. Eli is what, 4 strength? It's been a minute. 4 strength. Paladin gonna overflow? Yeah, we needed to use one off the Amakua off the Paladin. We shouldn't have gone full Chesva, but Paladin has been not working well with Masterwork. Oh, look at our beautiful Euro board game engine building. Now they have 2 unknown cards in HQ. So we're gonna run our HQ I think C3, run our DC2. We just have to make sure we're making enough money to make these runs. Because we need either a second Chesva. Our MU's full, but we can get rid of the Revolver or the Carmen. This is where like you get to echelon late game and you feel good about it. But like we know they have a drafter, they have 2 tiers, drafter, 17. I know. And like, unfortunately, they just don't have money to like force us to do something. They're actually getting to a scary point. If they res the ice on archives and bankrupt themselves, like that's not going to be good for them. So we need to get 1 counter. I run archives and hope they res. It's probably a drafter. Should be aiming to set up a boomerang in the deck. We can reliably charge twinning on their turn. Yeah, we're not in a big rush to, but you're right. We could be a bit more aggressive to charge this as many times on their turn. Masterwork, no. Okay. Kurapir Cheswa. Okay, the Cheswa's the one we want. We'll trash one of our programs. Oh, it's Ravana. That's pretty good. So that's actually legitimately expensive. Apparently we did the Cheswa wrong. Credit. Counter 0. I don't know what that's about. We're going to address that soon enough. We'll click through one of these. Coffee has some counter sugar. Yeah. We usually drink these black, but we'll take it like this. You just deleted your credits? Oh my. Oh my. That was an important change. 11. Ah, that seems important. I should be on 11 credits. I nuked my credits. Hold on. Okay. So we started on 11 credits. Paladin, prognostic. Okay. So we should be on 11. Counter, credit. Because I did credit 11, right? Not counter. Why do I have a credit though? Just undo the click. Yeah, you're so right. Yeah, that's better. So counter, credit, C, 0. Can't mess that up, right? Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Run archives. Okay, that's. Nothing here. Kurapir Cheswa, got it. Okay, so we'll click through it. We'll break the bottom one, super important. Just kidding. Here we'll get Amakua to 4. Then we'll sweep HQ. Again, we've gone through 30 cards. We've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 agendas. You're assuming there'll be about 6. The density is probably about normal because 3s and 1s balance themselves out. But now there's only 3-pointers. Maybe there's a 2-pointer left, which is more important for us than them. So we have a Kurapir coming in. We don't really need to install it here. If we draw one, we're going to draw into both cards. We could install the Kurapir off the top of the deck, but we actually just want the Chesva. So I'm just running around an HQ. Install hardware now. Continue counter. We could just get rid of this boomerang. I think we're being a bit too stingy with it. We don't really need it. So I'm going to see 3 from HQ, and then we'll try and see 2 from R&D. Tier, drafter, tier. Okay, we've gained no information. But now we can run R&D. 3 Elv, 2 Ika, 2 send a message. Whoops, 3 send a message. 3, 6, 9. That'd be 15, 16. Yeah, that sounds right. I think that's probably right. There's probably not that many more agendas. This is kind of expensive. Like we're paying money for this run and we're not making money back. Just the 3 tiers. Yes. We knew that they were there. Just all the tiers. Sick. Shit. At least they can't afford it. Ah, install a trash card. Trash an installed card. Excuse me. Who do I not like the sight of? We're going to discard the revolver. Use Prog, Andre. Well, we just did what the Prog would have done, right? We would have used the credits to install a thing anyway. So now we keep the credits. Why not the boomerang? You know how much like stress this is putting them on? Yeah, revolver's going down anyways, so it's fine. Because we're going to draw once. Second Cheswa. Revolving paying 4 for a tier is nice. It's the same as Carmen. No, it's 5 for Carmen and then poison. Yeah, it was arguable. I think it's fine. What did they do on their turn? Credit, credit, credit. So we know there's a Konjin in hand. They discarded 1 card. All right, well, we need to get economy. I'm going to draw once because it's unknown for a bravado. It's a pinhole. Huh. Do you think there's an agenda in server 2? There actually might be an agenda in server 2. So this comes down for sure. We can run HQ for free. We might as well. We see 2 cards. I think there's some unknowns in there for sure. We also could run the top of the deck, but that's known. So we're just going to keep them honest. The win is there. You must run it. Oh, man. You remember Don't Lose Netrunner? That's what we play. A good top 2 stack. Wake into Bravado. Wake is really important to get down because we're at like absolute late stage. Just do one of each. It's flashy. Makes it seem like they're both important. I'm not going to see any extra cards here. We're just going to see DECKLISTS. Drafter into tier. Trank Grid. We trash that for 2 credits. I don't think I care. Our money actually does matter. They might purge. Sooner or later, they have 2 seamless launches. Yes, but we know what they're drawing into. So now they have, I think it's Drafter into, what's it called? Yeah, at some point, if we start to see seamless launches on top of R&D, we might have to worry about it. We can flush server 2 now unless we think there's a virus. We still can flush it. It's just like, it's very annoying and expensive. Yeah, they purged there. That's kind of annoying, but I think we just double click through Eli every turn. That's kind of annoying. Now let's just start boomeranging it. It's way cheaper. Contest the clown car? Never. Not once. There's no way it's not the right play. There's no way it's the right play. It's going to be like ganked into ganked and ganked. We've seen no influence besides spin doctors. It's all ganked. That's going to be really bad for us. So here we run R&D. Yeah. Mutual Diffractor. We don't really have a reason to. The Diffractor's really expensive, right? Like we have boomerangs that deal with Eli perfectly. Factors, how's it going? It's not the right play, but it's content. Like this is so much better for us. So we'll trash this. It's fine. We have 2 in 11 cards ish. Why wouldn't it let us use those? This will work out in the wash, don't worry. Ooh, Wake and Plant's good. Bravado's good too. We'll be shuffling the deck, so it's fine. Bravado into Dirty Laundry. We'll be shuffling the deck, so it's fine. So we're gonna get the twinning charge off of the Cheswas, so it's not. I think we played that properly. It'd be a sick gamer moment. Doesn't that mean to say a slur? Isn't that what a gamer moment is? Is that what you want? I mean, after spending 8 credits with Curp here, you can bypass Eli once. Yeah, it is very expensive. Luckily, Cheswa. So he will lock 3. Okay. We got it. Trash. Eli. Good game. I don't know what's in the remote server. GG. How many ganks in the remote? Oh, they're doing it. They're doing it. Of course they're doing it. Rezal. Ganked agenda. It is an agenda in there. So there is one in there. Everyone wanted me to run at it. Why is their deck on Elvigar? Why are they even derezzing? I think they said they wanted to derez Maryland. I think it's just so that they can score 2 3-pointers and a 1-pointer. They could derez ganks if they want to, but it's only Maryland or Magnet. I don't think there's inherent synergy. It's just like you could derez a Regolith potentially. But that's what I imagine. Yeah, I thought there might be one in there. For what it's worth, if we run this and access the agenda, we win before the ganks fire. So if we run this, we break through this, we use 1 Poison Violet, it's free. Then we get ganked into it, we click 1 and we Poison Violet, it's fine. We hit the other gank, Poison Violet. Yeah, running the remote server would have won, but it's expensive. It's really, really expensive. 2-1 is just straight good. It's a bit harder with Hermes, but like the density on this deck is not that different than any other deck. It's just rough when you run on 5-3s and then like they run R&D, steal 1-pointer, bounce your install, advance. Too many agendas early without stable defenses. If we had a diversion too, like, oh my god, this game would have dragged on. Because like we just put them back to 0 and there's nothing they can do. They can res a Manigar maybe. Told you? Yeah, no, I know. I think it made sense there was in there. We saw so many cards and not seen an agenda. But I don't think running this was correct until they advance it. And then like we just access it first. That's like legitimately a really big problem with the gank decks is once you're on game point, if they do advance, if you know they're on 5-3s, like you just access the advance card first, hope it's not an NGO front, and then you win before these ganks fire. So they really needed to put together all the seamlesses. Luckily we saw 1 and we got all 3 spin doctors at the end there. Yeah. Yeah. If I saw a couple seamlesses in Central, I think I'd have to try the remote. Yeah, we elucidated the seamless advance. We just were pretty sure they didn't have it. This is fun. I had 1 in HQ waiting for a second. Oh, I didn't see that one. Yeah, that's scary. We actually didn't see it. Well, we were locking R&D relatively well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, the first time that they scored on an agenda, they returned a Regulus to hand instead of the Seamless. If they brought the Seamless back, it's a very different game because we're inherently very bad at interacting with the Seamless. But like we sent it Regulus to get it. Yeah, yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Well, hey, thanks for the game. Glad you got your tier. Imagine the deck had NGO. Yeah, it would be really good. If they install events and NGO, we would consider running it. I don't think we would have pinled it. I think we would run it. Hey, cheers. They're very nice. Okay. It's 4:30. I haven't had food since breakfast, so I think that's going to be it. Thanks so much for hanging out. In terms of news stuff, again, the big Netrunner stream last weekend, you can check it out. That was on Axu's channel. It's 11 and a half hours. Axu, what a hero. 40-minute break back at 10 past. And that was, again, the big event. Shout out to Man in the Moon for running his event. It's, I think, the biggest CO of all time, which is sick. And it's online, which is really, really good. So go check that out for sure. Link in the description. Otherwise, the Circuit Breaker, which I don't know if it's going to be smaller than this. I imagine it's going to be bigger. That's this weekend. And that will be, I'm going to be doing the production for that. I need to make sure that's all good. But that's on Null Signal Netrunner twitch.tv/. So if you want to go there and hit that notify button, you'll get a push notification when it's live. So you'll be able to, oh, hey, that's us. You'll be able to, no, because it's going to start, I think it's about 5 p.m. Eastern. One thing, isn't CBI going to be huge? I think it is. I think it's going to be huge for sure. One thing that makes no sense to me for the CBI is that it starts at 5 Eastern for this time zone, which means like if you're in Europe, it starts at like midnight to 1 o'clock in the morning. How is Europe playing in this? Like, obviously it's hard to do a time zone for everyone. If it's a 2-day event, it would have to be a 3-day event, right? But it starts at 12 p.m. How many people in Euros are doing it? Because I was talking to a couple Euro players who are like, I'm commentating because playing makes no sense. Yeah, it starts at 11 p.m. for Berlin. Exactly. Even for me, starting at 5 p.m. means that I have to be casting until like 2 in the morning, which is a bit dodgy. It might be a bit quieter because I have neighbors and like they probably can hear me if I talk, like if I really pop off. But I thought that was a really strange time to run the event at. I know it's really hard. At least it's really good for APAC players, which usually they get shafted. I think it's best for West Coast players that start at like 2 in the afternoon. That's pretty good. What's the difference does it make when it gets dark at 5 p.m.? That's a good point. The days are getting longer though. Yeah, a lot of us are playing for a few rounds to catch the foils. Yeah. And at a minimum, I think it's too late to register. I know they said on the podcast, if you haven't registered, you can probably still ask to register at last minute, just contact NSG. But at a minimum, if you've won an invite and you can't play at the event, at least register and pay what you want, because even if you register and play no rounds, you will still be shipped your participation prize support, which think of that as just getting more prize support for winning a Circuit Breaker Invitational. And I forgot to do that last year and I didn't commentate, so I didn't get anything from that, which is a bummer. But yeah, even if you're not going to play, I guess at this point saying I'm going to register and not play is a bit harder, but hopefully you registered. Is there a solution where you wouldn't ignore a different area? America's APAC? Yeah, I think the solution, which again, I don't think this is realistic, but it's what they did for Worlds, is that you have a 2-day event where each day has a time zone that makes more sense for each area. And then you take the top X players from each day, and or if you really want to do it also from each region. And then they play on a final day, which will have less players. So you can make the time zone based reactively to which players make the cut. Theoretically, it's for APAC, but even in that case, their day 2 will be on Monday, which doesn't work anyways. Yeah, it's very, very, very hard. So someone's always going to get shafted. It's just, there's a lot of European players. Not that like you should always say APAC's the smallest region, so you shouldn't, but you know what I mean? Like, it's just hard. One thing that I found very interesting, I was watching some YouTube content that was recommended recently that was talking about Puzzle Championship. You probably have got this YouTube recommendation from, I think her name is Karen Puzzles. And the way that they do the what's it called, the top placement for the World Championship of Puzzles that Ravensburger runs, is that they have like 5 or 6 quarterfinals that each have like 60 players in them, 90 players or whatever. And then what they do is they compile all the top placements from each like group from each pool, and then the top 30 players from 30 different countries make the thing. And then the next 30 are just the top placing people between those, which is fascinating because it like means that if you're the only player from, let's say, a country that probably doesn't have a lot of representation, so you're the only Estonian player there, and you don't do terribly, but you can be pretty far behind. You might be the 30th fastest country, and then you make it because you're the only Estonian player, and there's only like 40 different countries there. It's interesting. It's so weird. It like makes it so that the top cut has a huge diversity of countries, but then inherently there's a lot of people there that are just by no means competitive in terms of time. I'm not saying this is irrelevant for Netrunner. It's just something that's been very fascinating. And I know people take umbrage with it, but like the conversation is like, we want the top cut to have as many countries in it as possible. But then people who are like finishing way faster than the Estonian player don't make it just because they are like about the 40th fastest person, but they're like the 20th person from America or from Spain or whatever. We need to grow Netrunner enough that all major competitive events become in person. I think that's the cool thing about CBI though, is that it is the one big event that isn't, for that reason. But yes, there will be much more organized play in person in Netrunner this year for sure. 2-day can be hard still because one set is still going to be on a Friday or something like that. Yeah, unless you do it over 2 weekends, which is also very difficult. It's honestly super sick to grow community. In terms of online events, yeah. Too bad NA cons are online this year. Has that been confirmed? I think European cons are probably in person. But like, I think we're going to see a lot more grassroots Netrunner this year. Like a lot more tournament support that's outside of like maybe the NSG structure, which is cool. Lets other people compete. Yeah, there's a lot of people that would not be able to compete if it wasn't online. As much as like traveling for Netrunner is a thing I cannot recommend enough, especially if you haven't done it, but it 100% isn't accessible to everyone. But like seriously, traveling for Netrunner is like the best part of Netrunner, just because meeting people, going somewhere cool and doing it all for the reason to share like your love for this game is kind of sick. Continentals is supposed to rotate EU NA for in-person online. Oh, okay. It's okay. We'll see more stuff in person NA for sure. All right. That's it. Thanks so much for hanging out. If you want to take a second and you're watching this on Twitch and you haven't subscribed to the channel, you can do that. It's doesn't cost you anything. And you just get a notification when we go live. Otherwise, if you're watching on YouTube and you thought any part of this was good, bad, or terrible, you can leave a comment. You can also like the thing. If you want to subscribe to the channel, all that sort of stuff really helps the channel grow. We're very close to 7,000 subscribers, which is a pretty ridiculous number. That number just keeps slowly sliding up. I feel like we just hit 6,000 like a couple months ago, which is pretty wild. Yeah, will we do something cool at 7,000? Very probably, but we're like 8 subscribers away from that. Actually, no, we're probably like 80 subscribers away from that. My store bought a circuit opener kit. Yo, that's sick. Andre has a Patreon, do that too. Thank you, Eric. That's very kind. I have to get the graphic in at the end of the stream like you have it. I think that's a very smart idea. Sorry for last minute question, not at all. Do you think that NSG will fix the power counter issue that affects mostly Shaper and Podmas specifically? Like, do you think they will redo charge? No. I don't think NSG will. So like I've complained about charge back in the day because it's just like not a mechanic that's popped off. For what it's worth, I think a bit of my issues about charge is that it was inherently a bit restricting because you can only charge a card that already has counters on it, which like unfortunately makes it not that powerful comparatively to how it could be. And then we see cards like Endurance, which inherently aren't a charge card because limited charge isn't that great. I don't think NSG is going to go back and erode an entire mechanic. I don't think that's reasonable. I think they're just going to understand how charge works now and understand that endurance is banned. And then they're allowed to print even more powerful power counter cards because a lot of the budget of charge in general in that and outside of that set was taken up by endurance. And now in a standard world without endurance, you can probably print more powerful power counter cards and charge can be better. I don't think anything's going to be done about it. I would be okay if there was just inherently a rule that any card can only have one type of counter on it. Not because there's any like weird edge cases where that matters, but that's just like, it's useful for the future of Netrunner as much as it doesn't really matter right now. Print a cookbook for charge? Yeah, I think DEG could also be revisited as much as that's probably a bit more interesting in cookbook. Game against that 8,000 subscriber. They just get an email. Welcome, we must fight. Pheromones, yeah. There's a couple cards like Pheromones. You can like Mitosis a Sandstone. It's we don't have to balance the game around Pheromones, that's for sure. All right. Thanks so much for hanging out. We'll be back on Thursday. Again, big event this weekend. We'll see you there, hopefully, if you're playing or you're watching. No, Pheromones. Deg needs text like Debbie. I think if Deg had text like Debbie, it still wouldn't be good enough, unfortunately. Like, I think we just need to take another crack at the support charge card. It's just like this condition is not good enough, unfortunately, I don't think. Eat some food. Yeah, I'm hungry. I'm going to go. Take care, y'all.